wanna give it everything, or you wanna cry about a soul. I'ma say it from the jump. Mama ain't raised a chump. My mama raised me to persevere if I'm ever here in a slum. Cause nobody starts at the top. You do your part and you better buy. Working hard each and every day, even though some days it get hard to watch. But you gotta trust the process. Grind hard, don't you ever quit. It's a must, you see the progress. Got a ball till you get it hit. They can never do what I could do, cause they on the same stuff. If you doubt me, then I'm coming to show them what I'm made of. Yeah, always showing your integrity. Yeah, if you want it, I'ma let them see. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go again. I don't comprehend it, I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go again. I don't comprehend it, I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win.
Wake up, put the work in, that's the only way it's gonna work out. Hard work and dedication, no time for procrastination. Takes a lot of time, a lot of patience, a lot of heart mixed with motivation. On the days that you feeling down, look in the mirror for your inspiration. Like, woo, just notice, never stop, never quit. People wanna see you doing good, but never better than them. Gotta push yourself to the limits. You cannot lose if you are not in it. You gotta lose, sometimes it's to win it. Don't get discouraged, it's just the beginning. Yeah, turn up. Don't end up a Timmy Turner. Don't get caught up in the streets. Don't get caught up with a burner, don't be a slow learner. Oh no, you only get one shot, one chance. Talking March Madness at the big dance. Talking big man on campus. Like
no guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go again. I don't comprehend it, I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go again. I don't comprehend it, I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win.
it up. Won't give it up. Won't give it up. It's in our blood. It flows in the soul. Won't give it up. Won't give it up. This is our fate. We'll light the stage. Won't give it up. Won't give it up. Won't give it up.
Two angles, and twist remains supreme. He can still sing it. He can sting it. Oh no, man, they've done it. Robbed. Absolutely robbed. Bulldog steal.
Hello, everybody. Welcome in to the ESL Pro League Season 20 qualifiers here for Europe, of course. We are on that final day. 3 BO3s to get through. It's going to be a long old day for everybody involved, particularly that one team that comes away with the coveted Pro League spot. It is me, Scriv, and Neokai for the action for today. It's been kind of an interesting journey to get here, ultimately. A lot of best of ones getting us started, right? And I don't know, man. It was very, very close, first of all, towards the tail end.
True.
But also some underperformers, I think it's safe to say, throughout the course of the past couple of days.
Yeah, you know, we came into this one with high expectations for Aurora. They didn't show up basically at all. And I think it's safe to say we can look at this and talk about burnout and all the rest. They play a lot of Counter-Strike. It's not really been a great run of things for them recently. They've just looked a little off their game. And I think, you know, they're playing, I don't know, basically a best of 3 every day, it feels like at this point. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. What we can do, though, is take a look at the standings and we can explain how we've got here, why we've got here, and what is happening. Because yesterday, it was a little chaotic. Our two teams that make it through, 3D Max, that's a given. The only team to get 5 wins under their belt. The other team, however, is Sinners. Now, there was a lot of conversation as to why. At one point, people were thinking it was Rush B because they won the head-to-head against Sinners. Saw had they have one less round difference than Rush B, but they're above them, which does look a bit weird, but we'll explain why. The reason as to why Sinners have made it through to this stage over the likes of Rush B, even though they had the exact same round difference of +7, they both got the same amount of wins, 4 wins, 3 losses, and Rush B won the head-to-head. But the reason why Sinners have made it is because it's come down to what is like the 7th tier of the tie-breaking rules here at ESL, which is Sinners had more, they've won more rounds. So across the best of ones over the last couple of days, Sinners won 83 rounds to get their 4 wins and 3 losses. Rush B won only 80. So because of that, positive rounds, Sinners have made it through to this next stage. So it's all down to basically 3 rounds, which is it's tough to see. It really is just like that. But, you know, all in all, Sinners, in a way, I'm glad they've made it through here. This is a side who nearly got unbelievably unlucky. They lost the best of 3 to Sangal to qualify to Pro League. They lost it in overtime, right? There are two of the 3 maps in that series went to overtime, being one of them that decider as well. They lost it out in overtime. Heartbreaking stuff. Sangal made this incredible lower bracket one to even win out ECL as well, which is actually incredible from them all the way from the very start of the lower bracket. Sinners got so unfortunate. It looked like they were going to get so unlucky not to make it through to today. Thankfully, it's not the case. They have made it through in towards today's action, which is good for them. I'm glad they still get another chance.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I think it would have been pretty savage. But yeah, for Rush B, you know, it's just the way that the wind blows sometimes. It's going to be in your favor at another point, but, you know, not in this tournament, unfortunately, for them. But yeah, a wild kind of ride throughout, I think it is safe to say. And yeah, I don't know. 9 partners were looking good initially and then sort of dropped off on that final day. Aurora, as we said, maybe expecting more out from them. So it's been kind of interesting, but we're definitely here for the BO1s actually in a format like this, in a tournament like this. It's sort of the correct amount of teams, and it was a round robin. You know, everybody gets a fair chunk of games in there, and if you have a bit of a slower start, you can still recover. But you also have to watch yourself on that first day not to go down too harshly because, you know, Aurora, again, to use them as an example, they actually looked better on the second day, but it was a little bit all in vain, right? They'd already done enough damage on the first day, as it were. So, yeah, definitely interested to see how things continuing to pan out into the BO3s. I do believe we can look into today's schedule as well, just to highlight the games that are coming up. As we have mentioned, lots and lots of Counter-Strike, but some bangers on the cards for sure. B&E, I guess, as they would be back to now, or X-Guild, of course, as it may well be listed, will be our first game up against Sinners. Then we've got 3D Max facing off against Bahawi. So X-Guild, Bahawi, you may not have seen them on the previous screen, right? They managed to make it through their sort of local qualifiers, as it were, a Hungarian qualifier, and then an Adriatic qualifier as well. For the side of X-Guild. So it could be a very, very interesting kind of run here. X-Guild, of course, going to have a chip on their shoulder to get rid of that X. Worked so hard to pick up a organization, and unfortunately, you know, it didn't quite last too long. They missed out on the major, I think was the main thing. Guild were trying to get in there for some of that sticker money, and it didn't happen, so they have to move on quickly.
Yeah, no, we're looking at this, and I think for me, I'm actually, in a way, quite positive about this X-Guild side in the sense of, I'm going to be good on the B&E, right? This is B&E. Yeah. They're back to their kind of their roots. They've actually just come off the back of winning a LAN not too long ago as a bit of a mix. It was actually called Mix, funny enough. It's a local LAN held for them in Kosovo, am I right in saying? So they've come off the back of winning that, which is pretty good. They should have probably been expected to win it just in terms of name value alone. They had a pretty decent squad. Of course, recently, though, as of just yesterday, their IGL, Synopsy, has gone and signed for Into the Breach. So you'll be joining Smooya on that team. So because of that, we are still waiting to see who will be that 5th joining the team. They played with a couple of different people, Debo being one of them. I think Dementor as well played with the side for a little bit. So they've had a couple of different people who stood in across the last sort of few days and so. So at the very least, they've got decent options. There is an okay little pool. It's a very small pool to kind of pull from, but there's a couple of guys, you know, Dementor ex-OG Academy for a while, was actually putting up some serious numbers back in the We Play Academy League. Deborah's going to be around for a little bit as well. So there's a few different players that they can kind of dip into and take a look at. But no doubt about it, the Sinner side on a really, really good run of form. generally speaking, for me, where they've actually been able to kind of showcase how good they are in quite a wide span. While maybe the best of ones weren't exactly too pretty generally yesterday, all in all, I think for me, they're a side who I still have in high regard and probably should expect them to be the favorites and win this with relative ease, all in all. Let's take a look at the veto to see where this game's going to be heading. X-Guild Eagles, without an IGL, it might be a little bit more simplistic in all fairness, in terms of they might just go in towards the slightly more puggier maps. Sinners don't mind that at the very least, and the map pool we're getting Inferno, Mirage, and Dust 2. I mean, maybe bar Vertigo, that is as boring as it gets.
Yeah, I'm disappointed, guys, to say the least. I mean, we could have maybe even got the Dust 2 conversation going a bit earlier. Sinners could have picked into it, to be fair. Obviously, a map that they've been enjoying quite a bit. That would have been pretty interesting to talk over. Although saying that, going down the list here a little bit, they did play it in their last couple of games yesterday. Actually lost it both times, despite the fact that, going into the tournament, they may well have been one of the more experienced teams. And, they've played it, I think it'd be like 17, 18 times now. And it was a decent win rate going into the tournament at the very least of like 60%. So, we expected them to do well on that map. But I guess not so much. So that's maybe the logic as to why it's down as the decider. But yeah, the Inferno into the Mirage. I mean, it's rough. I'm not going to blame them too much. They have to play with the hand that they are dealt. But while we're on the map pool conversation, it really sucks at the moment. I can't lie to you.
I mean, this is the worst map pool
we've ever
had.
A bit of Overpass. Those were the really nice maps sprinkled in there to really give us a change of pace and a bit more depth to the pool, but it's kind of gone a little bit now.
Yeah. I mean, it's not the team's fault. It's not ESL's fault or anything, but this is easily the worst map pool that's ever been in kind of the history of since Go onwards, right? There's no two ways about it. Everyone kind of unanimously kind of says the similar things. Yeah. Dust 2, it was a very kind of hated map towards the tail end, and I don't think anything's really changed since coming in. People across the board, it's just so boring, isn't it?
Honestly, I think it's probably gotten a little bit worse as we see this map develop, because there's now like no skyboxes and the volumetric smokes and things like this. I think that
you only need one smoke for CT now.
Exactly, it's really not as deep and as utility heavy. So
you can throw cat smokes from spawn. I mean, like deep cat smokes if you're popping on A. I mean, it is a weird situation that we find ourselves in the map pool. I think who was it who said this? I want to say Maui. I want to credit Maui on this one. I think he said Valve casuals, and I think he's kind of spot on because people like the Overpass, man. Overpass was not a hated map at all, and they reworked it. So I thought, Vertigo didn't get any reworks, and still that map stays in the pool. So you hate to see it, but enough of kind of the podcast about maps. We'll get into towards this game in just a second. The last time these two sides played as well was back in, I think, 2023, deep 2023. The second of the 8th. I mean, that's a long old time ago. That was back when we had Overpass in the pool. And that was back on Go. And it was a 16-3 towards Bad News Eagles on Overpass and a 16-6 on Mirage. But obviously a completely different being in a completely different Sinners from back then. Sinners in a real rot of form back then. Now they made changes. New boys are coming in towards the team of Maggi and Risco. And I think they're on a really good hot streak.
Yeah, man, we're going to find out how it goes. B&E were always a team, and I think that remained for a while, that when sort of the pressure was on and the stakes were there, they generally performed pretty well. But again, like you say, very different team, very different sort of energy and mindset around, as it's listed, the ex-Guild Eagles. That's obviously going to have a pretty big effect on these boys. And yeah, there's maybe a bit more pressure coming into it. They've also just lost their IG. It's a very, very weird situation right now for the fellas, but we'll see if they can tap into, that explosiveness and that impressive approach that they had to the game for a couple of major cycles there, especially back towards Go. Sinners at the same time. It feels like the right time for this team, doesn't it? The way that they've been playing recently to bag themselves another Pro League spot and maybe take a few scalps once again. They look pretty good the last time they were there, and I know that Oscar will want to get on LAN against the big boys, just like the old days.
Got to be said, it would be hilarious if the second they lose the organization, if B&E are able to qualify to a big LAN once again. That would really just be quite a funny little narrative, little story, really showcasing kind of the curse that we all talk about of them with the second they get an organization, things didn't go well. But we're on the way. Scissors are going to be starting on that T side. Billy on the CT side. First time they've been able to play in a, a fairly decent event like this in a while. It's been a hot minute.
It's true. It is true.
Synopsy is here as well, just a heads up. So,
yes. Kind of interesting.
Debo is in the server rather than Rigon.
Yep. Yep. Little interesting. I could have sworn as well I read that, Rigon had been dropped. We'll hold the point. However, as there's a quick little 1-for-1 in towards that B bomb site. This is a bit weird, isn't it? The CTs have managed to get themselves sandwiched in between, trying to deny that bomb a path towards the B bomb site. Going wild through the smoke. Doesn't quite work out for them. Sinners will indeed take that pistol. But yeah, I think Rigon had sort of been dropped at one point when they just got dropped by the org. He got removed. So, there's some interesting moves going around. At the same time, they're again in a position where it's like, okay, we gotta do what we gotta do, I suppose. And we need to field a team for these tournaments and whatnot. I think they are ultimately just waiting for the player break, and then we'll see what happens. Are they going to get broken up for the first time since their inception? It feels like, since the Blink days, or are they going to try and, just bounce back and rebuild?
Debo gets close with the deagle shot. Step away. Debo is somebody that I've actually caught from the domestic scene who actually is pretty decent. I think, there's always that conversation about can B&E make changes. He was the kind of player, one of the only ones that I would really look towards. Him, Dementor as well, who had a decent stint for a while. There's a couple of names you can bring them. Too High, great IGL, in all fairness. So B&E are looking for an IGL. He's probably somebody that I would keep an eye on. I think he's currently just been signed to Ents Academy, Too High. But Gucci Academy was a really decent player, in all fairness, coming through FPL. A very rare kind of young IGL. So there is a little bit of talent in the Kosovan region, but it's not as fully kind of fleshed out as maybe the Danish or the Swedish or even Polish, I guess, to a degree. Sinners, our first one on the board. He was forced by back in for B&E, and so far not so good.
Oh, B-stick! Gotta be careful here. They're getting caught. Yeah, it's generally all good, but we'll see. A bit messy. No one able to pop off. No one able to be that difference maker, though. So, looks all good. Oscar finding that final kill. Still, damage always going to be good. And I think the rifle that got dropped wasn't actually recovered there. So maybe a little oversight from the Sinners. It ends up being kind of costly, but then they should have a freebie of a round here. So, recovery and money making is obviously what they're all about right now.
Well, 2-0 start. Nice and simple. Nice and easy. Can we see, though, this B&E side responding kind? Of course, this was not the round for it with their money a little bit lesser off. The eagle shot does get a body shot onto Oscar, but not enough for the kill. Nade half wall. Debo going to get one as well. He's sticking around for the fight. As they posted on the angle, Mac 10 going to be picked up as Beastie wants to try and reclaim some space, but not a bad opener for B&E to take.
Oscar. I think he maybe expected a little more, and GXX actually plays the bait game pretty well there. So numbers do favour B&E still. And they're banking on a B hit. I kind of fancy them for this, if the bomb does end up B. Sinners obviously buying themselves a fair amount of time and just hoping to catch some aggression, as you would expect in a round like this. It's not actually happening. But the longer they wait, the more likely it is. Big find. With GXX going down, they might look towards A, and I think that is going to be the case. So, yeah, unfortunately, the B&E B stack is not going to see the light of day.
No, it's obviously going to really lock it in place. But hey, you bought a couple of Eagles. You're not going to say no to that at all. But yeah, this round is concluded. It will be the bomb coming down over towards A, and that is it. The next buy-in for B&E is big, though. We look at this and you have to see maybe what things are going to look like. Yesterday, just to bring it back while we've got some time, right? Yesterday, 1 and 5 CT side force buyers converted. Today, 0 and 1. So we can just add to the tally. Let's go 1 and 6. This one, of course, the round prior didn't work out. So 1 and 6 so far. It is a point of contention that I'm going to continue to bring up. They are going to look for fights at the tail end, though. They're going to have a buy next round anyway, so I don't really blame them for it. Especially if there's any guns to pick up too, they won't say no, but I don't think it's going to be the case, really. Any shots in the tail end, they might swing in towards Big Pit and try and catch anybody on the tail end here. The bomb is planted a little bit further away, so it gives them some room to work with. Those body shots, yeah, Mariska's going to go down. Surely going to go down to the bomb, and he will. So, Senery falls, but at least he takes Mariska before he drops, which is okay. And Beasting was looking for that AK, but he couldn't find it. Either way, Sinner's 3-0 art. That's really all that matters. A little bit of econ damage at the tail end. You're not going to say no to.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see here if BNE can capitalize, right? That's obviously the big thing here. Bit of money made with that frag in the end. And yeah, I think the AK gets blasted because Mariska died just before the bomb went off.
Yeah, it might have flown,
you know what I mean?
to...
Yeah, so
like,
if he'd gone down to the bomb, it probably just drops on the ground. So that's kind of an interesting little nuance to that move there. Could make all the difference. I mean, there was 3 rounds in it for Sinners, apparently. So little things like that. You never know how big of an effect they will have. Debo finds a easy frag. Sceneri finding another. Banana fully secured. No real trade back of anything. Not even damage. Maybe a heavy cost of utility, but Sinners does not look good here for them in round 4.
Ashki finds out flat trope. Oscar Lowe this round doesn't really feel... He's got a lot of legs behind. I say that. Hang on a second. Look at the gap in. Oh, mate, gonna get caught in transition as Shock was just looking to a shot. Majki gonna line up 2. Okay, round on, maybe, potentially. As he swings to try and find more, but Senery will deliver. 1v2, and Oscar, they can hear him as well. That's probably this round already done before it starts in this 1v2.
Yeah, I mean, a good try. Certainly a good try from Majki. Just needed maybe even just one player supporting him. What is Oscar doing here? Back in the tunnels. Trying to catch somebody off. Oh, with the timing. Been spotted and he was facing the wrong way, so Sceneri gets an easy drop. Still, damage done. Sinners... Oh, I don't know, man. Yeah, this is it. With how close a couple of those rounds came on the conversions, they don't quite have enough money. Might even have been an argument for Oscar saving, to be fair. Either way, down the middle for them, so be any good chance for them to close this gap.
I mean, if Oscar saved, they could have bought in here, but it's also the other side of do you try and hope for a 1v2? I mean, Oscar, we know he's got it in the locker, but with how low he was, right? It was tough. Very, very tough. First run on the board for BNE. That is huge for them. If they can start to chain these together, we can start to talk about something. And I'll pop through that smoke. It'll come down from Debo. What's the play behind this? 1. 2 just about to his name as he pulls out the pistol. Now he's in a little bit of trouble. But Devo's still sticking around for the fight. And that is nearly B open. There's one more to meet them. As Synopsy comes around for the fight. And he'll find it.
Lovely flash. Really good find from him. Slows them down. Gets a kill. You know, they had the momentum in their favor. They just smoked CT. Those types of plays can go south. But for Synopsy, it works out. Quick rotation round from one flat trope. Such a great name. The storied name on this team. He's going to look to add to it, I suppose, by finding both of these all by himself. He will confirm the location of the bomb. And, oh, nearly in. Surely done enough, though, right? Shock, half HP. Plenty of time to get the bomb down, my friend. He's expecting a cheeky run out, but not going to happen. They are quite far away. Certainly further than it looks like he was ever expecting. And now he's, well, stuck in a rut. That's a swing. Oh, my goodness. Synopsy, where is he coming from is now the guessing game for Shock. Quietly up short. Not expecting them to be split here. Shock will just keep on faking, but it does not matter. He is not expecting Synopsy. After the cleanest frag of the game so far, he just could not get the guessing game right.
I don't know if he was given information there of, oh, it has to be coming from long or something, but he really committed that angle. You know, tap and peek, and he never even once had the thought of, maybe he could be Balg, maybe he could be short. And I feel like it's to a point where you're like, should I even check, you know, the other way? But it doesn't. B&E, skin of their teeth type stuff, will get a second on the board, but made to work for that. Going down to just the last will, of course, keep that seated economy in a little bit of a rough spot, hence why the double MP9s come through. Yuto in hand, oh my god, how has Oscar got away with a kill there? Yuto in hand, but Juan Flacho just fluffs his lines.
Yeah, it's a little rough. That is a little rough for B&E. Feel like maybe there's been enough traded back, we'll see. They're stacking out towards A, ultimately. No catch happens for the player in apartments. A little bit of a retake of short here, trying to get a kill back. GXX misses the shot, lucky to be alive.
Shock. Breaks quickly. Oh, goes a little quiet as well. B-Stick and Oscar both lows. The MP9s do offer up a threat, but Magically going to find yet one more. This round feels like it might be done already, but they're actually hightailing it towards B.
Or are they? This is Inferno, my friend. Nothing is ever set in stone. And, well, the committal from B&E might just work out. We'll see. Magically is, yeah, chilling out on balcony. Never in a million years are you going to expect him to just be hanging out. Should be a save hit. GXX, yeah, gets an opportunity, but like it's not really there. And Oscar tracking him. So GXX going to have to fight his way out if he wants to save this one. Meanwhile, Soneri just kind of sticking around, trying to make some cash on the MP9, but the round will drop Sinners back in, and they hold on to their lead.
GXX, he might not even survive here as well. He's being pincered. We'll get warm, and he goes straight into the CT player, and there's where Magically will deliver. So, our first kind of true response, I guess you could say, out of Sinners, where that gun round goes successfully. They, yeah, take a bit of damage in terms of the econ again themselves. It's not being built up comfortably just yet. It's kind of back and forth, but it still is Sinners who are winning the better rounds. That's probably the way to put it. The more important ones. At least for now. B&E. Not convinced of what I've seen just yet. I think kind of expected, right, for a side. They probably aren't doing as much prac work anymore, but look a little loose in terms of the way they're approaching things. I'll flash in here towards top mid, and sadly, when they swing around, nobody's there. It might even give Oscar a couple of freebies as well.
No one really moving. It's going to be one of those types of rounds, isn't it? A very slow affair. But these are the ones in the middle that, you know, Sinners don't really want to be dropping. Oscar. Oh, he will open up. It's only one, though. So you do have to be kind of wary. They're going to all move in to defend that AWP as best they possibly can. But yeah, B&E will be happy with any kinds of kills, I suppose.
Okay. I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue here, but they're at least going towards B, which does feel right. Pop flash through that smoke. Synopsy still going aggro, but he goes straight into his demise. So Celery, the last man here. This round is, well, it was a non-starter. The AWP has been recollected as well, so nothing to worry about as Mariska swings in with the Glock to see it off. And that's going to be Sinners finding a fairly decent fifth hit. Of course, this is a Sinners map pick in one of the more boring vetoes of all time. And so far, so good for them. 3-round buffers over. Back into the investment for B&E. Dabo can only wield the MP9. He wants to prioritize utility. Let's see what we've got to work with. I think at the moment, this B&E side, I'm looking a little worried. They're getting caught off guard. That just a little bit overzealous in terms of some of these fights. They're kind of relying on the individuals a bit too much, which always was the B&E style of play, but they still had the fundamental idea behind it. At the moment, not so much.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is when you're leaning on the individuals, you know, you have to be in a really good spot. Everything's got to be super tight, like the comms especially, and I think that they'll be in a position where things are a bit shaky. GXX kind of proves my point. Not that 110 or even 120% mechanical skill that you're trying to push things to. B-Stick on the other side of things looks absolutely fantastic. Majki with a quick catch. And that's the round. There's not much to it. You know, that's an Inferno round done in a minute, which is kind of wild. Really simple. Getting the smokes out, taking the fights. Sinners are not having to dig super deep. You know, BNE are not making them work at all. And also, like, why is Bloke not saving?
It's true. There's a big question
I
there.
get it's an MP9. I understand, but it's like, it's just sort of a baseline of where we're at, is that you should be saving in this situation. You know, try and make the MP9 do something in the next round rather than, at best, getting one kill. You know, it's really strange.
Yeah, I know. I think maybe he was hoping for an upgrade, potentially, but there was an M4 down that he could have probably picked up, quote-unquote, safely. I don't know. Weird. They would definitely love an MP9 here, but they're going to have just that one M4. Scenery! Oh, they don't even have the M4. Ah, that is tough, man. That is tough. I think now for BNE, they're in a real tough spot. You're looking at kind of a minimal investment again once here. You're looking at probably Sinners finding 7 already on the T side of Inferno. Everything is kind of ticking the boxes for Sinners, taking a very comfortable map number 1. Really hasn't been a lot on offer. Gives me too much hope for them right now. Nade stack though. If Oscar took any pop shots at any point there, he would have got a kill, but they're going to get a double opener. Oh, hang on a second.
This could get a little freaky. Oh, okay.
Oh,
yeah, I was going
I
to say.
think we've
I think
we've
had a little freeze up, had a little crash up, unfortunately.
You
Yeah, I
were
know.
just like,
Yeah,
oh,
it's like,
hoping.
you know, it does happen, unfortunately, and it would seem server is back. Sinners grabbed it. All good, no worries. Yeah, I'm sure it was a bloodbath. You know how they look, folks. Sorry about that, but you know, it's not our fault.
It was only,
At the end of the
luckily
day,
it was only a pistol round, right? So
this is true. It's going to happen at any point. You know, one of the less impactful rounds.
exactly. I'll take it. Either way, Sinners, like we said, up to 7. Pretty good. Synopsy sitting behind. The Molly will get one. Arm spotter. Swing at the corner, but Shocker respected a fall away. Doesn't want to fall away. Mashki did. Oh my god. Shock. 1-for-1 with Debo there. Shock is now going to try and go through this smoke. Potentially could get a timing.
Or not quite. Looking good. BNE back with a bit of a vengeance. I mean, Sinners again playing things very, very quickly. And it just doesn't work out in this one. Oscar and B-Stick looking to remain in the action. See what Oscar can find on the AWP especially. Chance was there. His reaction's just not quite fast enough. He's only maybe quarter of a second in it. You know, it's not a lot, but could have made a difference here.
2v4. A tough one to convert. Goes without saying. Oscar's AWP has to get real active. 30 seconds. Moto Smoke going to come forward. Debo could catch a timing because the backs are turned. Holding. Yeah, Debo will get caught. But the AWP of GX Action post up. One of his own. One Flatcher will see it off. BNE, that's a good round. A conclusive round taken with only 2 casualties. They love that. Every day of the week. Good little spot where at least now they can make something at the tail end of this half. They can get up towards 5. Absolutely, the conversation is still there. 8-4, potentially, but a little slimmer. 7-5 is a very doable first half of Counter-Strike, especially when they started quite slow in the gun round. So, game's still on here.
Alrighty. Scenario with the deep nade. Good damage. Morisco, however, leading the charge. Goodness me. That's very confident and very successful at the end of the day. Apartments pressure from BNE. Got to do something with this, I would feel, but also don't want to be the next player to go down. So maybe it is just that passive hold. Difficult to say, but Sinners finding that first kill allows them to rest a little and revisit the ideas that they have.
Gotta pump the brakes, I think, to a degree. They don't need to rush things. They got a minute 10 to work with. They look like they want to head back towards B, but the bomb isn't committed. This is the big thing. So they can have a look in. They can make all this noise. It doesn't really matter. Snake could do a good chunk. To be fair, unlucky for one flash show. Chunk down to 50. But Snopsy getting active. So they're going to gain information here, which is the main thing.
Yeah, for sure. They might be able to indeed do something with that. He's looking to get in behind with good timing as well. It's being half-watched, but Magiki maybe not the most disciplined with it in that sense. He's going to get, a good sense. Finds one. Oh, and Oscar with the swing back. Instead of joining the pack forwards, not only does he go down, it weakens up the attack onto B, and I think it just kind of crumbles a little bit, right? Comms talking over each other, I would imagine. Half the team trying to hit B, half the team trying to get that flanker. So BNE, all-important 4th round. Gives them, at the very least, a serviceable half hit.
Yeah, for sure. Of course, from which you look at that economy over towards Sinners, and it has taken a bit of a hit. Lack of bomb plants and all that in that previous round will mean that... Imagine only got a Tech 9, bless him. Tech 9 armor. Bit of util to wield, but that is about it. Tough round. It's probably safe to say 4 Sinners coming off here. At least Oscar's got his ore, but he hasn't been as proactive with it as usual. Can be a little tough to try and make these ones work. Head in the corner for that smoke. Not going to be found. Smoke goes deep from center, but up close. Mariska trying to get a timing. Might just do so. Hot flash round, and it might work, but he doesn't swing off the back of it. Will do. Second time of asking. Gets one and spots a second falling away.
Synopsy, big find from him, however. Oh, Shock is the next man in, though. They don't expect 2 in the same place. Lovely little bait and switch. Juan Flatro up top has now been spotted. So a good amount of information as well as that ascendancy for the Sinners. What are we doing from here? It looks like apartments play for them. Synopsy pushing down. Oh, should have had that one. A little panicked. Crosshair just gets shaky. Not fully firm on the mouse, and I think that will do it. Scenario, of course, is going to give this his best go, but he's got 4 to find all by himself.
Yeah, this is tough. I thought there was a chance, really, for B&E to get that 5th on the board, to maybe make things work, but yeah, this one's not going to happen, is it? One is low and then a Morisco, but 1v4 is asking just a little bit too much for my liking. Nicely spotted too. Dead man walking. Oscar sees it off, and just like that, 8-4 at the turn of the half. Not bad for Sinners. Obviously, they can continue it after the break.
Making magic when they need it most.
Welcome back in, folks. Second half getting underway here. Sinners with a pretty solid performance. You know, B&E with a couple of sporadic rounds in there, but nothing super deep. And Sinners really testing the mettle of B&E, I think, with a few very fast rounds for Inferno. And that was generally where they fell flat. So we'll see. T-side switch-up might be something that B&E need, you know, deciding where the fights go down. Getting a bit scrappy, we'll find out. They're going to go running through this smoke here. And the Julies come alive for 2. Make it 3. Oh, and for just a second, you thought he could get a bit more. Still, only 2 remaining here on the B&E side of things. Definitely workable. Bomb goes down, no kit available. But they're going to need to defy the odds.
It's worth giving the retake a go in this instance, but 1 for 1. Shock. We'll find Synopsy. It's all down to one. Flatcher has to go huge here. Quad clutch needed. Gonna go and play over towards Quad. Back at the side, baiting in the fights. Time is ticking as well. Shock swing, but Juan Flacho fine. Has to reload. He's being chased down as well. And Juan Flacho's gonna win it out. Oh, what a clutch. Rolling it back. Juan Flacho, who was an animal over the last few years, has found that form in this pistol. Once again, B&E find the first round of the second half.
Yeah, really nice. Really, really nice. I mean, exactly what they needed, like you say. Very, very curious here if they can just take over in this second half. But at the very least, they show us what they are made of and that they've still got it. Going to be a force buy out here from the Sinners. An M4 for Shock. Fair enough. MP9 for Matchy. Fair enough. Nova for Oscar. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about that, to be honest with you. We'll see if he can make it work, but the Nova lets me down, man. Honestly, it is... I would have preferred maybe a mag, but maybe in the hands of a master like Oscar. I do seem to remember him being a bit of a merchant of the auto shotgun back in the day as well. Not quite as rewarding these days, so maybe he knows something that we do not. But, unfortunately, I don't know if it's going to get to see the light of day, because they are barreling this B-bomb site and looking good while doing so. Marisco trying to keep the dream alive, potentially, but even then, you know, you lose control of the site. Are you going to want to retake it? Depends if Marisco can get another one here. Not quite. Nearly set up Synopsy. This is the moment, though. Can Shock with this M4 make something happen, or is it Oscar on the shotgun? He comes close. The pellets spread. No further kills for him, and they will all fall in the end.
That was pretty aggro. Pretty aggro. There was B&E were arguably over fighting, but doesn't matter. In the end, they win it. And of course, being that on a force buy. Now 1 for 7. CT side force buys into the failures. Keeping my tabs here. Another one doesn't go well. This is now a 2-round game. Opened up. This one's a bit of a given, may I say, as you look at this in the side, I haven't really got anything to bring to the table. A couple of upgrades, bit of util, and the one thing they're relying off is a gap of stacks. And Moxie go through the flames there, fight in the open towards pool. It's an easy. Just get traded either.
Synopsy walking in here could be a little dangerous. But he will take his time. That might just be the recipe for success here. Spam is successful against the unarmored opponent there. Not a single kill coming in for the Sinners. So this rifle round has got to lay down the law from the CT side, I would say, because it's B&E all the way right now.
It's true. It is true. B&E. I mean, this is actually where B&E do their best work. It always has been. We're talking about T sides of B&E. This is where this side are one of the scariest, right? Back when they were kind of at their peak and looking so good, it was all about T sides out from them. Very aggro in your face. They like to step up and kind of change those tempos on the fly, and it's fun to watch. Individually based, but you give them AKs and they will rip some heads. Once again, let's go a little bit quicker here, but this time met with a util. Debo and Synopsy taking some serious chunks, and Briscoe will find the first piece. Traded out immediately by Debo, which will take every day of the week.
A revisit for B&E then. They are still going to look towards this B-bomb site while it remains a bit weakened. B-stick Calling upon any support. Goes in for a dry swing by himself. My God, that is aggressive. You know, they really were not expecting the team to be there, I think is what that tells me. And yeah, bomb goes down, no kit, AWP. You got one flash. I think you just save here if you're Sinners, to be honest. Maybe you get something a bit lucky, but I don't know. I don't think it's going to happen, man.
Hoping for it, especially with her. Oh, I was going to say especially with an AWP on a retake, but maybe now we are having a little conversation. The one thing they don't have is a kit. One thing they need as well, that's the AWP down. Gotta pick it up. Oh, they can't. GXX will actually be the one to collect it. Even if he dies as well, it doesn't really matter. They're sticking around. They're trying to make it expensive, which they are. In all fairness, GXX gonna get his. And he might actually just get away with this whole AWP as well. Oh my God, he will. Fair play. Round 1, which is sick for BNE, but also the AWP save 2. Absolute cherry on top situation. All bad news Eagles. Beautiful work. And you look at Sinners, and you got to say as well, this game rapidly slipping away from them.
Yeah, man, this is it though. This is the BNE that, you know, we knew. I honestly, I didn't get to really cast them very much while they were under the guild banner. But I know that, you know, yeah, it kind of dropped for sure. I mean, they were in a poor run of form before they got picked up. That was sort of my punditry on it, was like, yeah, I don't know about this one. And, you know, it's not very often I'm right. But so far, I mean, I'm a little bit 2 for 2. I also called Cloud9 imploding into CS2. So that's all I'm saying. But we'll see. Is it going to be a resurgence for BNE here? At the moment, not looking too good, to be honest. They burst out middle and yeah, just doesn't really seem to have a solid plan behind it. The half buy here of Sinners actually looking pretty good. Scenari bested by the entourage. And Sinners, as soon as they lose it, will take their lead back.
Okay. Well, this game is going back and forth. It really is opening up here. Scrappy, not around just there, but that is kind of the way BNE are. It's kind of the two sides of the sword of where it can be your best friend and kind of your worst enemy. These really uncomfortable rounds at times, but back into the investment is all that matters. All picked up both ways. Oscar wheels his once again. Checks will reinvest. A lot of damage there. One flash is lucky. That nade might see him off. In fact, just when he takes a bit of chip damage, and he's still going forward, despite how low he is. Debo will get caught. Marisco trying to get away, and he will. No trade there. One flatcher will fall as well, and this is where maybe BNE going quick, going aggro, now start to work against them, because Sinners, they've adapted.
Slow roll here. Oscar on that AWP, looking to hammer this one in. Scenari trying to be a hero. Not sure you should do it, my friend. Oh, the trigger discipline from Oscar is so sound. That might just be enough. GXX not quite fast enough. Surely gets traded out. Indeed he does. Fight down middle is a little laborsome for both parties there. Synopsy does manage to survive. He's got, you know, an entire team to find by himself. Not going to happen. Double digits for Sinners. Starting to lock this one in. Would be generally good for them. Obviously got that D2 as the decider, but this one is their pick. Moving into Mirage, it'd be nice to have the confidence as well, you know, and be like, okay, it's a map that we're okay on. It's a map that they're okay on, but the upper hand is ours. You know, that's kind of the energy that they're trying to find here.
Not expecting a loss, and obviously they're away. I mean, I've actually got half armor too, so obviously is the fort. At the very least, they can kind of continue passing the parcel a bit. Going towards apartments. Bit of a move can start to be made here, but I don't really know how much to expect out of this round, to be perfectly honest. Pop flash is good though, but Majki will bail out Oscar, but GXX swings him with an eagle and finds his head.
Nasty. Pretty nasty indeed. We'll see. BNE might have given themselves some space to work with here. Looks like they want to move into CT kind of, but not entirely. Oh, I don't know, man. All rushing through the smoke. They will get the trade out, but Beastick is here, ready to just mow them down, and he's going to do just that. Lovely stuff for number 11.
Oh, my. Yeah, this is good. Really is. I think now this is where Sinner's going to just start to see these rounds over the board nice and easily. And no real issues, all in all. I mean, for BNE, this last gun round is basically the make or break for them. You lose this, and sadly, we have to say goodbye. Win it, there's the chance. Once again, open the doors a little bit, but there's so much long-term economy for Sinners. That's the big thing for me. Never really going to feel uncomfortable. Double nade stack coming through, but they avoid it. Oh my god, how was Oscar got away alive? How wasn't GXX found that kill?
Mental, absolutely mental. I mean, BNE, again, there is maybe an energy here that it's like you have to feel for them ever so slightly. These past few rounds, for sure, they've had a few timings go against them. I don't know, it's similar to when we were watching Aurora, man. You're just not quite on it. You're going to create more opportunities for the timing to work against you, you know? You're obviously in a game where you can indeed create your own luck up to a certain extent. Speaking of, they might just have found a little bit of a drop here. Beastick goes unchecked. I'm a little flabbergasted, but, you know, they do get the trade, they do get the bomb plant. And it's just a case of having that man down. We'll see. Shock holding in the church just to make sure that they are contained in the bomb site. They will eventually have to push this, and Devo going to have to defy the odds. Spots out one. It's a bit too much. Very, very well played there. In towards church, stacking on top of each other, taking their time and baiting Bad News Eagles into the fights. Really well done.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. And that will probably spell the beginning of the end here, sadly. I mean, for BNE, actually kind of a valiant effort at the start of this half, but it did fall away. I mean, at times for BNE, the one thing that's let them down a little bit is they can be a bit of a one trick. And I think for Sinners, they just, like we said, adapted, right? They realized that BNE are going to start these fights early. So it's kind of the way you got to do it is, you know, guns up in the early 30 seconds, things go quiet, that's when you can drop your utility. Sinners are kind of realizing where they're finding those gaps in the armor, I guess, for that T side. We did expect things to be a little looser towards B&E too, right? I mean, I don't know really how much practice sides actually had. They played a LAN recently, but are they scrimming? Are they pracking? Server work? All the rest? I don't know, I doubt it. Synopsy probably focusing on the new team. Post LAN and all the rest, but who knows? Demo, we'll find the first. Not over just yet, but a couple of rounds in a row. GXX swings to find, but Oscar will deliver him in the trade.
Synopsy, however, keeping things in favor. Oh, BNE quite heavily. Lovely shots. Back up against the wall, and maybe BNE buy themselves some solid time here. Beastick just going to save. That'll be the round. So, indeed, we extend play. Difficult. Very, very difficult for BNE. You know, the T side, it started so well, but just felt like it has dropped really quickly. I think they will be disappointed in themselves that they could not get their claws in at the end of the day. The Sinners, yeah, more complete package at the moment is the big difference.
Yeah. So basic. They'll keep all of the M4. The issue is I'm looking across the board. They should buy, which is fine. It's just, actually, can they buy with an AWP and the user? I think they probably will be okay. You know, Oscar's got 9k, but I'll turn into, what, 10 and a bit. Yeah, 10.4, so it's doable. Spam on the corner there by Synopsy, but oh, Sakstavosky gets pretty close, but doesn't matter. They can buy back in here. Is the big thing. I guess Beastie could drop one out. He did two. Oscar got plenty of money. Got Oscar for two. He does a one as he picks someone up. It's good. It's fine. 3 more map points, forcing us to have on their own map. We're off the next. BNE's pick there at the similar style map to Inferno. Hit on the corner, does do a decent amount of damage. BC tried to run away there, but he got blocked by his teammate. Probably would have avoided the nades if it wasn't for him running into Morisco. Respond with an 8 of their own, and Snopsy takes a decent tag.
quiet roll here in towards this B execute, not wasting any lives is the goal. However, Morisco comes in at a good time, finds one, sets up another. He's low himself. Oh, and the nade will finish him off. B-stick hidden away. Player drops down next to him. Did they manage to get the spot? This is so weird right now, but B-stick still does get bested. 3 versus 3. A well-placed nade, a well-placed spray down could make a big difference here. Oscar has a full belt. Blow open the smoke. And Majki's the one to come in from the side as that coffin smoke goes down. Ceneri can save the game here. Can't quite get that kill cleanly. He's left on 5 HP. He's onto the AWP. Oh, you never know. Oh, 1v1. Shock. Gotta get this around the corner.
No.
And he can't. Ceneri on that AWP keeps the dream alive.
Oh, that's badly played from Shock, though. No two ways about it. Mate, you've got to swing in quicker for that trade. You've got to get up in his face. I mean, crab walking in towards an AWP regardless, it's always going to be into your demise. You've got to hope that he misses the flick, if anything. Ah, tough. Tough, but credit to Ceneri. Lovely little 1v3 with only 5 points of HP for the last 2 is kind of ridiculous. And now game is on. Sinners don't have a buy in this round, so probably getting the full 24 at the very least, if not some more at this rate.
Clean from Juan Vatro. Clean again.
Wow.
As I think he's done enough there, hasn't he, to really entry into this. I mean, again, you know, BNE, they just have these spikes of energy. Looks really good, and if this continues, we're definitely looking down the barrel of the overtime. And Sinner's going to have to very much pick themselves up into the final round of regulation. He's making some dash, not long for the world with damage taken. Be nice to see a timeout here, maybe.
It's true.
You know, I think just sort of relax yourself moving into it. Maybe not even talking super deep about what you're going to do, but yeah, just getting into the right frame of mind.
I'm surprised they haven't called it. Coach Tom Keish. I don't think we've really seen many attack pauses at all, to be perfectly honest. Right in saying B&E aren't playing with Devil Walk. I know he obviously, when the team kind of disbanded, he left, but I'm not sure they brought him back temporarily to help out or anything of the sort, but my understanding is they haven't, so they maybe don't need that many attack pauses, but surprised Sinners are letting this kind of play out like this. Oh my god, GXX! I'm sure he didn't see him. There's no way. He didn't peer out of the smoke there. So you will get his kill on towards Majki.
Oh, no. Synopsy, though. Big find from him. Might just start to hammer in the overtime. We'll see. Oscar, he's still around. He's buying time for those rotations. He's ready with a Molotov. Gonna get it in.
Misses.
Oh, yikes. Yeah.
Pretty low.
A little bit. Missed a little bit there. That's kind of an oversight. So not going to force the player off. Not going to do the damage that he was looking for ultimately. Maybe even, you know, bag a cheeky kill. And we have a late lurk here from Ceneri. So timer on this one from Sinners, as you would expect. No kit available, but the first one comes in. Oh, B-stick! You've got to be joking. GXX making some kind of a sacrifice before this round. Looking for more, and he's going to get it. I think he has to pull off a reload. No, he doesn't. He's still got a bullet in the chamber, and it's got Oscar's name on it. Overtime here on Inferno.
I have to say, though, the big thing for me is, you know, credit at the end, there's a little bit of a fight, and honestly, a lot of luck. I mean, GXX, 2 kills there coming through the smoke where he sees absolutely no one. He takes a pop shot and he gets lucky. You can't really, you know, do anything about that. That's just is what it is. It happens. You have one of those rounds. But the big thing for me, and that happened this entirety of that second half, is that Sinners sort of dropped to the playstyle of BNE. Not honestly to the level, because BNE look very clean right now, but they fell into the traps. You can't go into a game against BNE, no matter if it's a BNE that aren't really together anymore and whatnot. You can't try and punt them, because this is their bread and butter. This is how they play Counter-Strike. You can't fight fire with fire when it comes towards BNE. That's how you lose. And Sinners are being baited into aim drills, being baited into this super loose and puggy style of play, which isn't Sinners. It's not the way that they play. And they're losing because of it. I'm so surprised. You know, you spoke about it a little earlier. Why aren't they calling attack pause? Why aren't they having a conversation? If they had set rounds. They beat B&E here. No bother. You know, no questions about it. But they're trying to fight them. They're trying to plug B&E. It's always going to lose you a game.
This is going crazy. Shock does take one Flatcher. They're going to know where he's at now, though. And there he goes to GXX. Yeah, Sinners have gotten down in the mud. And like you say, it's where B&E were born at the end of the day.
I mean,
so it swung pretty heavily in their favor. This is 5 in a row now as well from B&E.
Yeah, discipline is completely out the window now. You know, this is pretty dreadful. Sinners are letting this slip away. Majki. Oh, good luck saving that. Bot flash did miss, but he's still going to be hunted here. I think it's the right call. One. Oh my god, he's been able to reposition. Bot flash it. They should know he's over towards new box. I don't think they would have spotted him. Yeah, they're going to molly dark, and he hasn't been spotted. They're still hunting, and he will fall. So no orb save for you. But it is OT, so in the end, it doesn't really make too big of a difference. But yeah, all the discipline for Sinners is completely out the window now. It's tough to watch. They are letting this, you know, quite rapidly slip away. And credit to B&E. B&E are not, you know, they've absolutely realized now that Sinners they're on edge. They're feisty. I think maybe even a little bit tilted. The fact that they haven't closed this in regulation. So they're getting aggro and they're fighting them, and they are just winning. It's as simple as that. And Synopsys looked really, really good. 22 and 18. Debo's had his moments as well. Super talented youngster. And GXX, that tail end of the half was brilliant from him as well. Oh my god, B&E. They steal away this map. The game could be on, honestly.
Yeah, man, for sure. And, you know, you got to look at where, like, the energy will be. It's a big, big hit to take moving into your opponent's map pick when this one should have been yours. Even now, we might have a little bit of that trickling in, and that's why, you know, Sinners have fallen completely flat. And 5 left on the clock. What are we rolling into here, boys? Very, very quiet move. And not a lot from B&E. It's a complete change-up from them, in fact. As they are just holding, chilling, looking for a late-round move. It would appear onto the A-bomb site. But all the same, this is just not like them at all.
No, exactly. The corner, Majki can hit shots on. Shark will get caught. He's Majki good for one, but now he knows he's in towards mini pit. Oscar posted up with the orb. It's a devious little crossfire, but only good for one apiece. In towards library. Briscoe maybe even needs a little bit more as well. Molotov will come down, and bomb should go down too.
Yep, clean plant. Clean posts now as well. Yeah, with that smoke going down, I think they will have plenty of room. But a bit of a miscalculation from one Flatro. He wasn't ready for that fight, but he still wins it. Oh my goodness. What have they tapped into here, man? GXX in regulation. A little bit of Juan Flatro in this round. B-stick, however, creeping out. Good timing from him. Plucked out of the air on the 360, checking all his angles. GXX will secure yet another round. Oh my, oh my. Insanity. 6 in a row now for B&E.
What am I watching? What am I watching? Sinners, again, at a rapid rate, just slipping apart. And this is, I mean, it is so deserved from B&E as well. You know, they're kind of living and dying by the sword. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Take fights, back yourself, win your aim tools. Simple as, and it's working. I do not hate it. 2 for 2 in OT. Huge, huge grenade, though. That is a lot of it. Everybody being tagged in some way, and some more than others, especially if you're Senna or Synopsy.
Oh my goodness. Synopsy, speak of him. He will find an early one through the smoke B-stick with a bit of a trade back there in Banana. Lots of damage done to B&E. So, Sinners, although, you know, they're not quite going to recognize that, are they? But they have to convert. They really do. Where do we go from here, they say? And it's not an easy question to answer, unfortunately. They do seem to have lost some of their braggadociousness, I suppose, in these past couple of rounds. And maybe that's going to allow Sinners in here at the very tail end of the first half.
Oscar. Setting up Utah. Pop flash over. Marisco didn't even need it, though. In all fairness, they just win their aim jewels. And they win more. Marisco. Nice little ending. Fame individually. 3 kills to his name. But Sinners are still playing catch-up. The only thing that Sinners have to work with is now B&E going on towards the CT side, where it is a little bit weaker for the side. They definitely are heavily T-side dependent at times. And they definitely look considerably better on the T-side. For B&E, maybe now they've warmed up. Might be a little better, but I don't know. This game is still a really weird one to call.
All right, let's see the swap over. Oh, they've not been here for a while. Oscar going absolutely wild through that smoke. Through the Molotov even. A little blow open though. Marisco ready for a trade back. Oh my goodness, it's carnage again now. The slow rounds are done. Sinners are like, right, we want to show you that we can lay it down as well. Shock with a big catch there onto Juan Flacho. Really opens up the round.
Center E. Oh my god, he goes for the smoke and he catches Shock. I mean, half of these fights don't make any sense, and they're working. Thing is, they've been baited into rotating back towards B, and the bomb stays A. Actually, good work there, has to be said, from Marisco. Molly and Magic will swing for a fight. This round is done. It will be Sinners winning it out, unless there's something magical at the tail end for Debo, but he's gambled and he's called it wrong. Sinners look at an empty bomb site, and that will be the round itself. You could save here. Doesn't really matter if you give it a go either. Got plenty of money, but I think you'll probably end up trying to make it an upgrade. You're actually going to get an AWP, so not the worst thing in the world to keep hold of. Sinners going to tie this game up, 14 apiece. This is as rogue as we kind of expected this second half of OT to look. Thought Henry may have, a chance in a second as well, but not to be. Not this time at the very least. What a game we're getting, though. What a game.
Yeah, man, pressure is on. Pressure is on, and definitely what we wanted between these two teams. Both have so much to give, so much to prove. Sinners, as an organization, have always had these sort of tournaments or these moments in their life cycle where they have the resurgence in form, in ability. It often comes at a very good time for them. Really, really close as well for them to make it over the line. You're going to have people out there saying, should they really be here? They lost out on a head-to-head. It's obviously not their fault that the rules are the rules, but people will question it, that it's not as clear-cut as like a 3D Max, so they have to sort of prove that. And then, B&E on the other side of things, I mean, you guys all know out there what I'm going to say here, but they really do go deep, really do have passion for the game, and the fact this is, their way to break through and just live the perfect life, I suppose, for them at the end of the day. And all they want to do is play Counter-Strike at that high level, and it's been difficult the past year or so.
It has. It definitely has. Wait. Oscar taking an early tag here, but sticking around for the fight, looking for a bit of a boost above that smoke, but at least for now, not being given it. However, this fight might be one of those given 3-1. Swing! Oh, it's beautiful! Oh, B&E. GXX and Synopsy shell-shocked by that perfect peak.
That is Counter-Strike, baby, and that's exactly what you want to see. You're in the overtime. You are 28 rounds deep, 29 now. You have to be able to pull out those perfect moments. Van Platro surely should have had that one. But at the very least, he creates a bit of space for, his homeboys to burst through and confirm that it's unlikely to be A. Deep smoking at CT. Bomb going to join them. And Sinners pulling no punches here. Wow, the smoke in underpass to just confirm a clean exit. This feels like it should be Sinners' round at this point. However, Debo going to get caught on the edge of the smoke, trying to stop them crossing all onto Sceneri. That smoke will fade, but there's an AWP to get through. And then 2 more players alongside it. He's got a kit. But he's spotted out early. Oscar had the angle on him. And that'll be 15. That'll be map point for Sinners.
My God. But again, right, this is a situation that they were in towards regulation. They couldn't quite do it. So, not fully sold just yet. But it goes back to what I was saying. It was great that B&E made a comeback. It's great that they put this in towards overtime, but it was off the back of T side. And that's where they do their best work. CT sides of B&E have always been a little bit weaker. I think Sinners, they've just played the long game to a degree. Found around here in overtime. 2 things. Do we go to OT number 2? Oh, the Sinners see off their map pick with, you know, a hefty amount of work needed for it. And I'm glad they haven't really kind of continued falling into the traps. Uh-oh, Scenery, nade and a spam, and there's an opening double. So maybe another set of overtime might be needed here. And this is just map number 1 of the day, ladies and gents. We've got 3 best of 3s for you today. In the corner, GXX will make some noise, but he'll get out of it.
Looks like we're going to continue on play. We'll see. We've still got Oscar in the mix. Still got Majki for me. You know, been one of the better looking players on the server. Super, super consistent throughout the game. Ever present. But a high fragging game overall, it has to be said. Wait. Are there going to be any presenting for Sinners in this round is, of course, what we ask. Synopsy. On the corner. I mean, he's going to get a solo peek into him. No. Okay. Wait. Majki playing it safe. Guns up, fellas. There you go now, bro. Oh, my goodness. Oscar just, yeah, bested. I mean, he is traded there, but confirms everything that Bad News Eagles need to know. Bomb and the location of the 2 remaining players. Not looking great. They won't fully send it on B here with the rotations, but they're very, very ready. Early swing. Majki catches it. This could get a bit interesting now. Synopsy going to be smoked off. Not much that he can do, but he's looking to just walk through. Oh, and look at the gap that he's found around that smoke. Beautiful stuff. More Counter-Strike here on Inferno.
Oh my God. And it all comes down to that double opener to start off this round as well. Scenery, nade and a spam puts him into an immediate 5v3. And, Sinners, that's another slip up from them. They've let things fall away in regulation. Now in overtime too, when they've had the chance to make things stick for them, it doesn't work. Alrighty. Game back on. B&E now going to try and find that same sort of form from the CT side that they had on to start OT number 1 on the T side. Who knows though? This has been a weird game of Counter-Strike, but at the same time a great one coming through. On the smoke, gonna peek behind it. GXX that's caught. Majki was just gone up, ready for the fight.
Oscar creeping round here. Trying to be the danger man. Oh, he's got a little cross. And he just about does it. I mean, weird little situation here. Is he going to get spammed down? No, not quite. Oh, my goodness. Oscar just being so annoying right now. And again, looking for the catch. Bit of spam, bit of a Molotov. Will get it done onto Synopsy. And Oscar, of course, is in at CT. Really well played. Fantastic finish out from him. And a great return round from the Sinners into our second bout of overtime.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. Sinners, flawless. Talk about setting the tone, laying the gauntlet down as well. And B&E just caught a little bit off guard there. Nade on towards the smoke. Majki has gone up ready for the fight. He kickstarts things and they just barrel him forward. Simple fights, take him with ease, and before you know it, good little spot. And they put themselves in 16 to 15. They can get at least 2 on the T side for Sinners. Once again, then we'd be talking. Oscar, oh my God, he's trying to catch them around the corner. He doesn't. GXX, do you repeat this? That's so risky. Don't think it's worth it. Majki gets a freebie as well, and already down to 3.
Solid look here. Juan Platro will manage to get another, however. or well, the first, I should say, for BNE. It's short-lived. Sinners. Oh, solid. Marisco. Yeah, perfect. Not quite going to end the round, but he creates the parameters for it. 17-15, if they can get all three here, which, I mean, with the way that they've been going, it looks like they might just. If they can get all three, they're in with a really, really solid chance of taking this here Inferno. What a slog. What a battle for these two teams.
It's been a seriously good game of Counter-Strike, and this is only map 1. Mirage is probably going to have very, very similar sort of vibes, and Dusty might have been needed as well. 17-15, final round of the half. I think the number we look for is 19 for those who are new around here in the OOT territories. Team Molly, swing in the corner. Yeah, he gets both in all fairness. Marisco tries to transfer, but he can't quite line up the aim. But going 1 for 1, not terrible.
Deep nade. Only a little bit of damage. Not as much as we would have been wanting. I was just kind of checking as well, you know, pretty fast game. We got the double overtime. We've only been here for about an hour, bro.
Yeah, I know.
So it's a little wild. And it's on Inferno, which, you know, alongside Overpass, although Overpass may be a bit deeper and a bit more nuanced, can move as the slowest map in the game, you know, and certainly in the pool at the moment. It really can be, you know, that back and forth, waiting for a late round burst. So, kind of interesting that these two teams are not afraid to go for the fights. Magkey, speaking of, looking for one. GXX, ooh, a dangerous peak. And he's still confident for it. Absolutely wild stuff from GXX here. Again, going to spot out Magkey, and third, fourth time of asking there, he gets a clean kill.
Numbers good for BNE. Man backside center, he's got to go for at least one here, and he might get the chance. He will. B-stick, too many angles to clear, too little time. Oscar will trade, and a very doable little position here. It's a 2v3, but they will get the bomb down. They will get a post-bomb set up. GXX falls, round on, but he'll rip the header shock. Pop through, missed shot from Oscar, and now probably dead. Gets a leg, but it's not enough. 17-16. 2.5 in favor of Sinners, but it's still pretty damn close.
Yeah, I mean, just those opening couple of rounds from Sinners as well, incredibly dominant. Really no room for BNE to function. That one was pretty clean from them, though. So, you know, hopefully they can take that kind of energy moving into their attacking side now. But, yeah, the Sinners playing a good game, and when their rounds work, they're really, really decisive. I'm a little worried for BNE. If they can't pick up this first T round, it might just be a bit too much work for them.
I'm with you. I am. This has been, it's been a little rough. I mean, for BNE in the last few, where I think, when it was in the carnage and it was in that flow state of just so aggressive, so quick, you actually back them. And now the Sinners are kind of thankfully reining themselves in a little bit. Those breaks are being pumped, and that's where Sinners do at least the best work on their side. Flatcher in towards apartments. Multifunctionals half force. At the very least, can I say a fight here? The smoke will come down. That's going to try and give some coverage. Obviously trying to catch them crossing away, but the luxury of jumping up there for B-Stick is a bold call, and it doesn't pay off.
Nice. Little awkward. Little bit awkward. We'll see then. Are they even sticking around for this, or are they just giving it? I'm a bit confused. Oscar's moving away. Oh, is it the boldest call you've ever seen, or is it just a bit too overthunk? I don't know. They're starting to move away. Oh my goodness. If this actually works, an overtime, A stack, no one on B. I mean, it looks like it might be sound. Oh, Oscar gonna find a big one. We'll scare them off. Gotta track them down now, and Oscar needs another one here. Not quite gonna happen. Scenari ready for the fights. Can't get the kill, but he at the very least, you know, stays alive. And they have hightailed it out of there. leaving that lurking presence on B, you know, worth its weight in gold, really, for B&E.
It was a bold call, and it didn't really pay off. I think, actually, if they hadn't have peaked into those top mid brackets, they probably would have actually had the chance there. But this one is done to not see with that all. Gonna get 3 individually. Pretty brilliant. All in all, 17 apiece, and this Sinner side now under the pressure once again. 2 rounds consecutively from one of these 2 teams needed, or they get 1 apiece. And maybe we go to a 3rd overtime, which is wild.
Yeah, would certainly be an interesting perspective. But yeah, Sinners nearly perfect from them. Maybe I think, you know, the call kind of comes in from Oscar. It felt like he was the one that moved away from B, and, you know, you could kind of see the body language of the other player that was around him. I think it might have been Majki. Was like, "You sure? I'm going." And he's like, "No, go away, trust me." And I think maybe they needed a bit more stacking around mid to really make it work. But benefit of hindsight and all that good stuff, they will go back to something a bit more conventional here. Just try and make the setup work. Lovely double nade. Leaves Morisco worse for wear. 40 HP.
Yeah. Damage is good, but it's all kind of, to a degree, unconfirmed. None of them are going to come down, and Flasher will take a tag, and of course the molly makes some noise too, so at least information gained there. As soon as they're going to respect this. Oscar falling deeper off long as he tries to bait in a bit of a fight, hoping or at least expecting him to pop through that smoke. Shock, again, towards his angle. He's got to try and get 1 here. Last time out wasn't that great. Bit of damage, but again, no kill.
Majki, nice find from him. Oscar going to go down, but Majki standing strong, and he's actually lined them up there, yeah. Absolutely mental find from him. Has it given them enough to pick up this 18th round? And at the very least, secure yet another overtime. Beastic coming in from mid will be watched. It's all a question of that important timing, of course, though. And it looks like GXX just moving away. Who's going to get the drop on who? GXX onto Beastic. He's also spotted Morisco. Surely, then, has done enough here for the round. There's not a lot of time left for the low HP player. And just no presentation at all. They're not going to give him the easy fights. Down he goes to the Tech 9, and it's BNE threatening this victory.
And now that it's map point for B&E, it's a different sort of vibe when we look towards Sinners as they're playing catch up themselves, but with map on the line. This is a big thing. For the most part, it was always, you know, Sinners in a leading position, but B&E doing kind of the bulk of the work, I guess you could say. This is now very interesting. B&E on T side to try and close it out. If ever you were going to back anyone to do it, it would be here and now. Chance. Oscar. That up. Spotted. Oh my god, how's he missed the shot though? GXX right idea, but doesn't find it. In there's a left IP. He would back the right IP of GXX, but he just lost the lines. That could have been a huge opener.
Oh, big flash. Morisco can't do anything with it, though. Oh, man, that was so perfect. 3, 4 of them cleanly blinded, but he just gets bested. And this might be it. Debo with the double kill to open up this B bomb site. You can see the A players. They really did not know what hit them, you know, or rather what hit their teammates. They're so far away, lacking the info. Locked in by an AWP now as well. GXX will miss a few shots, but in comes the entirety of the team wanting to close it out here and now, and they will do just that. BNE, after an absolute barn burner on Inferno, will take it in the double overtime. 19-17, about as close as it comes, and Sinners just could not keep up, ran out of gas. Some really nice rounds from them in the first part of overtime, I will say, you know, that they were maybe saving or just, you know, had that kind of energy for, but ultimately a bridge too far. And yeah, they'll lose out their own map pick.
Yeah, kind of ridiculous game of Counter-Strike as well. But Sinners, you know, they dropped really into the dregs there, and they just let B&E run all over them. And this is the thing. You can't allow a side like B&E to do that. They will punish. They will always want to take Angels. They'll always back themselves in some of these fights. This is the thing for Sinners. They've really gifted an opportunity here for B&E and the upset, which would be heartbreaking for them as they've been so close to this Pro League spot all the time so far. We have to wait and see. Map number 2, Mirage, is going to be coming up next. It's B&E's pick as well, so who knows what they've got up their sleeve. For now, though, ladies and gents, we're going to take a break. We'll see you in a second.
Making magic when they need it most.
see the world. Aren't we all insistent to be small? Subdivide. I'll show you how it's done. There's no sight to go inside. The man, he is the one. You build your walls of faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your mission. We are many of one. We're coming home with a mission to tear you down from your undeserved throne. We can take your conviction. We are many of one. You may call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt. It's so high from here. You can see the world. Aren't we all insistent to be smooth? Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, go seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go back your back now. Keep your feet on the road and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, 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 out. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out.
Making magic when they need it most.
Hello, we are back with BNE up against Sinners, of course, continuing down for the EPL spot, and ultimately a tough one there. You could say for both teams, it was a pretty long map for sure, but it is BNE to come away with the victory in the end. Sinners drop it out on their own map pick. I think they'll be kicking themselves, man. They were in the winning position as well, is kind of the key thing to remember. So, you know, it was BNE that got that resurgence. Looked a little flat going into the overtime even. Thought maybe, okay, Sinners, you know, the money reset and all that good stuff is potentially what they need here. And again, couldn't take it over the line. So a couple times for them to close the game out, and they just couldn't do it.
It was tough. No two ways about it. I mean, a really, really tough kind of showing where, you know, at least individually, there's a couple of players you look towards and you speak highly of. Oscar, Marisco, Magic in particular, dropping 30. But, you know, generally speaking, it was the fundamental plan of Sinners that fell apart. You know, they kind of dropped to the level in the sense that for Ex-Guild Eagles, they're playing a super loose style. You know, it's probably calls on a spawn type vibe where they don't really have too much of a mid to late round. And I'm looking at this and saying, Sinners, you're a completely better prep side when it comes towards, you know, the plans, the ideas. You know, they've got a system here where, at least for BNE, it's probably not so much. And they just allowed them to pug. They allowed this BNE side to come fight them and play this like an FPL game. And that's where you can't back BNE. As much as I think Sinners are a better team and I think they've got a better plan, I think BNE are better aimers. I think they've got much better mechanics. You know, definitely Magic did a good game, but if I'm backing anybody in swinging, raw head-to-heads, taking fights, I'm always going BNE. Doesn't matter who it is. I mean, you can even say the same thing every time you see BNE go to majors and go to RMRs and all the rest, right? They are mechanically so crisp. And we saw it. Snopsy, 33 kills for him. Sennery, 28. Back on the old BNE, they were the two weakest performers for a long, long time. And they're the ones pulling out all the stops. So, yeah, I don't know. For Sinners, that was really tough. Like I said, though, I still think Sinners have a better plan about how to approach maps. And Mirage will be no different. They've just got to make sure they just don't lose a discipline, which they did massively.
Yeah, like if they've caught that in the break, you know, if that's what they've kind of talked about. But, you know, something we touched on, not a lot of timeouts from them, right? So, really is going to be an interesting change up here if they have managed to tap in and refine themselves, as it were, into the Oscar. Crisp for the first. One shot, one kill. Absolutely what he is about. But we'll move in with a pretty basic, aggressive move here. And it looks good for BNE. That flash in particular, super effective. GXX bagging 2 towards Con there. B-Stick all alone and surely not a chance, you would say. He does have a kit, but, I mean, sort of need teammates around to go for the ninja defuse, really. They've spotted him now as well. A lot of angles to check as soon as he peeks into 1. I think he's going to be peeking into 3. Scenario is all that's required. BNE, pick up that pistol.
This is maybe a things could start to go in favor of BNE again. T-side start as well for them is where BNE do their best work on a map which is heavily CT-sided. If BNE can get a strong start, we are potentially cooking. There's that first. We are going to see a force out for Sinners. They tried one in towards. Map number 1 didn't go well. So far across the tournament, we're 1-7 for CT-side force buyers off the back of lost pistols. Let's see if this one can make it 2 for 7. We'll be dipping towards 1-8. BNE though, good work. A double AK. Little double Mac 10. Pop flash out that corner. One up close. He doesn't get the kill, but the Deagle will get one. Into the flames as Synopsis jumps across for another. Oh my god. But that's an AK recovered.
Kind of going crazy out here, isn't it, I suppose?
My.
Marisco. Oh, big find from him. It's shock as well. Over on B. Oh, BNE, big blunder from them. Just again getting caught up in the madness, but it's actually Sinners finding success around it this time. Juan Flatro could still do this. Got to get that bomb. I suppose the thing that he has sort of in his favor, only he knows where the bomb is. Oh my, Marisco just hidden away. Juan Flatro still continues, you know, in behind here, just looking for someone to come peeking. He wants a freebie before he really starts this 1v3 going. Finds the first. Relatively clean. Decent nade in. Should tag shock up. It does indeed. Only 30 seconds to get that bomb back, though. It's not really a lot of time. And you can see it'll be a bit awkward for him. He really can only go B. Not ready for Oscar up aggressively like that. Beautiful move from Oscar. Really well read and really well found for the force buy conversion.
Yeah, 2 for 8 then across the tournament. 2 big fights that go south there. The one jumping out a window and the D-Eagle getting that shot. That one converting is huge, just body spamming, but connecting because of the flashbang that actually did catch the T-side players jumping out. B&E get team flash, which is kind of unfortunate. The other one is that underpass push, which also gets a kill, but not only kill the AK-47, because that gives the AK the opportunity to fight. Because Mariska right in saying he is in the chance to win out that aim duel at range with the top mid player. So 2 big fights there for me that we lost that one for B&E. Again, this is where that kind of loose style can be slightly punishing. Oscar looking to swing in to try and stop him jumping. Deborah will find a trade on towards Morisco.
Yeah, lovely pickup. See if they can make it a little bit more, I suppose, is the big question here, of course. Majki making his presence known, but not really getting anything off. It's Oscar on the creep. Oh, this could be perfect. Yep, finds a clean heady. Might just beg for a little bit more. They boosted up short. No kill coming in, but really containing them in and not giving BNE that many chances. Maybe BNE are going to look to take them for themselves, however. Obviously gets aggressive, finds a key frag, but man alive, some of these kills from Sinners are looking so clinical. B-stick creeping, good timing. That's the bomb, down to just Debo, and he's tagged up heavy and finished off by Mr. Shock.
2-1 start. Sinners take a little lead, and we'll have to try and see. At the very least, though, this is not the end of the world for B&E. This round here won't really amount to anything. If they're going to bomb plant, it'd be nice, but 3-1 down, they've got to try and recover well, and they did in towards that map number 1. So at least mentally, they'll know they've got it in them to be able to bring things back in their favor. For Sinners, 2-1 is good. Kicks out that CT side well. Give themselves a bit of leeway, a bit of leg to stand on off the back of, I mean, what is really, really weird situation. Oh, he's going to get a knife. Money in the pocket, baby. He'll take it every day of the week. It's good to have cash on hand later down the line as well, especially on that CT side. So Majki, actually, as much as it's kind of cocky and all the rest, I think it's actually a good decision.
True. Yeah, true. Synopsy will take one with him on the way out, but not too much to write home about. So BNE, pretty impressive start from them in that pistol. Really, explosive and decisive, but not really converted into very much, has it? Sinners doing a very, very good job here of just keeping them down. I mean, it's sort of the way that it goes. You get reset after the pistol, not winning out any bomb plants or anything like that. Obviously, your money is not going to be great. We talk about it an awful lot. Maybe some creativity in those types of economic situations, but they keep it textbook. Ultimately concede a couple of rounds, try and keep the damage even. And now they come back with a rifle buy. Morisco, though, looking good. He's got other ideas. Crazy sort of swing forwards that they were not expecting, however, so it only results in a 1-for-1 in the end.
Good control, though. B&E will take that one. Flatro getting cheeky. Gone through the smoke, and now he's in the back lines. And now we're talking about one Flatro making a move on his own. If he can get any kill, doesn't matter where he gets it, he just drags attention to him. He's like a human flashbang here. He's going to get one. Oh my god, he's playing Trigger Discipline 2. This is huge. He just was scared about the potential of a turn. That's the B-side open. No one's home.
Yeah, pretty nasty for BNE, actually. I think they should be able to just force a save out. Debo in particular. Yeah, definitely makes that so. So, indeed, second round secured. No real sweat off the back for BNE. Again, a very scrap-heavy, fight-heavy beginning. Gotta say as well, I'm not much of a skin guy, not much of a knife guy, but I don't, what are they doing to these Dopplers, man?
I know.
They look crazy. Like, it just looks so wild.
What, do you mean the black and white one?
Yeah, and then also I think we've just seen a gamma Doppler there, and it just, like, with the lighting, it looks so there's like red in it and stuff. Like it's just a little bit messed up. A little bit messed up, guys.
Yeah, I'm not like you. I'm not really a massive kind of skins person. I have some skins that I like myself, but I'm not splashing the cash, let's say. But there's some that I don't get. Like this might be controversial. Whenever I say, people seem to like argue with me, but like anything rust coat, like they just look awful. Do you know what I mean? Like, at least personally to me, people seem to love them, but rust coats, man, I think they are so ugly. I think actually, did Oscar have one of my tweaking? Oh no, his is just the black and white one. Again, not a huge fan of that. I feel like if I want to buy skins, I want to buy colors.
He's had that black laminate for a long time as well.
A long time, yeah. Hey, it's probably gone up in value quite nicely, in all fairness.
True.
When he got it.
Probably, you know, been with him throughout the years, throughout some bigger tournaments. Debo going to clap his head off, though. Regardless of nice knife. Big find for BNE to begin with. What are they going to do with it? I suppose it's always the question that we are asking. They're loving this boost on the Sinners side. Find some success. Is it going to be worth it? Maybe if Debo keeps giving the fights, and you can see they're still around here. Magic gets another. Marisco goes crazy to seal the deal. It's all onto Synopsy. He's got to get that bomb back first of all.
Well, B-Stick sees off Synopsy, and this is now looking really good. Sinners, gun rounds are going positively for them. Low buys aren't really being too expensive. We are starting to see, at the very least, a decent little showing where, for BNE, they come back into a buy, but getting to a point already, kind of at this midway point of this first half, on a T-side of Mirage 2, where we're saying, if BNE can't convert the next kind of 1 or 2 gun rounds, I think this half might be already a bit of a forlorn conclusion. That might spell narrative for Mirage as a whole. This third map might be a necessity. Who knows? Who knows? Oscar, nice find. Oh, that was off for a quick one.
Good start. Marisco hidden down below as well. Yeah, they're just fully distracted away by this AWP that's finding such great success. That's got one round already before it's even got going. And I don't even get that sentence out before they're all eliminated. Wow, okay. 30-second round there. That's a bit mental. Really, really solid stuff from Sinners. And BNE just cannot figure it out here on Mirage.
No, they can't. It's not looking good on their own pick as well. Has to be said that this is a bit of a dicey spot that they put themselves in. Gun rounds are looking good, like we said, and it's a tough old spot. This one probably a non-starter as well, right? So we're talking about probably, yeah, 6-2, and not a good start. Henry just gets spammed out in the smoke. Nothing you can really do.
Stick. Well, it's actually Oscar that steals it away, but, you know, they look good from there. Match key through the smoke. Ridiculously clean here. Synopsy will take him down, but that is all we're going to get. Sinners looking good here as they move into yet another round. BNE will be able to respond back with a buy. It's certainly not a perfect buy, but, yeah, this is their pick, as you mentioned. You'd expect better things out from the T side. It is, you know, one angle to be like, oh, they sort of need to bag it. We got Dust2 coming up next. Is that as surefire a thing? Probably not. But it's also just the fact that you expect them to look a bit better, and in their own heads, they'll probably feel like, okay, this is just not us. We play better than this on Mirage usually.
Yeah. Slow starting towards ramp here as that. Make a little bit of a move. Pop Flash should have come out there. Actually, are going to get some Texas control, but then Shock repositions one of his own through the flames. GXX goes into his demise, and this is a massacre. Oh man, another gun round being put down to literally nothing. Yeah, when Flash gets a kill here, but we're not expecting 1v5.
Certainly not. Oh, he does have the bomb. Able to get a plant out of it, which would be nice, but nope. Oscar ready and waiting, trained on the angle. My goodness, yeah. It's really sort of sped up as well, you know, and it was maybe successful for them on Inferno. Sinner's not quite ready, but as we talked about, get that conversation going in between. get prepared for it, get the guns up. But yeah, not really the case. It would appear, and BNE looking flat, man. And this is it. Are they sort of riding on the high a bit too much or playing a bit too confidently? Sinners look way more prepared for this style of play this time around.
They do. Outramp though again. Shark might be under a little bit more pressure than you realise. Around the corner. That's a great reaction. Oh, Debo gets caught.
Bomb gonna go down pretty cleanly, to be fair. Oscar with another one through the smoke now. Oh my goodness, it's really not looking too great. BNE have got to do something here. They've got decent control of CT. Maybe they can do something with that. Run boost coming in. We'll just get the better of B-Stick. Oscar as well, also panicked by it. It's all a bit crazy out here. Juan Platro spam down. Scenari with the AK. Takes the head of one. He's now got to find them all, however. Not a lot of time, but he just can't survive long enough. And Sinners, despite a bit of a stressful move in there, despite the low HP bars of a couple of their remaining players, they will continue stringing them together.
8-2. This is... Whew, yeah, this is tough. This is really tough. Nothing really on offer here at all. And for BNE, 2 more chances in which to do it. An ultimate round here coming up for them. I mean, already 8 isn't bad for Sinners. You'd absolutely take that every day of the week. If they get anywhere in the region of 9 or 10, I already think this is probably over before it even starts, really. And we have to look towards that map number 3, that Dust 2. Again, on paper, Dust 2 is such a good map for Sinners, which makes you feel like the possibility of that reverse sweep. This is, unfortunately, though, with how this series has started, this is kind of classic Sinners right now. They are a side who, no matter what it is, always seems to be a little rough, and then the reverse sweep. You kind of never can count them out. They're just a bit of a slow starting team. And exactly the case here. They've really got to kick up the arse off the back of how badly map 1 went at times, and they look significantly better.
Nice pickup. B-Stick isn't necessarily needed. And look what Scenari's been able to do. Big deal here. Shock will spot that bomb. But he's getting flanked out. I think he might have been spotted a little bit himself. And there you are. BNE in for 3. We still want that 4th. I think a 9-3 half would be difficult to come back from. So we'll see for them here what they can cook up into this final round of the first half.
At the very least, that 3rd gives them the opportunity in the 4th, right? In the sense that it's going to give them a little bit of money, right? And that's all they need. They get the investment. If they'd lost that one without a bomb plant, money would have been a little bit feeble. Probably 2 getting in towards AKs and armor, and the rest having a bit of a struggle. Thankfully, not the case. And of course, this time, have an AWP as well as a bit of a luxury. So there's no issues with the reinvestment. Very quick play in towards a bomb, but it is a fake. The bomb isn't committed to this B-pop just yet.
Come on, Platro. Oh my goodness. I thought he was going to be the one to do something, but it's Barisco. Double through the smoke. He is dealt with. Scenari, speaking of, needs to be dealt with, and he is. Majkey with the key find. The bomb then a little stuck. Where am I going to go? Asks GXX. In behind the site. Shock. Ready and waiting for a fight to come his way. Just playing things quietly. Molotov, not for default. Oh, the bomb getting planted. It's not him to get the spam. It's actually Oscar, I guess, off the back of Shock's information that knew what was up. And he will keep them coming. 9-3 at the turn of the half. Incredibly impressive here from the Sinners. And we'll see if they're going to take us to that quick 3rd after the break. We're back in, folks. Sinners looking to keep the series alive here and, of course, keep their dreams of that Pro League spot alive. They will have a third map to get through, of course. Kicking themselves, they dropped their own map pick, especially now with how good this one is looking. Synopsy, clean round the corner. Will be traded out instantly, but the A-bomb site is the port of call. Smoke comes down. Is that enough space for them to work with? GXX, he's trying to get a bit fancy above it, but Oscar, he gets fancy through it. 3 versus 2, bomb planted. Scenari dealt with. Debo, nice find onto a couple. Oh my goodness. Can he get the clean headshot here? Oh, B-stick. It was close, but he finds the head. A bit overkill for him, little does he know. All the same, Sinners take that pistol and they will knock down this door pretty quickly.
Close. Very, very close indeed. For B&E, they couldn't be tempted into a force at the back of that. They do like them, just in the sense they made that so damn close down to the 1v1. But it is Sinners taking double digits already. 10-3. I don't know about you, man, but this feels like the beginning of the end. This one, with the lack of investment coming through from B&E, makes me feel like it's probably a bit of a non-starter. Sinners 11-3. That's a big comeback needed from B&E, and I don't know if they have it in the locker.
Yeah, it really is as simple as that. It's been a long series, a lot of energy required for this one. So, you know, it's tough subconsciously to really get it going. Maybe you do just start to think about, okay, get that reset on Dust 2.
Yeah, save
level
the
playing
mental.
field. Yeah, and I mean, it's been also an area of contention for Sinners within this very tournament. Coming into it, looking good. Maybe that's just because they'd put the work in ahead of time, you know, and caught a few teams off. Now as teams are getting more used to it, maybe their Dust 2's not actually as good as they thought. Hold on. Talking over like it was, you know, going to be an easy round, but with that kill coming in, ooh, it gets a bit strange. Canary not taken down. Can GXX thread the needle here with this retrieved Deagle? Nice and calm onto the first. He just needs a headshot here. It's denied by Oscar. Who else? 18-4, this bloke. Oh my goodness, I hadn't even thought he was doing that well. 11 rounds in for Sinners, and yeah, it feels like Dust 2 is just a couple rounds away.
Yeah, I think that is the case. This has been, I mean, it's been a pretty beautiful display, right? Really showcasing just how good Sinners actually are. And it's the only thing, when they didn't call that many tack pauses in that previous map, when they really lacked all that discipline, it was tough to watch because we know how good they can be. We know how good there is a side who, when they get going there, they're so damn good. Well, yeah, B&E, they've been absolutely holes in their tracks here. They've got a buyout here. In towards this, they lose. And it will be Sinners closing it out, more or less guaranteed. And Shock gets gifted a freebie. Debo overextends. And he doesn't even remotely look to clear left.
Scenari. Big opportunity here for him, but a tough angle. Yeah, just can't get in. B-Stick knew he was on the way. So, looking very, very good for that Sinners side. Oh, moving boost, super smooth. Banging head on window, a little harder apparently. Either way, 55 seconds left. Sinners taking their time. There's no need to rush things here. This one should be in the bag. And, oh, I was going to say with that kill, it might just be it, but GXX does eliminate the big man.
He's sick. He's going to be hurt here. It's obviously going to hit both of these. He might even be able to get both as well. Swing for one. Not guns up. So obviously swings to the both of them. Oh my god, that's a big blunder. He just didn't expect the player out via ramp. That might be the round itself. Bomb is dropped.
It's a little problematic. GXX will get another. So I think that's going to be that. Okay. I don't know. Maybe the Sinners indeed showing a bit too much respect, taking a bit too much time. 5v3, man.
Yeah.
Early. You know? Definitely should have been bagging that. But unfortunately, yeah, not the case. Not that easy.
Oh, that's tough. That is tough. That'll be that, right? At the end, Shock will get one, but it's only a consolation. Yeah, 5v3 being lost. That's where that lack of discipline creeps in once again. Hate to see it. You hate to see it. But, realistically, Still so many rounds as that gap between these two sides. I don't think it's going to affect us that much. It's probably a little embarrassing, but nothing too damning overall. In that corner, pop flash through. And a shot, but nothing off the back of it. Shock with one of the two rifles. Forsen is going to find the opener. Spam Synopsy through the smoke.
All right, that could have a dire effect. We'll see, man. Oscar's AK getting boosted up pretty quickly. GXX, he's got Molly in hand, not expecting it. Oh, no. Oh, no, Debo. Yeah, just too many angles to look at. It's the B players. Not going to happen. Oscar looking to end it here and now. Saneri creeping around the murder hole. Bested from the side, and that'll be 12. Oh, my goodness. Bad news, Eagles. Not their map. Not their map here on Mirage. I think it is safe to say that round really, really displaying that.
That's tough. It is. You know, you're losing to two rifles saved and a few upgraded pistols. That never should happen. 12-4. This one is going towards Dust 2. No two ways about it. Look at the buyout for B&E. Scout, MP9, few upgraded pistols. No real conversation point. That's for sure. Pop shot. Doesn't quite connect. Information gained as well. Forcing us knowing there's a player out via window. But we've got to look at this, the macro sense of this map. And it's been really rough. And, you know, Dust 2 up next. We talk about that. I mean, it's such a good map for Sinners. Arguably got the most reps, at least that we know of. On HLTV and B&E. Big gamble they've taken here. No two ways about. Fine match first, and this just held. Yeah.
Yes, very possible. Another one comes round for Majki as he will try and do this all by himself. And he's going to do just that. Okay, 4K, all too easy for him. GXX in at CT, tagged up, finished off by Shock, and that will be that. Goodness gracious me. Speaking of Shocks, I think that certainly comes round as one, you know, certainly a map that falls like in the middle of the pack for both teams, but you would expect BNE to give us a bit more than that. They've just picked up the first, you know, the competition is high. The success that they're able to ride on should have given them at least a competitive Mirage, and it was just very, very one-sided. Yeah, I really was not expecting that from the Sinners.
Yeah, and, you know, sadly, this is how a lot of the Sinners kind of series have been going. I'm sure kind of diehard Sinners fans were strapped in off the back of Inferno saying, yeah, it's probably going to be the same as usual, right? Answering back in towards map number 2, now pushing us towards the third. And for me, by every measure, they absolutely are the favorites going into that. Dust 2, such a good map for Sinners where they've been playing this so damn much. I mean, in the last, well, basically since it's come out in the last month, right? They've got 17 times they've played on it, and it's about to be 18. I don't know any team that's got that many with this map being out for, you know, 3-4 weeks. So I am looking forward to seeing what B&E have got under the locker. I'm not expecting a huge amount. I'm going to be perfectly honest. They played this map twice. Won both of them, in all fairness, but this was what? I mean, you know, a month and a half ago type vibe. So I'm going to be tentative to keep my eye on it, but Sinners for me are really going to hold a lot of the favor coming in towards this one. But before we get there, we are going to throw this one to a break. Ladies and gents, sit tight. We'll see you soon.
Won't give
see the world. Aren't we all insistent to be small? Subdivide. I'll show you how it's done. There's no sides we go inside. The man is the one. You build your walls, faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your mission. We are many of one. We're coming home with a mission to tear you down from your undeserved throne. We can take your conviction. We are many of one. You may call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt. Go! Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, will seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go back, you're back now. Keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes.
Making magic when they need it most.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back in. Continuing on here.
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together,
and staying off track forever. Child of the nation, go seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be a day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, but pack your bag now. Keep your feet on the road and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, 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 out. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They're waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, getting it up now. Go make the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand.
Making magic when they need it most.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back in. Beautifully timed tactical timeout there. Maybe you caught us on camera for just a moment. A little bit of a crash, unfortunately. But we are quickly into the action, not missing any of the Counter-Strike. So there you go. You might miss some of the yappage, but no CS. And like I say, Sinner's coming in with a really nicely timed timeout for us. Thanks very much, guys.
Yeah, we'll take it. We'll absolutely take it. But let's look at the ramifications of where we look at in this map. Dust 2 coming through. Sinners have played some of the most reps on this map since it's come out. I think of maybe any team that I know. I don't know any other teams, or if they are, they're in definitely the kind of lower echelons. They play so much Dust 2. Banners Eagles, they've played twice. Won both, in all fairness, but I don't know how much I feel they have a chance towards this one. I think it's going to be a really, really big ask. We'll have to see. But at least for me, this is a really big opportunity for Sinners to move on towards that grand final.
Ooh. GXX. Flatten shock. See you next round. So where do Sinners go? Oscar is that lurking party out at middle, trying to get the catch here. Synopsy walks into him. Oh my, such a dangerous fight for both of these players. Decent nade in. Actually, as much damage as I was expecting. Juan Flatro comes in quite quickly behind, but at the very least, you know, Oscar's created some space on the A site inadvertently. It will allow the bomb plant to come in, but the round win itself still up in the air. Marisco does trade one back. We need a few more of those. Great little flash comes in. Marisco keeps on getting kills, but eventually bested. Oh, he's brought it down to the 1v1, but GXX, unfortunately, too much for him in the end. As it will be the pistol picked up by BNE.
So, they've answered back, but I'm tentative about what we expect coming in towards this one. For me, I look at this Dust 2, and yeah, I want to be open-minded about it, but I just have a lot of respect for how Sinners play this. This is a matchup for me where I feel like Sinners are the stark advantage. A very good Mirage. They can kickstart things well in towards this this T side, then I think maybe it might be a similar sort of story. All in all, for me, a good round for Battlers Eagles to take. I need to see what they're like on the gun rounds. This is the big thing. Oscar gets a tag. Keep note of that as well. Last 2 times that I've casted Sinners on Dust 2, Oscar is so reliable at getting tagged through that door. He will, especially when he gets the AWP out as well, he can be legging people for 90 every single time. So, bit of a consistent factor that is going for Sinners.
Yeah, man, trying to throw it back, I suppose, and, you know, really force Valve to remove the terrace that blocks your view. But yeah, I mean, back in the day, this was a bit of a favorite of Oscar and the Mouse Sports, as they were called. You know, you blokes might know them as Mouse, but they were just Mouse Sports at one point. Synopsy. Round with the nade, does do some decent damage. Again, nothing crazy substantial quite yet. They need to eliminate another couple before it looks comfortable. Marisco with this AK up high. Oh, getting dangerous. Majki has locked in GXX as well here. He's got to fight his way out. Ceneri out from long. Drops another, but the bomb plant in the interim here. Pretty big deal. And it's the 2 scarier players, right? Marisco, who looks good with an AK. We got Oscar on that Galil with no kit available. Both CTs being split. It's kind of even, right? It doesn't feel like it's a force buy type situation. Marisco, though, got to defy the odds. Not going to happen. Ceneri's MP9 to take them both down.
Yeah. Stay live. It's a bit of a sigh of relief, I think it's safe to say. But with a bomb plot officers and the kills they've got, they could be tempted to buy back in again. As risky as it sounds, when you make rounds close like that, you have a kind of a temptation mentally to go for it. And yeah, they are going to do it. I'm not actually too surprised. There is this kind of thought process amongst the pro scene of when you make a round as close as that on a force buy, and you get another force buy with then a little bit more loss bonus, arguably a little bit better guns on kind of deck. You do mentally think, at this time we can actually do it. That was close. Let's give it another go. So, really hates this ball, that Oscar tag. He'll be alive. He'll do a hell of a lot of damage.
Lower tunnel presence. Look, crack angle from Debo, spamming away. Give the position up ultimately. But yeah, moving in pretty slowly. You can feel, although it's a Dust 2, it's a pretty tense one. You know, big fight though for Shock as Juan Facho. Cheeky push, I think, to say the least. Very cheeky indeed. Majki finds Synopsy also on a cheeky push. So BNE testing the water. What can we get away with? What does their default look like? Might as well, you know, just kind of get that active practice going rather than theory crafting. And it leaves them in a 5v3.
Damage dealt is the only positive, I think, for BNE. But a slow maneuver here. I'm trying to wait to see what even is the idea for BNE. I think potentially, if a fight goes south, they might even be tempted just to call an A save. I say that there is now a player making a move over towards the A side. And the scout potentially could be the one to try and deal the damage. The flash is good. The flash is very, very good. As Debo finds 2.
Keeps him coming. GXX in at middle, though. Big fight for him. Oh, takes a little dink through the door. It's that bomb that is the big, big difference. Got to try and recover it. 10 seconds to do it as well, Neo. Surely not enough time here. GXX. Ooh, it's tough. There is actually just gets it in. And GXX maybe bailed on the idea. Sort of halfway anyway. Going to move towards long. Try and give that a go onto the MP9. But Shock gets the better of him. And Sinners, despite some heroics in the middle, they will just get it over the line.
Close game. It's a close game in the early points. And this is where, at the very least, I started to open the door a little bit more towards BNE. I wasn't feeling too hopeful coming through. But for now, liking what I'm seeing. BNE at least keeping this competitive. That round there is unfortunate at the tail end, but have a little bit of a buy coming back through. A force in for them. It's majority pistols, 1 scout, though. Big risk. This is one where I don't know if I'm a big fan of this. If they're just the eco, I mean, I know they're kind of actually hovering on double eco territory, so it's a bit of a weird decision to go for. But I think maybe to a degree I can understand it. It's risky. You lose here, though. Not only Sinners tie up this game, but they probably take a lead and then start to spiral a little bit. And that's the worrying thing. When Sinners get going, they're tough to stop, as we just saw into map number 2.
Oh, beautiful pickup. Mariska with a quick kill. Let's go. Loves it. Loves that fight. Out from Palm Tree. Debo hanging on the corner. Ooh, it's the 5-7 from behind that could have really, really thrown a spanner in the works, but they heard him, I think, at the very last second. Ceneri alone down here. Not going to be able to deny anything, and I mean, even finding just one kill would be a heck of a thing. There you go. Spoke a bit too soon, maybe. Any more than this would be crazy. Shock flanks round, 2 for 2 now, as Sinners have picked up a bit of speed.
Okay, so in this situation now, at this 2-all standpoint with no real bites come through for B&E, there should be a third being put on the board, and now we can start to look at ST side, kind of delivering. Just don't make any mistakes. They should be absolutely fine, basically. But a Mac 10 as well could also farm some cash. They might want to try and send Majki in to really deliver. Lower peak and... Oh, GXX! He does get tagged, but he repeats in and gets the kill. Nade is good, but the AK is better.
Marisco looking good. Double piece for him. GXX on the scout then. Nothing he can really do, but yeah, Sinners. Solid rollout from them. Kind of an interesting, I suppose he's got a kill with it, but you know, the scout for GXX. Full spend on that is kind of strange. I guess he's probably not got money for an AWP in the next, so it's like, you know, Dust 2 is pretty synonymous with the scope weapon. You kind of have to have one somewhere, so I guess he's going scout and then scout is maybe his logic. But all the same, Sinners looking good here, man. Looking very, very good indeed. You know, it's been a shaky Dust 2, as we mentioned, throughout the tournament. And indeed expecting it in this series. They've had a bit of time this morning as well, so yeah, possibly taking a step back, doing a few dry runs or a few chit chats about how to improve their Dust 2.
Yeah. At the very least, a kill for GXX is nice. Any more for any more would be lovely. He's looking for a gun, but yeah, sadly that AWP isn't there anymore, mate. It is gone, so third on the board, Sinners. The lead to work with now. The reinvestment going to come back through GXX. I think I'll probably just keep on to that scout. He seems to at least make it work. So, at the very least, we're now in a position where this is once again a very important gun run. If B&E lose it, though, then this is where things should very quickly start to barrel out of control. It's quite similar to how Mirage was. You know, tentative start where both teams kind of eyeing each other up, and then rapidly Sinners start to pull away with a lead, and now they've already got one. It could be a similar sort of story. Oscar, very quickly getting out of tunnels there. I don't know if he heard something, but kind of panicked. He runs away. The group up as they're once again going to hit out long.
No one here. No real resistance for them. Which I think, yeah, they're kind of like, surely not. Surely it's not this easy for us, but part of the B&E recipe. They're taking some short control, some mid control, spot that there's nobody around there. Again, pretty conventional role from the CT side. Usually how it goes, contest long, contest short, pick one. Ooh, a cheeky play from B-Stick. Thought he was maybe just going to chill in that smoke, but he went straight through it without a flash. And a freebie picked up. GXX on the scout, back end of the site, trying to tag up a few more or even find a head. But Sinners, man down, have slowed down proceedings. They eat a grenade moving in. It's just not looking all that easy to get this bomb plant.
That's all. Shocker fall, so will match key. Uh-oh. Now we're in a bit of a tough spot. needed a couple of miracle shots there and gets none of them. A couple of tags, so that is about it. Oscar will just about get out of it. If he can keep the AWP alive, that's okay. With 20 seconds to work with, he might actually be able to facilitate that. He's running away, and he won't be able to cross. He actually re-peeks back in, which probably cost him his life, but I think he's dead man regardless. AWP collected, and a flawless one for B&E. So we are far, far from done in this game, at least for now. Backside square. You have to look at this and say, again, for B&E, we spoke quite highly of Sinners, but for B&E, the other side is that they have a lot of tape on this dust too. I'm not sure what their prep would have really looked like. I don't know if they really have all that much, but, you know, it's tough to say. There might be a chance which they know, at least the protocols, our Sinners like to play this. That's a freebie miss, though, by Oscar.
Dabo spamming away. Nobody on the other side of it, though. Sinner's doing a really good job of also varying things up. You know, they do seem to be maybe one step ahead in that sense, that they keep things original, keep BNE guessing. Oscar finds a cheeky one to open things up. And Flatcho pushing down short. I mean, it's a risky move up to a certain point. How, you know, deep is he going to go? Nice find. In for the second. Beautiful stuff. Really well played. Great timing from him, and confidence pays off.
Oscar making a move here. If he actually posts up looking towards mid, he might get a chance to get one for free in rotation. Actually got basically 3 playing out by mid here. He got, yeah, just park up. He might get a kill here for free. He's moving, though, which does make me feel a little uncomfortable. And Shock going to get a kill out towards B. That'll bait back a rotation, but he gets immediately traded. And as Oscar falls off the angle, he could not be caught in transition. Speaking of, Debo will fall. Oscar now starts to hightail it, but he is being flanked. And there is definitely a timer above his head here as Juan Flacho is barreling down to stop him crossing towards site. Might catch him. Oh my god, he doesn't! Oh no! Oh, you hate to see it, but I'm actually going to get both at the end there as well. Sinners, I think they get very fortunate to get that round.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Bit of luck, it felt like. Oh, that's so rough. So rough in the end. But keeping the rounds coming, and again, like I say, that sort of variation, that difficult thing, I think, is the fact that, you know, the Bad News Eagles are indeed finding little bits and pieces here and there, but Sinners seem to have a much better read on how to approach Dust 2's T side at the moment.
Flatcher's nice aggro angle here, though. I don't actually hate this. But Marisco, I think he knows the tendencies, and he is holding. Oh, and as he goes towards suicide, Juan Flatcher's probably in a lot of trouble, unless timing absolutely kills Marisco here. Oh my god, it couldn't be worse. That literally could not have been worse. Oh, Marisco, that is brutal. Leg spotted.
Ooh, GXX. There you go. We'll convert off that information. Scenari. Mollied out. Oh my god, and just absolute melted. Did he eat a nade in there as well? I'm not entirely sure. GXX, the hero of this round at the moment for B&E. Nades on towards the site. B-Stick has yet to really cross in, but it's, yeah, given space to these short players. He was not ready for them. Shock was way back, throwing down smokes, and it's just not really worked out here. Shock going to take a big dink. You have to be careful. He's crossed in. He's not taking any of these USP shots just yet. So he might get a bomb plant. He might fake it out. He might get the drop. I think they're pretty convinced that, oh, if he'd crossed after a dink, we would have found him, but not that easy. Van Flatro was on the angle, but not going to win that one. GXX, USP out is enough. These rounds keep coming so close, so down to the wire in the end. They are, can't lie. And they keep swinging either way as well.
It's actually, at the moment, kind of for me, feels impossible to call. Like you said, they're so back and forth. They're so up in the air. I kind of love what I'm seeing at the very least, in the sense that B&E are still keeping this competitive. It's already better than what I've seen at the moment. It's already better than what I've seen thus far in towards map number 2 considerably. So Maybe get a competition here. In towards mid. BT going to get one. Surely not another. No, he won't. GXX at range at all. Singing quite loud. Molotov might just come down in time. Shot going to get out in front of it, though. The GXX should have heard that.
GXX not able to trade things back on the B bomb site. Got to be careful. He's out with the USP here. Oh my god, what is going on? Two players with knives out, going to run into each other. Debo on that SMG comes out a bit faster. He's dropped the bomb. Oh my god, what is going on, man? And now where is he, I suppose, is the big question. You know, is he pushed forwards? Is he sat on the bomb? He's actually given the bomb up. And he's just hoping for, you know, one more before it comes down to that post plant.
V2 is still doable, though. Especially with Oscar and how low he is, and Shock a missed shot. And before you know it, round on, Shock is making a move. Again, a timer back spotted. Gun barrel spotted as well. Oh my god, he can't take the shot. Oh, and he's missed the shot. Oh no. Now rounds on. The bomb will be collected, and it might come back to join this M4. Does he clear out? He will. Oh my god, he spotted him. It's a labored spray. And that round is one off the back of, well, a missed shot from Sinners and a missed shot from B&E. Very scrappy. And Oscar, thankfully, even though he was half HP, only takes one tag.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Absolutely wild round once again. Just continuing the trend of this back and forth nature, I suppose. Timeout for Sinners as well. They really need to find some consistency here, right? And stretch this lead, which they have briefly, but, you know, it never seems to stick. I think it is a big deal for them. You know, they come into this map sort of as the favorites, as the more experienced squad at this point. And yeah, the fact that BNE are able to keep it so close with some of these wilder, crazier rounds is just not a great look in their minds. And I don't know, maybe they also have a bit of an inkling. It was, you know, sort of a T-sided map when it left the pool. I think that may well be the case again as it opens up with all these, you know, mental smokes you can do. So we'll see whether that remains the case, but certainly taking some good time to figure it out. Shot going to get aggressive, and he will find that first frag.
Hello. The Eagle going to try and do something. We'll take a tag, though. Sinners already got a opener. Looking for more as well. That scout, again, is still just remained a nuisance. GXX had a pretty good game thus far. It's P250 up close. It's really going to try and do the majority of the damage. Oscar's given him opportunities to fight. This is kind of risky. To scout, you don't really need to gift them these sort of invitational opportunities, let's say. Put in the corner. Nice shot, though, with the 5-7. Now stuck in towards pit.
Yeah, needs some support. It is on the way. GXX with the scout. Trying to help. He's not fast enough, though. He will find the head of one. If he can get us another one here, maybe we're on. Majki, though, on the edge of that smoke will take him. Debo, not ready. And he falls to Oscar's Tech 9. So, 6 secure. And Sinners may well extend this lead, man. You can see money not there. And they will potentially, most likely, be up to 7. Bad News Eagles battling for just 5.
Yeah, it's probably... I mean, getting 5 is feasible, right? At the very least, it's kind of workable, but I mean, let's be honest, if it goes towards that 8-4, I do get a little concerned. These might be a little worrying. 8-4 is one of the scorelines that, yes, works to a degree, but if it doesn't, you're in a real tough spot. Now, risk of holding for it. They get caught out this time. Swing, though. Pistol pulled out, and thankfully, the Eagle hitting some nice ones.
Yeah.
Easy round.
Easy stuff, of course. You know, they just sort of push in pretty aggressively. Throwing it away, it felt like, on the BNE side of things, wanting to get it over and done with so they can get into this gun round and, yeah, just have a bit of presence. That 5th round would be absolutely lovely. Sinners, though, yeah, broke the bank at the right moment, didn't they, really?
They did. Try and lead. Pull by back in for being at the very least the scope for out of GXX. No scout, no AWP. At least Oscar will have that advantage at range. He goes deep. Decent chunk in all fairness on towards Beastic and Oscar. So a bit to work off. Again, they're trying to sneak their way forward. They're going to come down through that smoke and break it open. Nothing behind it offering just yet.
Oh, Beastic. First one to spot. Clean find. On Flatcher, though, he's on the edge. Ready for another. Oh, I can't win the fight, though. Such a wild play from Sinners to try and make that work, but it does. And this looks pretty good here. Oscar holding down short from a really difficult angle to deal with. They do have a couple flashes. Oh, he's blinded up massively, and nothing he can do there. So make that flash really, really work. Majki, though, on the headshot angle, looking pretty damn good here. Got to be careful how many times he goes in for this peek. Is there any assistance from Marisco? It's not going to be needed. Lovely stuff from Majki to close things out. A run of 4 in a row there from Sinners to really solidify their lead. We're going to take a break, but Dust 2 continues on the other side of this.
Making magic when they need it most.
All right, here we go. We'll see if Sinners can take this one over the line. A nice bolster of rounds to work with moving into their CT side. First grand finalist going to be secured in just a few moments' time. Yenny quick in this one. The gap is monstrous in towards CT. it has been abused by B-Sticks. And Hopsy, though, holding so much information all around him, doesn't know what to do with it. Loses his head, quite literally. Bomb going down, but they've not really done enough to give themselves a clean post-plant scenario with the best flash you've ever seen, but no kills. And it will be flawless from the Sinners.
Yeah, that's huge. That really is. You know, you've already got an 8-4 half. You started now 9. The one thing, I guess, is a bomb to work, I'm going to say, is just a bit of money on the board here, but with no kills behind it, you actually still do struggle to buy. It's the only issue. Are they going to force it? I think is the big question. In the previous economy, you'd always force. Nowadays, there actually is a conversation behind it. They are going to go for it, though. Triple Khalil. Synopsy for him. Yeah, Mac takes it wants a little bit more util. This is a big round there for B&E. And a 13-4 loss on map 2. And this one still technically in that same vein. If you lose this round, it really could be on. Not only does this find 10 at that point, then they start spiraling forward. Could get 11. You have one gun round to try and deny it. So quickly can run away from you. And this one is a non-starter already as they're down to 2. Oh my God.
What is going on, man? Absolute madness. To be honest, Debo watching this flank. It doesn't matter for him, though. Sinners, you know, it's kind of chaotic, but they're looking good. I don't know, Bad News Eagles. Look, we're only in the early rounds, but already they are just flying in. Maybe don't have too much of a game plan for the T side and hoping that, A, they would have had enough from that first half, and 2... No, I think it would be B, wouldn't it? Not 2. Either way, they need to find themselves a really, really just individually based game, and I don't think that that's quite the most reliable thing.
Swing and a fine. Centery will take it. Can still be alive. That's not 2 rifles to work with. They're going to barrel towards mid, in all fairness. Dangerous, but Snopsy gets a team kill. Somehow, Snopsy's making this a possibility.
Oh, shock. Big finds from him. Big finds from him. Majki, oh my goodness. Takes one. Flatro 4v2 into a 2v1. Absolute insanity. Synopsy. All alone here. Knife out. Yeah, not really the situation you want to be in. This is just carnage, you know. BNE getting bested left, right, and center, man. And I don't know. This one looks like it might just be over sooner rather than later.
11-4. It's tough. It really is for BNE. Chances are starting to rapidly slip away. Makes you think as well. Go all the way back to that Inferno. Double OT. A bit of a marathon in that one. And how things have changed rapidly since then. Majki, up down. The flash is really good, but Oscar's trade even better.
Yeah, lovely find from him. Oscar keeps him coming. Molotov down is a little bit awkward. Flash around the corner is kind of ineffective, but they will make it work. Oscar, however, keeps that man advantage, albeit slim now. Synopsy all alone, it feels like, for the game on this one. And he might be able to get the drop. The barrel spotted now. And he's looking for that last player. Where is he at? Don't rightly know. Maybe the knife out here, but there's plenty of time. They might join each other. You know, no rush. For Synopsy. He eventually takes it. Had to secure that kill. Just sort of trying to gather the information. Where is he looking? Where could he not be? You know, he's not going to be towards short, but he's in at CT. Synopsy on the long-range fight makes the AK work.
Got a chance here, at least. Right, an orb collected over towards GXX. Is still a little bit to work with here in the terms of if B&E can chain probably, I think, 2 more gun rounds together, then potentially we've got something to fall on here. This one will be a force in for Sinners, but in terms of what they can bring to the table, again, it's a little bit uncomfortable. You got 101 M4 and then a few good pistols, so all the eggs in a couple of baskets here really for Sinners, and they can't find any success. And potentially, B&E can start to cook, right? There's the, 6 for them. Probably made 7 as well with a low buyout from Sinners. We're talking about actually a doable position. That's how quickly MR12 and MR13 can escape from you or actually be brought back in your favor. In all fairness, if you're going to give the weapons to anybody, you kind of back these two. Oscar and Shock have looked really good so far, but Shock is already down.
Big damage. No kills. Patient play here from the Bad News Eagles. They'll get another smoke down. That sort of rekindles their confidence. So obviously, lovely. Looked pretty good in the past couple of rounds. Madkey's still here, though, in between them. Oh, God. Clean onto 2. There you go. Yeah, take a second. That's what it's all about, guys. If you're not feeling super confident, don't rush into those sneaky trigger discipline plays. You see what happens. Secure the easy one. Beautiful stuff. And, might get away with a bit more, of course. He's definitely got himself a Galil. Unfortunate. Oscar gets to survive, though, I would say, from Majski's antics. And that's the key thing, the AWP in the next round.
At the very least, an AWP isn't... It's not the worst thing, but it's all they're going to have to work with, in all fairness. Last couple of shots, though, with the Deagle. I'll give him his credit. Took his time, a sweet time. And decent little spot here where, like I said, for B&E, this is a good opportunity for them. This round probably not going to amount to all that much out of Sinners unless Oscar goes absolutely nuclear or some wild mistakes come through from B&E. So we're talking about probably 11-7. There's 2 gun rounds there before this one is up in the air. I'm in a position where at least I'm going to give them a bit of credit. Oscar already down as well. So that basically confirms things in this instance.
Yeah, I would think so. Any kill's going to be good, though. B-Stick in at short. Obviously, bitten off more. You can chew there, but either way. Marisco, open it up. And just flanked around. Synopsy going to get him caught. 11-7. Not turning any heads quite yet, are they, folks? Right? Sinners still in a decent enough position. It's just the fact that when they lost their round, their bank completely demolished.
This is it. Buy back in. If B&E can overcome this hurdle, then so much pressure is on the shoulders. What do we have to work with, though? This is one of those where for Sinners, they're still going to lead. They're still in a comfy spot. If they overfight, they can give opportunity. Centery for 1, but Beastie can answer back.
Briscoe in at middle. The Molotov gives him away. The spam, yeah, might get the better of him, and it does. Bad News Eagles picking up steam here. They'll have sort of quasi-control of A, but long, always difficult if you don't have control of that area. Get the plant in for sure. Maybe just work around that. I don't know, man. Shock's not moving, so it might be a soft concede here from Sinners.
I think you're right. 3 staying alive is actually, it's reinvest territory is, I guess, the main thing, right? If you have those 3 alive and you can kind of talk about maybe trying to buy around at least MP9s into armor, a bit of util, that sort of vibe. But it is also a risk there as well, right? You lose that sort of round, and then we're talking about B&E actually being within reach and distance. Oscar. And he's not going to be cleared properly, so he will get his kill there for free. Beastie might get a chance as well. Here's the steps. And Flacho kind of spotted. Oh, but he gets wallbanged. A lot of damage out at the end there, which is good for Sinners, but let's be real, it doesn't matter that much. There's still so much money over towards B&E on this T side that they don't really care. Can they buy around? This is the question. It looks like they're just going to opt for a half investment. MP9s, a couple of grenade pistols. And hope that base of those 2 rifles can do the bulk of the legwork. But B&E are making an absolute game out of this map 3.
Yeah, man, for sure. When we didn't really expect it.
Oh, my God.
Debo. Is he going to go down? He is indeed. Oh, it's looking good for the CT side, at least for just a second. Scenari will trade them back. But, you know, 3v3 on a weird little buy like this from Sinners is a pretty good look. They've also still got a fair amount of presence on A, so this could collapse quite quickly. Synopsy and Scenari on the contact, moving up, trying to get this player in at car. And they will. Oh, the trade is there, but it's only one. Shock remains alone. He's quite far away from the action, but definitely not out of the question.
Yeah, not at least for now. In that 1v2 of how low Scenery is, it is a possibility. Still, really got to do a good job at isolating these fights, or he could do something audacious, like pushing a smoke. Might be a chance. He was being held. He could get a timing play. Swing. Oh, but Scenery just answers back in time as he looks back towards CT and catches that kill. One shot. All he needed. 11-9. Game on. 2 rounds in it. My God, what a game we have got on our hands here. Yes, a buy going to come back in. Scissors going to call for their third and final, though, of the attack pauses. And it is starting to get to a now or never slight situation. This is really, really on edge.
Yeah, I mean, very cool, right? Exactly what we wanted when we look at a game like this. You want it to come all the way down to the wire. As it should. There's a lot on the line here. And, you know, Sinner's worked hard. B&E maybe taking a bit of time to warm up into Dust 2. But very, very curious kind of series. You see B&E nicking away Inferno, double overtime. Quick affair from Sinners on Mirage. And the Dust 2 maybe has another overtime written on this one as well.
It's kind of got that vibe about it at the very least. Just go out towards long, try to take a bit of a fight. The flash is really good. Very, very good from Oscar. Perfectly timed. Synopsy falls and there's no ability to trade there. First time I have seen in the last however long that Sinners found an opening kill, uncontested, untraded, and they get away with it and get that ability to kind of reset.
Quieting down, though, in the mid. Majki digs for some information. He doesn't really spot anyone else out towards long. Oscar ready to go here with the AWP, and quite an aggressive angle, you know. Might not be expected. A lot of people expect you to be sat in on that corner, of course. Oh, it drops back, though. Just the worst time, I think. To be honest with you. 55 seconds left for B&E to work their way in.
Oscar posted. If Sinners go 1-for-1, the round should be theirs. Got 2 here towards the site. 1 out towards long. You can rotate in timing. They come barreling through. Ollie and flash over. Oscar, a find. Sitting in the flames. I need to drop a smoke. He still is alive. They know he's there, but he's actually trying to get out of dodge. He jumps it back into the molly. Oh, that's unlucky. That really is. He thought he found a gap to escape, but it actually was to his demise.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of it. But the round is still going here and definitely not over until it is over. Majki just makes it around the corner. He's lost his teammate, though. Can he work his way in? They're not going to be expecting him. Oh, Scenari with the save. Should have been the double spray down, but he's too quick for you. Oh, my goodness. Bad news Eagles work their way up to 10. And it is all to play for, man. This is craziness. Sinners will be down with no money. Probably have to concede this one. The AWP. Gonna blow away. Oh, not quite far enough for Shock, I would have thought.
I don't think. Oh, yes. No,
yeah, all right. Fair enough. But, you know, I'm not sure if they want to buy around it or not.
11-10. 11-10. T-side B&E. Never, ever count them out. It's as simple as that. For those who were following them when they were together officially, there's always the story that you had to bring. Let's see, though. Oh my God, he's spotted into a suicide. Oscar waiting for a fight there. His Debo will find the first. A spawn-based peek with the AWP, but he gets it for free, and Juan Flacho catches Beastic overextending.
Nice pick up. Shock moving forwards. Good timing here. Yeah, gets it done with the 5-7. Could be big. Could be very, very big indeed. He gets that AK. He dips back in. He's the player with the kit as well. Meanwhile, Push down mid. They reckon, you know what, it ain't going to be B, but Bad News Eagles, bit of a weird move from them, will slowly re-enter the footsteps here. Noise being made now, but it might be too little too late, to be fair. Shock nowhere near the site. Cross smoke cleanly planted. You can't do anything to stop them getting that bomb down. And I don't know, do you want to just save from here? You know, you've got 2 AKs, you've got an AWP in the same vein. You are going to buy into the next round anyway. You've got money to do that. These are the big questions of Counter-Strike. It looks like they want to give it a go. But another cross smoke, you know, it kind of just makes your decision for you, honestly.
Yeah, and they called it. If there wasn't a second smoke there, I think they'd give it a look in. But the fact that second one comes down, B&E, going well. And he gets his head ripped off, but it doesn't really matter. B&E, plenty of cash on hand for them. What a game we've got here. 11-all. Map 3 to decide who goes to the grand finals later on today. And we are being rewarded, in all fairness, with an absolute barn burner. What a capitulation we're seeing, though, from Sinners. They are absolutely falling apart from what already felt like, at one point, like this game was done, and we were going to be talking about that next series already, you know, thrown to break, come back, and be underway. And now we're holding that game hostage a little bit longer. B&E going to call for their first sack pause. And if I'm right in saying, I think that's their first sack pause this series. They don't have a coach, so they haven't really needed to, but I think they just want to take a little breather.
Yeah, possible. It would make sense. A lot of pressure, man. A lot of tension. A long day already for these players. You let it all come down to this, you know, so you really do have to put your best foot forwards. It felt, honestly, coming into this T side, you know, I mentioned it at the beginning that B&E just really did not have much of a game plan.
Yeah.
And maybe 2 timeouts stacked on top of each other speaks to that as well. You know, they really have to talk it through and work it out before going into whatever kind of set round they've got planned here.
Another attack pause, though, chaining them back to back. So I don't know if this is for them really having a deep conversation or the other side, right? To make sure they don't try and feel any pressure. So far, nothing needs to change, though, for B&E. They really have played good Counter-Strike. They really have looked very, very solid. These last few have really showcased just how good they actually can be. 8 rounds in a row. Oh, my God. Oscar's found 2 off the rip.
Yeah.
Oh, they go for a little bit of a quick one, and it works against them.
Yeah, he was so ready for something like that, man. Really well done from him. They do trade him, but, you know, what is it really worth? And they have so much ground to make up as well on the B&E side of things. That's the key thing, you know. Not only does he get 2, he also spots more of them. So you got, like, Madge keys in pretty deep in Longhouse. That's massive. Mid control here for Beastick as well. Pretty massive. Oh, my goodness. No way. Synopsy. 2 HP. 2 HP for Beastick. Unbelievable. No one goes down there. Could make a big difference later on. Only time will tell. Quick move up short. Plant coming round. What can they do now with this, man? Not a lot of great utility. Beastick remains on 1 HP. How is he still alive? Madge, good timing for him. It's all on to Debo. He'll eliminate Beastick, of course, with the stray nade there. Eats one of his own, however. Quick headshots not going to happen. And it's Sinners to hit 12 first, but certainly room for B&E to upset and take us to yet another overtime.
Yeah, first time. I think it's like, what, 8 rounds that we've seen Sinners actually get around on the board. They have been desperately looking for this 12. They will get it. The question is now, can they do enough to close it out 13-11? Or is overtime required again the same way it was in towards map number 1? Now for Sinners, they played against Sangal. They went to OT and towards that map number 3, and they didn't, or they weren't able to convert it over the line. hoping that's not the case, and they'd love to just completely avoid it altogether. And they are being made to work for it. So Marisco going to get the first one towards Debo. Spawn-based peek again with that AWP. This time the double orb. The first one will work well.
Just about. Oscar. Ooh, tag lands. A little bit of a spidey sense ringing. There's the hinge smoke, you know, and it is just little things like that. There's a much better replacement for that thanks to, you know, volumetric smokes in CS2. As you can see, relatively large gap above it. But maybe they wanted to go for it because they were close. I don't know. I don't want to read into it too much, but, you know, already for me, looks like the hinge smoke is not really in place. We are tapping back in the Avangar smokes. At the very least, the simple ones rolling in. The bare bones rail smoke, as many call it. Ooh, flashes round. A little dangerous here. Marisco taking some tags. It's Oscar up close, though. And he is much more accurate with this AWP. Eventually bested. But he will just hammer this one in, it feels like. Quan Flatro and GXX, all that remain. Surely no chance for them at this point as they are looking to work their way in towards the bomb site. They've got to recover that bomb. Plant comes in. They're going to let it happen on the Sinners side of things. Oh my goodness. Got to be careful here. Maybe too much room, but no. Majkey says, this one's over. We're going grand final. And BNE will be knocked out in such a close fashion. A hard-fought Inferno to begin. A little bit of a blip on Mirage, but that does too as well. Felt like it potentially could have gone their way. At the very least, an extension of play is what we were feeling. But BNE falling short at the very, very last moment.
Close but no cigar is basically the way to go about this. And they really did showcase actually BNE have still got at least a level to them where they're very good. I mean, this is a very informed Sinners side, and they've taken them double OT in towards map number 1, the full 24 in towards map number 3. I mean, they do have, you know, still that oomph about them. But I think Sinners, I think it's a bit of a side rally. They should have won this game. They decided they are playing regular Counter-Strike at the moment, and thankfully they have. And now we'll book this spot into another final for a Pro League spot. Last time, of course, against Sangal, didn't go well, so we'll have to see whether that's the case. Let's take a look at the bracket, of course, to see how that's changed things, as we have one more game of the semis to see who will be joining Sinners in that grand finals. It's 3D Max who will be taking on Bahawi. Bahawi, of course, coming from a local qualifier themselves, similar towards the BNE boys. They didn't play any of the groups as well, so at least for us, and maybe even for 3D Max as well, a little bit of an unknown quantity.
It's true. It's true. And, you know, name value-wise, you might not recognize them out there, but there are certainly names on the team that have some history. So, you know, we'll see if they can kind of tap into that a little bit. They have some really good local talent at the very least. But yeah, sort of Budapest 5 and Onyx history for a few of those players as well.
Yes, yeah.
And we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. I will say the logo goes hard. There is that at the very least, you know, very cool logo. Is that going to be enough for them? I don't know. 3D Max, they've got a bit of a legendary logo themselves. So not sure. But yeah, I think it's going to be a hard run out for them. They, you know, sort of get the spot via the local qualifier. We're doing away with those, but maybe kind of rotating them out a little bit. So obviously a couple of teams that get through on the local where maybe a team like Sinners could have done that previously, but not the case anymore. Either way, 3D Max, yeah. For me, I think, you know, you got Sinners, you quite like the look of them. They've obviously just done very well there. For me, it's 3D Max, I think, actually. I think that they've got a bit of a deeper level to them, a higher ceiling, you might want to say, whichever way you want to quantify it. I think that 3D Max, for me, come in as the strongest looking team. So Bahawi shouldn't really give them too much of a ride. But I do believe, folks, that is going to be as, of course, for that first series. So Sinners securing their place in the grand finals. We've got that next matchup coming up. Not going to be too long of a break here. I think the teams are about ready to go. So it's just a case of us getting through the pre-show and getting that veto out there. So make sure you stick with us. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back soon.
It's so high from here, you can see the world, and we all insisting to be small. Subdivide. I'll show you how it's done. There's no sides, we go inside. The man, he is the one. You build your walls with faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your mission. We are many of one. We're coming home with a mission to tear you down from your undeserved room. We can take your conviction. We are many of one. You may call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt. Go! Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together and staying off track forever. Child of the nation, go seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go back your back now. Keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, 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 out. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you. Take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine. Show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster. Gotta get better. Gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now. Getting it up now. Go with the move, go for the goal. Lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, up, go what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, go what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle.
EPL qualifiers continue here, ladies and gentlemen. We are rolling into our second semi-final to see who is going to join the Sinners in that final there, and of course battle off for the spot itself. We've got Bahawi up against 3D Max, and again, Bahawi, you know, are we even sure if we're necessarily pronouncing that right? There might be a little bit of nuance to it, but ultimately they make it through the local qualifier in Hungary. Not really the wildest team in the world, to be fair. And I think that, you know, there's a few names in here you might recognize, but even then, they've not necessarily been around for a while, I think it is safe to say.
No, I mean, hey, you know, let's be honest. I'm just going to list off some of the teams that they beat, you know, on the way here. The top four at the Tipmix Pro Masters, obviously Bahawi themselves, who ended up winning the lion's share of $4,500, which is fair enough. You know, for a local land's actually not too bad at all. Then Spirit HU, main names there being Aaron and Corey, and then a few kind of lesser individuals from that scene. Bull Peak, and I've not casted any of the guys in that team. They finished fourth. And then Diak, again, no one within that team that I even recognize. So, you know, they had Aaron and Corey playing a bit of a mix, Spirit HU with three guys that I don't really know, and then two other teams full of people I've never casted before, don't really know how much Counter-Strike they really even play. So when you're looking at this, they didn't really have to fight too hard to get to here. It's probably definitely one of the more contentious things about them being kind of skipping the groups, because if I'm going to be honest here, on paper, while this side actually have, you know, something to give. You got Camion, who of course most recently played on Pera with the likes of Aaron, for example. Talented guy. Xavi was actually playing in the UK CS scene for a little bit of time. Actually a pretty talented individual, to be fair. And Badito and Flevo have actually been around for quite a while. Still, if I had to, you know, if you had to put me on the spot and say, would this team have made it through the best of one groups? I would have personally said no chance, right? I would have said, like, you know, any of those other sides like Saw or Rush B would have had a little bit of a better chance. So Bahawi, it's good that they're here. But, you know, let's be honest, they're a mix who are coming against actually probably the best team in this entire qualifier, a team who have been at Pro League, who want to go back towards Pro League, a team who are of that tier 1.5 potential, and 3D Max. I'd be very, very surprised if they can't take this cleanly.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit curious, isn't it? You know, a little bit sort of above our pay grade, really. But as we're aware, the national qualifiers getting a little folded. That's kind of what this used to be in the past, you know, was like the national convention. We had it as a little bit, right? Yeah. Conference and all that sort of stuff had a lot of national spots. And, you know, I think it's sort of a bit fair enough. And you never know, maybe they'll come back a bit more next year, actually, right? When the circuit opens up. So it's curious, but maybe this is just one that sort of hung over a little bit. But as you say, yeah, the caliber of this Bahawi team isn't quite there. But who knows? You know, they could go completely overlooked. 3D Max could be like, easy start to the day for us then, and we'll just, you know, focus on the final. And there is a little bit of talent here. Their Dust 2 seems to be pretty good. So, yeah, could get a bit curious. Let's speed through the veto. Speaking of the maps as well, let's get that rolling just to kind of see where we are going to end up. So Dust 2 does actually come out, that permaban, you know, for 3D Max sort of haunting them a little bit, and they don't want to test the waters. Nuke out for 3D Max, completely fair enough. They've played it a fair amount in this qualifier, looking pretty good on it. And then Anubis as a decider. So there is maybe a chance in that, you could argue, for Bahawi to potentially steal away a map. You know, 3D Max, they've played it. They're not great at it.
Yeah, no, I agree. There is actually a world. The thing with Bahawi, though, when you look across the board, all the officials they've got here, so there's so little tape to really go off. You know, 3D Max plays so many officials where there's a lot in terms of Bahawi, in terms of anti-trust, and they could have done. I don't know how much they're going to bring to the table here. We're going to kickstart things over towards Nuke. Bahawi have yet to play this in officials, have yet to play this on HLTV, so immediately you lean towards 3D Max. This is a very good map for them as they start on that T side. Let's take a look and see. I'm going to have open eyes and open ears when I look at this, but already, great start. Maka, PT50, ripping ahead.
Yep, good way to start things. Inside the smoke. Oh, Xavi going to come round and finds a clean one. Is it enough of the chaos created here? Smoke goes in towards heaven, and yeah, they're on opposite sides of the page, really. Emskid trying to move forwards. Not really all that much success. Camion and Fleeve, more experienced names on this team, hidden behind it. So they can't deny that bomb plant. Looking for a different avenue of attack here, especially Fleeve. but it does feel like a surefire thing for 3D Max right now.
Fleeve making a move. Might potentially be able to catch one off guard, but then he gets spotted, so he already pulls out a far. Cameo, into one. Needed another. It's not going to happen. And that is a very simple round for 3D Max. It's good to see. So, 3D Max should come in towards, one of these sort of matchups and actually make it look very, very clean. They should come in towards a pistol and set the tone early, and they do. Maka looking good. That PT50, nice little long-range shot from him, and simple stuff all in all for 3D Max to settle the potential nerves, but honestly, I don't really think there will be any nerves. I think this is a matchup in which they favor themselves so much. I think they back themselves kind of the way we are here. For Bahawi, we're speaking on nerves, it's them, right? Only officials they've got are in that qualifier. Spirit HU twice, Diak and Bull Peak 1 apiece, and that's all they've really got to work off. So they got 4 best of 3s under their belt on HLTV, and that is it. As this mix. Anyway, Gravity, hello. Oh, he goes straight into the freebie. So that's a gun that you'll take, a Mac 10.
Yeah, pretty nice, I suppose. Ooh, and they do have to be a bit careful. It's going to be the early buyout from Bahawi, right? So, if you lose any players from here especially, it's a bit dangerous. But no resistance down on the bomb side itself. Lucky gets bested quite quickly. That's not ideal. Not ideal at all. Bedito comes round with a clean kill. So 5v3, Galil recovered. I mean, do we save this for the next round and a bit of bolster of cash, or are they actually going to give it a look? With Jocko being low, they know that, if it's a dink that's been heard, then maybe they will indeed go for it. But you can see the superior weaponry as they come rolling on in is a lot to get through. Any more for any more, however, is always going to be a bonus. I think they'll take that and walk away. Still 3 kills. Recovered weapons, really, really great result here for Bahawi. Exorcise
and Maka's all. That's going to be saved there. But yeah, actually not a bad round at all. Bahawi will take that every day of the week. A Mac 10 and a Galil saved. Not too shabby. 3 kills as well. As low buy rounds go, you take that every day of the week. And I'm glad, you've learned their lesson, or learned the lesson of, I guess, previous games that at least mentally, a team that I can back here. Bahawi didn't force buy on that second round, and now they have guns to work with here. Of how expensive they've just made it over towards 3D Max. Honestly, this is a very decent spot they've put themselves in. Not bad. Not too bad, but a match pause. I'm not too sure what it is. I'm not going to speculate too much, but 3D Max, they have some issues. I swear, every single game that I do for them when it comes to the ESL Challenger League, always have a tech issue. Normally it's only 1 or 2 and they're very early on in towards the game, but I feel like they're the only side I've ever casted where they have to have regular server changes. I'm sure it must be some sort of either a ping issue or anti-cheat issue on somebody's PC, but yeah, 3D Max, it's a tough one. They always have some sort of problem.
Yeah. Someone's mum coming in, telling them, can you pause the game?
Yeah, dinner's ready.
And I mean, it's like, technically, you can, to be fair.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is a little bit of a, yeah, dinner's ready's a classic. I sometimes get a little like, can you do the lawn or something? And it's like, no, I'm in the middle of a game. Hello.
I got work.
Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah, especially in this case. We do have Maka drop out and then drop back in, though, so there is something going on. There's a few players at the moment in there. I think one of the gaming players, is having like PC issues. But
yeah, Patty has like, oh my god, I can't remember what game it was. I think it was me and you doing it, and yeah, Patty DC'd like 5 times in a series. One of them was like a 20-minute DC as well. Just cursed. Very, very cursed. However, tech issue's done. We've match medics and we're back.
So there you go. That's how we like it. I'm certainly here, if you've got a little bit of a technical issue, absolutely. Fair enough. That's what they're there for. If someone gets injured in a regular sport, it's a similar kind of vibe, isn't it? So, yep, fair, but it does not take forever. I think is maybe where we start to get a little restless. We want that counter-strike here. Xavi going to open things up. Nice find from him. Early find for Bahawi. Could be big.
And doing so, it's kind of forced 3D Max to pump the brakes a little bit. Flea holding with the AWP. Flea's a name he's been around for a while. Actually a really talented guy. He came into Budapest 5 after Torzi got picked up by Mouse NXT, and honestly did a pretty good job. You know, there's a big boost to Phil as Torzi was just absolutely ripping heads on that Budapest 5 side. But he did a decent job. He actually a bit of an unsung hero for a while in the Hungarian scene.
Xavi hiding out, man. This is a difficult spot to beat. They're going to try and give him the smoke. But, oh, Jocko, yeah, had to be quick on it. Bit of pre-fire, in fact, for that angle. Don't have a smoke for Mini. Trying to flash their way in. It's not really looking good, but they make a quick move and a quick dart down below. But there is an AWP ready and waiting for one. Looking for two. Little tip of the head. XC though. Too many angles for him. He's like, excuse me. I'm in a 1v1 here. What do you think you're doing? But he can't take out Cleve. 20 seconds left. A quick move from Gravity. Not going to work out. Bedito closes the round. And Bahawi find themselves on the board pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's a good round. Actually, it's a really good round taken there by Bahawi. They kind of just rely on the back of the individuals to hit their shots. It's quite simple in the way they've approached it, but it's worked well. And an opening kill and a second with the AWP as well over towards Ram. You know, kills in different positions and already talking about a decent start to the round, but then they just don't overfight. It's quite simple, it's quite effective. We've seen other teams who would get maybe a little giddy in those situations and think, right, we've got to kill. I haven't taken any damage, let me go in again. And that's where you give away chances. Yeah, not to be. Max, they'll buy back in, but it's not exactly the most bountiful of reinvestments with Triple Tech 9, Mac 10, and 1 AK on the back of Mac. A lot open, and this guy can do. At least he'll get outside smokes, though.
Indeed. And there's not really anything automatic to stop them crossing down. Camion tearing good time. Only one for him. Memska, meanwhile, making a lot of noise, but still in a pretty difficult spot to beat. Nade is good. And they're unsure, you know, is he making all this noise because it's sort of a bait-in? It would appear not. This guy is very confident, not really hiding himself at all. Does come away with a kill. Lucky the next one to go down. Maka, meanwhile, oh, big one for him. Jocko as well, not really dedicating that bomb in. Uh-oh, Maka and Jocko, two-piece. Lovely little double peek play. Leaving Fleeve all alone, all of a sudden, you know, 4 versus 2 for a brief moment there.
Bomb goes down. And I think, honestly, I don't want to give this AWP a little look in. Retaking with an AWP is bad enough, but doing it in a 1v2 disadvantage, you've got 1 flash, no kit, no head armor, and you're against an M4 dropped, it is not worth it. Fleeve knows it too. Gonna get out of there. So that's going to be 3D Max putting up yet another round on the board. And now starting to really showcase again what they can do. That low buy worked well. Maka's AK gets super active. They needed a hero. It's the hero AK that does a lot of the legwork. Goes off and third converted. Nice work. Really nice work. And of course in doing so, it will put a bit of a weird position over towards Bahawi. Teams like to force round AWPs. I don't think it's worth it personally. You haven't got enough money to really even facilitate and even, you know, a half buy. Never mind kind of a good one, right? So yeah, tough old spot. Really tough spot to be said here. 3-1. And a match can be paused again. A bit of a tech issue. I did do a little bit of a digging. Apparently 3D Max occasionally have internet issues and electricity issues, where even the other day, Jocko had to go to another person's house to play because his internet crashed. Oh no, his Wi-Fi, electricity. Sorry, man, I went out in his house. Hate to see it. But yeah, 3D Max. I don't know what it is. They have some issues, man.
Are they in like a boot camp or just
No, they're at home.
the neighborhood? Okay. Kind of interesting. Kind of interesting.
Yeah, they're at home. And that might just be, you know, unlucky. But you get to Pro League. You do make a decent run in Pro League. That could mean rent money in a new place. Who knows?
True. Yeah. You know, they're out here living in a cardboard box. Tier 2 be a rough life. Yeah. Contact here from Fleeve on the AWP. No one going to be on the other end of this for quite some time, actually. So if he keeps going, he's grabbing a lot of info. Yeah, they're pretty heavily dedicated to the outside push. I don't know. It could get a bit weird. Just the one man watching behind. You know, Fleeve gets the better of him, and suddenly the round is pretty open. But they will at the very least have a solid confirmation that it will most likely be a bit of a B play or an outside lean. We'll see. It depends on what 3D Max opt to do.
Jocko, at least leading the charge towards our side here. With that smoking in through lockers, I mean, surely Bahawi expect this to a degree. It's a contact play. And SK, oh, he turned to the worst possible time. Just as he was moving off the angle. Nexus Cease will swing. So, unfortunately, I don't think this one's really going to get going at all. Maybe if the AWP got gifted some freebies. It's not to be. And I think for Bahawi, the best way to go about this is just, you know, especially if one more kill comes through. Well, I was going to say, if one more kill comes through, then just prioritize saving the AWP. But in all fairness, the Julies will get one. That's only a Mac 10. Fleeve has a really good angle to get another here, and he does. Lucky falls. They might potentially give this a look in. You may as well for the pistols at the very least.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. We'll see. Yeah, it's like if they can create a bit of space, maybe the AWP joins a great flash. Maka trying to find two here. Just sort of secure the round. He's going to do that. Yeah, so with that, Fleeve will be like, all right, I was hanging around at the back anyway, and now time to slowly make my retreat. 3D Max scooping up 4. Certainly not the cleanest ride for them, but they'll be happy to get it. T-side starting to look pretty good, even though we're only a handful around him.
Ooh. Hey man, at least Fleeve looks good. This is, you know, like I said, honestly a guy who I've cast right at the earlier points of my career was casting a bit of, and he was always very talented. I'm surprised he never got opportunities elsewhere. I'm not 100% sure. I mean, I don't know the guy at all, so I'm not too sure what his English is like. Maybe that's the reason why he didn't get any international opportunities, but I honestly always thought he was pretty decent. When he came into that Budapest Fireside, he was always actually able to put up some pretty decent performances. He's played, you know, he's kind of team hopped for a while as well. He's still only relatively young, but he was on that Rubik team that did, at least, you know, I think there was a couple of seasons in Challenger League. I think before that they were called Domination. Actually kind of basically what was the remnants of now is Para, in all fairness. Aaron was on that team as well. Camion was also there at the time too. Yeah, man, he's played for a very decent amount of teams over the years. And he's always been pretty solid every time I've casted him, at the very least. So, actually, in all fairness, his rating recently is a 1.4, but that is because he's played in that that recent qualifier. That's basically all he's got on under his belt. But a 1.4 last 3 months isn't bad on a LAN qualifier. Pause done though. Really Max a 4-1 start. Not a bad little spot. And they put themselves in here. Are we back into the buy though?
Need to do something with this, and Benito will at least open up for us. Make things a bit interesting. 3D Max going to have to work for this one. Certainly easier said than done. They'll manage to gain some space outside though, which I think is a pretty good look here. Down towards Secret, down towards B, and, you know, anything can happen on this B bomb site, really. Get timed on, get caught off. It does seem like Memska is hiding away, you know, rather than playing out in the halls and trying to take an open fight. He's just chilling in the rafters here. So this is a much better spot to work from, but even then, it's not a surefire thing.
It's true. It is true. On the corner, Meske going to find Jocko. Not bad. It's quite off the back of it too. Not round one just yet for Bahawi, but this is probably the best position they've been in on the gun rounds, at least for the time being. Smoke down, Molly old Ven, but Molly comes too late. Cameron gets out of there. Actually, pretty well played here from Bahawi. They're just not giving any opportunities. I say that, literally just as I say that, Meske swings in for no reason down towards stairs, and Exorcist gets a freebie.
Whoa, Fleeve, lovely shot from him. This is a big opportunity, though. Lucky finds 2 up top. It's that bomb, though. 10 seconds. They got to recover it and get it planted. It's not going to happen, I don't think. The kills, maybe. Fleeve backs off. Bomb recovered. And yeah, there ain't no bomb sight up there, fellas. Fleeve knows what's up. Don't give him the fights. And my goodness, it's ever close again. But Bahawi going to find themselves a second. Absolutely wild sort of round. 3D Max nearly pulling it back, but yeah, just that timer getting away from them.
Yeah, timer, and of course on the other thing too, just taking, way too long to pounce in terms of when they're in that 5v3. Yeah, gifted the opening too. It feels okay. Maybe if the AWP didn't get a kill from ramp on towards window, then we're talking about the round potentially being on in that 2 versus 2. But by that point, they just, like you said, don't give themselves enough time to really even converse about it. So the buy round is pretty uncomfortable. No two ways about it, with the double D, the Mac 10, and the double AK-47. Lucky's going to find the firsts. You can never count these half buys. Bedito, like Ships in the Night, though, has gone past Gravity. So Gravity's sneaking in the backlines, and Bedito's doing exactly the same. Both are going to relay misinformation here.
Kind of wild. Lucky down below keeps it looking good here. I feel like that's probably got to be the round, to be honest with you now. Yeah. I think a plant comes in and Bahawi will just save it. And you can see 3D Max are a little bit like, surely not this easy, but yeah, crazy.
There was a timer, right, where if Bedito had actually been able to flank, and maybe if they were a little bit slower on that ramp push, he actually could have gone in behind. Might have been a world there, but wasn't to be. Oh my god, missed shot with the AWP. Uh-oh. Eagle also missing. To see he's just body shot King as he drops that AWP. And that actually now can be recollected. That is a huge thing to scalp.
Really keen find. Xavi and Bedito just going to hold on to their guns. But yeah, man, 3D Max immediately back on it. Bahawi struggling, very much struggling. And, it's one of those things where for a bit of a lesser team, and certainly a team by name, but not necessarily nature, I think they will struggle to replicate things when they don't have a bit of luck on their sides. Yeah, it's a wild sort of scenario for them if they're going to find these sporadic rounds. Maybe a timeout in the near future. 3D Max already in a winnable position. 5 rounds on the T side after only 8 is pretty incredible.
It's true. It is true. Fleeve. With the P250 for him. We're going to pistols, but that one rifle of Xavi's really got to do the bulk of the work. All eerily quiet, though. I don't know if 3D Max were expecting overextensions, but so far they're holding for peaks, and things really coming their way. Let's hop out over towards Secret. That'll get that left-hand side of him. We'll try to tuck in there. Pop flash as well, back red in case anybody awaits. What is the plan here, though? 3D Max then really chipping away at this clock.
I think they're weary, is it some kind of a force? Is it a hefty half buy? Will there be a stack? There's a lot of questions left unanswered in a round like this, and where that economy's gone, you don't really know how Bahawi as a team like to approach these types of rounds. Fleeve spots a couple, spots that AWP importantly. Bedito melting away, hoping someone walks into his crosshair, but not the case. 20 seconds for 3D Max, not a lot of time here. It looks like they're going to redirect to A, and And one well-played frag here could really throw things off. However, it does not look set to happen. Benito's still got to go down. And he will just about. Oh, my. Plant's a little late. Xavi comes in from the side with that M4 and finds 2. Nearly enough to just panic and confuse 3D Max there. But Fleeve now is the only one, and he's not going to be able to find anything, is he? He's got a lovely blue gem Mac 10, but the round itself will go the way of the Frenchman. Fleeve takes a gun on the way out. That's a bit nicer. M4 to save.
Yeah, at the very least, they've made this more expensive than I initially thought. So 3 out of 5 kills on what is 1 save gun and a few pistols isn't bad, but it's all in good we talk about this and say, you know, there's small silver linings and at least doing something, but we're getting to a point already where it kind of doesn't matter. I mean, 3D Max 6 rounds on T side, by all metrics I have, is a very, very good T side on Nuke. No matter what level or what team you kind of play against, that for me is very solid. So that's the inherent worry I have when I look at this and say, yes, there's these small silver linings and these moments where for Bahawi, they're making it a little bit expensive, or they're getting maybe bits of personal confidence boosters. They're still 4 rounds behind on the most CT side of map in the pool on the CT side. So I'm still kind of concerned that I think 3D Max are doing more than fine. Now, breaking too much of a sweat. Gravity, gonna chunk it in. They're gonna play a post here though. And Gravity goes 1-for-1, but Jocko will trade. They're already guns up. They wanted to fight, and 3D Max will take it.
Lucky holding that flank. He finds this kill. It's hammered in, isn't it? 7th round for 3D Max. Absolutely. Unless we get a hero here. And they're both on opposite sides of the map. Fleeve could actually find something outside if they take their eyes off the ball. But it does look like they are ready for him to come in. Good sense of timing from Jocko. Just Xavi. I think they will be making their way over to A, in all fairness. Can't even find one. And that'll be that. 3D Max starting to really roll them here.
This is pretty simple stuff now as well. Another kind of gun round with not too much of a defense being put up, in all fairness, by Bahawi. Really solid stuff, really easy. All right, there's no real conversations to be had here. 3D Max are coming in towards this taking fights. They're actually now responding quite well in terms of aggression. That is a little tidbit starting to come through for Bahawi, and 3D Max are just ready there to fight, ready to trade. Playing off the back of each other in a very nice way. Decent stuff is what I've seen. 3D Max, nice and simple. I mean, for me, we spoke about it a little bit off camera, but they are the favorites coming in towards this tournament, this qualifier. Sinners, of course, wait in the grand final, but I would pit 3D Max as the better side. Kind of on paper, recent form. They've been to Pro League and they want to go back. More recently, of course, that is. We'll have to see. 5 rounds up, very decent. Limited buy going to come through here from Bahawi, so should be made under bare minimum 8.
Oh, Lucky. Looking away at the worst time. They're after him now. Ollie down has bought him the space that he needs, but still they're looking. They are wanting this kill. He's had to drop way back, but at the very least, you know, stays alive, trades a load of info. Kind of a weird game state now. And there's Benito, right? His patience pays off, waiting. Lying for that moment to pounce. He'll get an AK. Is it going to have a big effect here, though?
To cease. In that back lines there. Jocko up on high. It looks like where they're posted, they want to try and finish down towards A, but they've got to make a decision. 45 seconds. Fleeve over towards stairs. And again, 3D Max are waiting kind of for the fights to be given to them. And for now, it's not going to happen. There is the potential of this one. Benito in through mini. Exorcist will join them in towards heaven. And they are wrapping, so this is going to be an A split. Probably the 2 through mini, 2 through heaven sort of strategy. And in all fairness, the A hold is actually pretty limited.
True. Ooh. It is true. Oh no, Benito goes completely overlooked. Oh man, he keeps on bragging. Bomb somehow goes down, despite the barrage of the 5.7 and the P250, but a big, big steal for Bahawi. Oh, man, what a mess. What a mess. 4K out for Badito. And a game changer of a round. They will recover the weapons. Making so much money off of this victory here.
Yeah, man. Not bad, is it? Not bad at all. Badito, good work. Really good work. Just doesn't get cleared that late into the round. Sitting tucked on mini is one of those where I think for, you know, just a complete oversight for 3D Max. And again, where, you know, the 3D Max side, I don't mind them playing it a little bit slow or causing for these freezes, but you've got to call for a freeze when you know the information. That's the kind of issue I have with this, right? You know, for 3D Max in that situation, they call for a freeze. They don't know what A's looking like. They don't know any sort of a kind of setup from Bahawi, and they pop in, but with nothing ready to go with. Fleaves up, easy opener, finding Lucky. Nice little re-aggression there as well from Bahawi. Good work.
Yeah, lovely find. Nade onto the door as well. Clear this out. There's nobody around at the moment, so Maka and the rest of the boys just going to hold things. It's, again, a very, very patient look from 3D Max. We have seen them be a man down previously and kind of recover things back. They're weary of Maka up top. Maybe made a step earlier on in the round. Maybe just an expected position. And he will go down. Okay, so a bag here for Bahawi. Hearing out another as well. It looks very, very good. They have to massively defy the odds. 3D Max looking for that one player to just slip the net, you know, get in behind. Maybe it is Gravity. Ooh. Not spotted. Not spotted on the edge of the smoke. Must have just got the timing there. Wow.
Wow. Through the smoke, mate. I mean, I can't imagine he saw all that much there.
Kind of wild that he gets away with that, and then, you know, we have the kill outside as well. So 3v3 actually could be workable. Exorciso down the ladder. Maybe expecting a bit more presence outside. Yeah, they just have no info on the 3D Max end is kind of the problem here. Too many targets for Gravity. Down he will go. And 7-4 landing here. I think a pretty decent recovery from Bahawi in the tail end. Again, it is a moment of whether they can fully close it with all the space they have, but we'll see.
Another thing, another kind of, you know, those last two rounds where 3D Max in the mid to late round, I just think they lose all, I guess, kind of control in that situation. Their ideas kind of fall apart. I feel like they got a plan out of spawn, doesn't work, and in the mid to late, when they already have gone down a man, it's kind of a little loss for me. An example of it, Xavi spamming the smoke, good for one, and Fleeve, pop shot, also connects two. Bad start, gets worse as Camion finds one.
Yeah, nasty stuff, man. Down below, though, Gravity is going to get the bomb down. So we talked about it in the last round, you know, just get a cheeky move and catching them off guard. This is going to buy a good 15 seconds, clean 15 seconds. Mem's going to go a little early. Has to be careful here. Spray down successful for Gravity. Exorcise was up on the backside trying to eliminate flanks. Not going to happen, so it's all down. The new kid on the block. A little stacked on top of each other. Tap on the bomb, the double spray down. You've got to be joking. You've got to be joking. And he's made it out of there as well. Oh my, into the smoke. I don't think they've quite spotted him. Where is he? Where could he be? Xavi, stop spraying for some reason. Get him off the bomb. The team kill. What is going on? I think there's just about enough time. Oh my God, the wildest round we have seen all tournament long. What is happening, man? That is insane. We need a breather. I think we all need a breather after that one, players included. We're going to take a break. See you in a few.
Oh, hello.
Oh,
no break.
Okay.
That's
We're
good.
straight
I
in.
don't want to break, dude.
Okay.
That was wild.
I mean, yeah, fair.
I don't want to break, man. That was actually wild.
Right.
That is one of the weirdest, funniest ways to end a round. The main thing is that Bahawi have made this, you know, feasible. 7-5 is workable, but 3D Max they still got 7 rounds T-side, which by all metrics is very, very good. So We shall see on the corner. Fleeve. Oh, it's a really messy fight. And Lucky and Mac will combine one apiece. They're swinging in. Actually, it might not end too well as the Heaven Pop starts to come through. This is carnage. I can't even explain what's really going on, but it's 1v3. It is run out by 3D Max. Fights on all fronts, and none of them good for Bahawi.
Indeed. I feel... Yeah, I've seen this happen once or twice before where, you know, pause doesn't get pushed. I think we might get our pause now, but it just feels a bit weird to go to a break. You know what I mean? So I think we'll just stay in the game and just kind of talk it over if you fancy. But yeah, a little bit of a strange run for sure. 3D Max. Yeah, I don't know what to make of the turn of the half and then a crazy pistol to open it up. I do think this is where it'll become a lot harder for Bahawi though. You know, Nuke T-side is really difficult. I would probably say now that Overpass has moved out, this is probably the hardest T-side to work out.
Easily,
you can't
yeah.
get yourself into the swing of things. It can be really, really hard to get going. You know, it's very, very slow moving snowball, as it were.
No, you are right. I think, for me, at the very least, when I look at this, Overpass was brutal T-sided because it kind of... The very small changes, it got... basically, it got so much harder in towards CS2 with the small changes that were made to Overpass, and it just became so difficult. I think basically the volumetric smokes and the mollies made life 10 times harder on that T side because you could just keep dumping them over towards like Short and Monster. But you're right, you know, Nuke now, easily the hardest in my opinion, and actually statistically is the case too. And it is one of those where if you start slow, you're really in a tough old spot. But Harvey, looking at the temptation of a force buy here. Xavi with a Galil. Might be tempted in towards it, but you lose that force buy. You know, it's a similar spot where 3D Max gets kind of gifted that 9th round, and then they basically get the 2-4 on special the 10th, and we're talking 10-5 and already in a really tough spot.
Yeah, no, it's true. I don't know, man. There's a weird kind of permutation that can happen here. 3D Max, though, it ultimately should be a map that they are taking for sure. You know, we're a little more open when it comes to the Dust 2, but even then. But yeah, this is 3D Max's favorite map. At the moment, I would say. I don't know. It's a big toss-up with this and Anubis, which are also, you know, both those maps are in the veto. So yeah, it's going to be a weird kind of showing here on Nuke, especially. I think the Bahawi maybe are just looking to go through the motions. This is a bit of a wild round though. Oh. Not quite the force buy, sir. It's actually just a hero Galil. With Camion opening up though, maybe we could be onto something. We'll see.
Yeah, hero Galil is kind of wild, but Xavi has found gravity, so maybe a chance. MP9 though, up close. You normally only bank on one person in that fight, and thankfully it's the SMG that wins out against the D at close range. 3v4, still doable for 3D Max, but they definitely got a bit of a scare to start off this one.
Maka. He's going to be the next line here. Ooh, bit of a catch in transition. Gotta be careful himself, though. There he goes, denying that M4 away. I think it just made it off the roof, though. However, is there a brave soul that wants to go for it? Oh, no, Xavi. Yeah, he did manage to get one scooped up. Jocko in behind, though. Could be big. It is for one. Ooh, dinked off. Not traded quickly. Oh, man. Such a crazy round again.
2v3. Jocko's low, though. So that one saved M4. The pistol could cause a problem. Maybe now, not anymore. Last man is Xavi. He has to die as well, really. I don't think they want to save over an M4. 15 seconds. The big things just don't die off the time. Either commit. You're going to save here, or you're going to try and make an AK work in the next one. He's actually just going to go for a save. So that'll be that. His econ's going to be a little destroyed, though. That's awkward. Yes, he got an M4, which is it's okay. It's nice, but not fantastic. We shall see. At least for 3D Max, though. Good spot for them. could buy back in here, though, Bahawi. They will buy around that saved M4. 3D Max, though, 4-round lead that they got for them is really solid. They've at least given themselves a bit of a luxury. Some of these rounds are a little bit more expensive than they'd want, so especially with how that one started, but I guess, you know, fundamentally, all we're going to care about is, at the end of the day, who won up the map, who won up the round, and in this instance, for 3D Max, that's probably also all they care about too.
Benito tagged up early. Lucky ready for the fight as well. Fantastic look coming round from him. Ramp the next port of call, but, you know, Bahawi already being a man down is really not ideal for them. Jocko playing on the crack. I think he did just spot someone there. Molly goes in. They will push ahead of it. Splits them up. Does he want to stick around? He says, nah, I'm going to get out of here. Maybe call on some support. Looking very, very good down here as well on that sort of ramp B area. But you can see Lucky comes around from secret. And now what? 5v4. Pretty scary look. Jocko with the headshot angle. Securing this round for me. Exorcise, is he going to be bested over on A is the big question. They'll go flying on in, but the MP9 does an awful lot. Of course, Gravity also up here. Surely enough. 1v4 in total for Fleeve.
Yeah, big ask. And not a lot of time either. 30 seconds to try and make this one work for him. Moving over towards ramp, but then so is Jocko. He's read this well, Jocko. Should be fine. No, a little labored, but he'll get the kill in the end. That's all that matters. 3D Max put up a 10, and that now probably, for at least for me, starts to spell the beginning of the end. No real buy here for Bahawi, no bomb plan, of course, will mean that. And now we're basically looking at this and saying, one more gun round for Bahawi to deny 3D Max taking this nuke with relative ease. I don't know if I back it.
Yeah, it's very tough, man. But again, it's unfortunate. You know, this is the reality of what we were looking at. Maybe a few individuals look okay, Benito, Fleeve especially. But as a team, Bahawi, you know, there's a lot of work here. Are they keeping it together, or were they, you know, just homies playing in the LAN? It's difficult to say. Maybe see how they do kind of thing. But Exorcise is trying to be the breaker of this team. He almost gets it done by himself. 4 for him. That'll pick up his stats going into the final stages of this game, or at the very least, the way that it looks. Bahawi, no real kills, no real bomb plant there, so just straight up into the next buy. No AWP is maybe the only thing that they could have facilitated. Even then, they could have gone for an AWP here.
Potentially. They're going to go 5 rifles and rocket. Play it with the hope at some headshots. But 3D Max, honestly, super simple, right? This CT half has just been really good, right? I mean, you look at Bahawi and they just have offered little to nothing. A couple of rounds that they maybe make it close with some of the kills, but they're on those lower buy rounds. And when it's coming towards the guns, by something 3D Max have done really well. Smoke gets broken behind it. A lot of damage on towards Benito. And Molly comes behind there as well. But I'm trying to obey. The spam is beautiful. One gets caught. 2 will cross. A third actually now gets caught as the smoke opens up. So potentially could be worse. But Camion will get his.
Oh, Maka tagged down low as well there. So Camion's doing a lot of work in this round. Memskit trying to catch a player as that smoke came down. But it is the secret play at the moment for Bahawi that would appear to be their main prong of the attack. Jocko slow on this B site, not looking for much to come his way, but as they start to roll in, he's going to be tested pretty securely. Double door, single door. Jocko not distracted by the opening of the double. He knows what's up. He knows what's coming. He gets blinded, though, on the repeat. And that will be a nice little 1-for-1 from Bahawi. Bomb going down. Rotations are quick, but they have to be successful.
Camion, this first fight for him has to be really, really clean. Thankfully, we'll have the support. Double nade, though. Decent damage. And Meska kind of goes into the nades, I can't lie. He takes a lot, but in all fairness, they're going to call it off. They're just going to fall away and give this up. There we go. Bahawi. Not dead just yet. Not at the very least in a position where they're out for the count. To a 6th. They can chain 2-3 more together. Then maybe there's a world to work with. But that's a very audacious kind of thinking here. It still is a very, very long road to recovery. There's a mountain to climb for this Bahawi side, who haven't offered a huge amount on this T side. At least that's a good round there, but I don't know whether it's going to be continuously positive, maybe, let's say, over towards this Bahawi side. Back into the buy for 3D Max. With that save, nice and simply. So they can give this sort of round here, the one that maybe might break the back over towards Bahawi, they can give it a second shot.
Alrighty. Fearsome stuff, though, to be fair. If Bahawi can, you know, get a clean round here, maybe they do start the conversation about the comeback. Oh, my God. What a quick scope in from Maka. Holy hell. Yeah, just, you can tell why this guy has had so much sort of hype around him for a while. A little unsure why he never broke through that ceiling. Circumstances. Maybe doesn't, again, you spoke about, you know, players and their English and whatnot. It's another case, and then you got to compete against Zaiwu. I don't think so, mate. You know what I mean? Like, you really have to be something special there. Anyway, moving forwards in towards the A site, or rather, not moving very far at all. Just Camion and Flea. More tenured players on this Bahawi side, but they have a monumental task ahead of them here.
That's for sure. 2v4. I don't know. They might be tempted to save to a degree. Got 30 seconds here. No information. You got a smoke, a molly, and an 8. Yeah, and Camion's out of this. They are calling for a save. So all the eggs being put into this last basket of round number 19. And even then, Lost Apprentice isn't fully fledged. They've got 2.9k, so they can't true buy into this. I mean, Flea can drop one over. But apart from that, not a good spot. That'll be 3D Max locking themselves into probably guaranteeing this map now. Fleavy can drop over a Tech 9, a bit of util maybe. Camion can purchase 1 or 2 bits of util. And that is really about it. What have we got? An AK and a Glue isn't bad, but Dito actually can squeeze out a Glue as well because it's 1.8k. But he might opt for the Mac 10 for more util, in all fairness. And he will actually do exactly that. So, util is prioritized for Bahawi here. It's map point for 3D Max on their map pick.
Nades round. Nobody on the business end of them, though. It's an outside execute from Bahawi that they're not going to follow up on. Bit of a classic here, you know, try and draw some attention outside and then burst somewhere else. A lot of the time it's on to A, but they don't really fancy that. They're going to look at ramp instead. Well-timed Molotov from Jocko. Again, though, not sticking around to take the fight. You know, he's a very, very safe ramp player, it would seem. Changing up the angle downstairs. Flash comes in, he can turn away from it, and he can feed information pretty well that there's no one around here right now, guys. No need to panic, and of course, no need to rotate.
Exercise on the corner. One, but only, in all fairness, because jumping across, really pulling that aim away. Makazorb can't get there in time to deny them. So, fairness, these fights are huge. Maka, though, will get at least one. So numbers stay the same on the corner. Damage dealt. This might be a round here for Bahawi.
Possible. Very possible. Jocko, though, he's got other ideas. It's that second one that really makes this look scary. Memska, which way's he looking? He's trying to find the ramp player, but it's Maka that comes in from behind to get the catch. And that just sums it up, doesn't it? 13-6 comes round, but a 2v3 converted in the end, and Bahawi just could not get that T-side off the ground. those post plants, those mid-round moments never really go in their way.
Yeah, nah, it's one of those where, the T side was just, unfortunately, a little bit lackluster for Bahal. We have to look at this and say, is this a sign of times to come for the series? 3D Max, no one's going to argue that, Bahal are a better side, for example, because they're not, right? We know 3D Max are a very well tenured side, a lot of really experienced players, a lot of still very, very good players as well who are playing, the upper echelons of kind of tier 2 in towards tier 1.5. So Bahal, it's stacked against them from the beginning. I think for them, this is about kind of officials under the belt. These are guys who have maybe been out of the scene for a little bit. We haven't seen Budapest 5 around for a while, that kind of vibe. But are we going to talk about them taking the series here? I don't know. Can they take a map? Maybe. We're going to have to wait and see, right? There's a potential. We'll have to really throw it back and see whether they can do it. But of course, in towards that map number 2, big turnaround needed on towards Dust 2 for Bahawi. And we're going to take a break before we get there. But a good 10-minute conversation or so is probably needed before that one. We're going to take a break. We'll see you in a moment.
Making magic when they need it most.
quick showing there from 3D Max, of course, on that first map. To be expected, you know, we kind of talked about Bahawi coming into this as one of maybe the lowest seeded teams in the entire sort of tournament.
Yeah.
For sure, bit of a mix. And then, you know, they're playing off against 3D Max on one of their favorites. I think for me, though, it maybe does get a bit more interesting here. The sort of benefit of the doubt, small caveat that we gave across to Bahawi is the fact that, you know, Dust2 in the officials is a bit flawless for them. And although it's only 3 maps played, that's not a super low number, but they were all against domestic competition. So it's very difficult to get a full read. However, 3D Max, I think they've just been kind of playing it when it comes up, you know, not necessarily working super deep on it.
I'm gonna really pump the brakes on that Dusty conversation. I look back at some of the games they're playing, the teams they're playing. It's like I said, you know, Spirit, HU, and those teams that are in that qualifier, Bull Peak as well. Yeah, it's wins, but it's wins against players that, like, you know, I'm pretty ear to the ground, and bar a couple of the guys from Spirit HU, like Aaron and that lot, and Corey, for example. The rest of that tournament, I know nobody in there. So, you know, we're talking kind of, no offense to them, kind of tier 3 plus sort of vibe. And at that point for me, I'm not really feeling too hopeful. So yeah, the reps have been a little janky, I guess you could say, over towards 3D Max, where they're, you know, only winning a third of their games. But all in all, you know, 3D Max, I don't know, you know, I lost to Monty, for example, in this qualifier even, right, of 13-3. I still value, I see as more valuable than a win against randoms, right? I think that's probably the way I'm going to go about it. So for me, I'm still very heavy on 3D Max taking this with very little sweat being broken. They didn't in towards map number 1. It was very simple. You know, this is, you can have to kind of be quite blunt here. Bahawi didn't offer up a lot. Only 1 round on the T side. Yes, the T side of the nuke is very difficult, but they didn't give us a lot to really talk about. You know, a little bit better in the sense of, you know, maybe there was options there. That 7-5 half was okay, but let's be honest, they never got going. Nothing really to offer. Fliev had a couple of moments. Xavi had a couple of moments too, but bar that, then the conversation runs out very, very quickly. Jocko individually was kind of just holding W and getting straight towards the fights. So I'm still very heavy on 3D Max taking this in 2 without too much of a conversation. Bahawi haven't really given us anything to talk about, and 3D Max are individually, even if the plan goes out the window, if 3D Max want to play as like an FPL pug, they will win. Simple as that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's completely fair enough. You know, there is a world. It just needs sort of one of those individuals that you've mentioned to really take over the game. You know, there's so much that has to go right for Bahawi and then wrong for 3D Max. But yeah, we'll see. It'll be an interesting kind of battle here, and I think that, you know, players like Maka, players like Jocko, very, very aggressive, very sort of instinctive kind of players. Dust2 leans into that quite heavily. So I think that given a bit of time, those guys could be really quite formidable on this map. And, you know, Dust2 is one of those things at the moment where it's like, okay, are we just holding out until the player break? Are there actually teams that are working on it? Maybe a bit more, you know, like the Sinners, for example, trying to get it in ahead of the player break. I think a team like 3D Max are a bit more like, okay, we'll play it when it comes up. We're not going to stay away from it. You know, it's nice to have a pretty comfortable permaban.
Yeah.
But it is a case of this map. We'll have a closer look. We'll have a zoom in when it comes to that player break. You know, have some time off, and then yeah, Dust2's maybe the first one on the docket, so to speak, to get used to and start cooking up, and, you know, also sort of saving things to yourself. That's sort of one of the key things, getting some decent practice in. Whereas, yeah, it seems like, I don't know what's gone on the end of this season. There's been so many tournaments stacked on top of each other, so many qualifiers and everything, you know, so it really is quite busy, and I think everyone is ready and waiting for the vacation, as I suppose we globally say. We'd say holiday here in the UK, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, for sure. I think looking into this one, I'm not expecting all too much. I think as well for 3D Max, a good thing for them would be just to save a bit of energy, right? You know, it's very, very likely they're going to be playing a final later on. You know, you never want to get ahead of yourselves in these games, but it is just the realistic approach that we have to look at this. Sinners are, you know, they're no joke of a team. They can upset and they can cause some problems, and they'll be waiting and watching with keen eyes, ready for that grand final later on. Of course, it is a Pro League spot on the line, and since they've already messed up one of those Pro League spot games against Sangalos, they'd love to be able to respond well enough heading in towards against a 3D Max. Now, the opportunities that arise for Bahawi do come off the back of those two guys that did get pretty active, that are Fleeve and that is Xavi. Xavi looked very good with the rifle when he was given opportunities. He's actually always kind of good for one, which is always good to see. On the other side, Fleeve with an AWP, look pretty talented, man. I think, you know, it's not easy when you're opening, especially on the other side, you got Maka, who's a very talented individual. So to be able to at least individually step up was pretty good. However, a lot of his work is on the CT side where he just posted up on angles, especially, you know, for him, we saw him post up towards ramp and they kind of, you know, direct line of sight, very easy to find a killer fall away. Dusty's a little bit different on the CT side. With how Utah now looks, no skybox, the T side will definitely make your life a lot harder. And of course, they will be starting from Brighton saying on that T side as well, Bahawi, because this is their map pick. So could be a little uncomfortable. You know, if their T side doesn't get going the way it didn't get going on Nuke, I mean, we could be, again, just entering into a very quick conversation and maybe even taking a bit of an extended break before the final.
It's possible. It is very, very possible. Hopefully into the action quickly. I think, you know, we've had a few hold-ups from 3D Max and sort of their technical issues, maybe. So they might be into the game. I think, indeed, the voice in my ear, maybe the voice in my head, not quite sure at this point, telling me that we should be ready for the game in just a few moments. So, yeah, I think, you know, again, 3D Max, we're kind of leaning their way pretty heavily. It'd be nice to see a bit of a competition out from Bahawi, you know, and maybe we'll see this team test the water, dip their toes in. We've obviously still got a bit more of an open circuit for this major. Maybe they'll, you know, lean into that a bit and see if they can make it in. There's always a story through those open qualifiers, and maybe they can be it this time around.
It's true. It's true. Maybe they can, Ryan. There's an opportunity. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Of course, this is about time for them to get some reps under the belt. They're going to be heading in towards Dust 2. They've already played it, like you said, a few times, but in that qualifier where it was against pretty limited competition. Now it's about what they can do against one of the best teams in Tier 2, if not a little higher, right? You know, 3D Max, you can maybe even make arguments about them being that Tier 1.5. 3D Max will start on that CT side, but Harwi on the T side, and the T side never really got going in towards Nuke. That does inherently worry me just a tad.
True. Jocko. Back end of plat here. Nasty angle, this one, especially in a pistol. Ready and waiting. Sending the feelers out there with Fleeve, though. See what he can get on the other side of the map. That P250 in hand. Jocko. Bottom coming. Oh, there's the contact flash as well. He will actually go down. Maybe enough chaos has been strewn here. Lucky and Gravity to get through. Oh, not looking good. Absolutely bested there on the B push. Just Fleeve remaining. That lurking presence. Does have a minute. Could take some names here, but surely they do not let this one slip.
Takes a cease. He's heard the info. Missed his shot, and a few of them, in all fairness. But fighting for Fleeve won't go well. Only the one casualty, and things for 3D Max start exactly as they finished on towards Nuke. Nice and simple and effective. But 3D Max don't really have to do all too much. Brilliant work on the French side. A very, very strong team when they get going. They really do have a lot to offer in terms of how deep the strat book goes for them. And it's positive to see them delivering in that sort-out way fashion. So, 1-0. Bahawi, no bomb plant, 1 kill, no buy. Maka already tagged one up as well.
And finished him off. So you are Maka making himself known early on with the scoped weaponry. Keep your eyes on him here throughout this game. I'm sure he's going to be super confident, particularly up against an opponent like Bahawi. Yeah, I think he'll have a really, really solid run. Keeps those peaks on coming. Oh, a little difficult. Got to make sure you don't drop anyone here in a round like this. You know, we got a couple deagles, man. That's about it. So, yep, those aggressive pushes are going to be punished. And still with a nice find from that Glock onto the MP9 here. And now what? Oh, the space created for the bomb plant. All blunder, I would say, from 3D Max. Going to help that buyout into the next for Bahawi. Maybe even an AWP in the conversation. And any more kills now, you know, really start to open up the round. Doesn't look too likely. Go on the Glock. Bested eventually, but, you know, 2 kills and a bomb plant for very little investment. Actually not a bad result for the T's.
Yeah, I think you can take the small silver linings, right? Of course, it will give them a much more fleshed out buy. They could actually go into the AWP here as well, which is good for them. And that's getting enough to drop over an AWP while picking up armor for himself. So we're talking about, yeah, there we go. So the AWP will come through. I like this. I think it's actually a good time to get the AWP in play. See if you can park up in towards suicide. And of course, on the other side, 3D Max don't have that sort of an option. So an opportunity here where maybe Bahawi can start to use those fights at range as a bit of a boost for them. Looking for swings in towards lower. They use the nade as coverage as they cross out. 3D Max going to respect it. Going to give it this mid-control for now.
Oh. I think that was meant to be a hinge smoke, maybe. Not quite made it. Maybe there is. Yeah, a bit of a gap. Oh, gravity. The smoke just worked against him ever so slightly there. Didn't fully spot that player. Pushes in over the top. Lucky with a nice deep nade, but nothing coming off. Minute and 10 on the clock here. Not an awful lot to write home about.
Double stack here. Even if Maka gets flashed, you got one up close. He probably should be absolutely fine. Speaking of, there is the flash, and smoke will come down. This is pretty well played. The temperament's decent here from 3D Max. He's trying to force them into fight, and the bomb actually swinging out early. Ooh, nearly getting into the dicey spot. Hot flash is good, but Gravity does get caught by it.
Ooh, Benito. Is he going? Oh, he's sticking around for now. He's just looking for that, lurking opportunity, and there it is. Jumped the gun too early, and it could be big. Really slows down the rotations. However, Gravity hidden away on the USP as well. Oh, man. Bloodbath, crossfire. 3D Max make it look easy. Leave with a nice little trade back, but it is all in vain as 3D Max will secure that first rifle very cleanly indeed.
Now, back to the drawing board. Again, I'm so worried about for Bahawi just having not really that depth in terms of the strats here. I don't really expect that 3D Max would have done kind of all that much in-depth of a look in towards those demos. We're looking at them, mixed teams against mixed teams on LAN. It is not exactly the best option, but at the very least for 3D Max, therefore, the strats they can dip into are so deep.
It's true, man. It's very, very true indeed, and we're seeing a little bit of it in this round. A nice move there into the lower tunnels to secure that first kill. Get the water tested, as it were. Exorcise. Oh, man. He was on for all four. White. Maka. Getting a bit cheeky here. Kind of playing with fire ever so slightly. Oh, my God, and they're going to boost him up. He really wants to take the fights, but I think they're kind of just saying to him, relax a little bit, guys.
Leave. Will post up. Xavi will hold for the flank, and I don't know, maybe a chance where 3D Max might swing in just for an information play, but this round's not going to amount to all too much. If they could get a bomb out of this, it would be lovely, but there's just surely no chance. 3 towards the site itself. Oh, the tag isn't bad, though. Both going to take one. Maka delivers his, but through the wall. 30 seconds though, fellas. We got to die before time here. It's the big thing. Xavi will fall. And the spam is so close. And eventually he will deliver as Lucky sees it off. One casualty. Nice and easy. 3D Max 4-0 start. Still yet to really see anything. This is Bahawi. They only got one round so far this entire series on the T side.
Yeah, it's true. It is true. And, starting to get away from them, but we'll see. Surely they can put up a bit of something. Plenty of util for this round, and again, go for a very simple round. Try and brute force your way out. That is something that is super effective on Dust 2. Plan those flashes at long. Is there anything wrong with that, right? And just see if you can make that work, especially in the early stage. Like, you still have a bit of time to play around those, more 50-50 type rounds.
Quiet. Smoked out of tunnels, right? So already the initial plant kind of spawn here. to a bit of a hold. Double nade going to come back, and nobody there. 3D Max. I kind of like the way they're approaching B here. They're actually not committed to a B hole because they know mid is actually probably the best place to look. Proper hinge smoke. Oh, that miss. It did, actually. I'm pretty sure. I think it's meant to be covering the whole door itself. It'll come over. Decent chip damage, especially on towards the AWP. Really eats a chunk of it. I'm pretty sure the hinge smoke missed there.
Yeah, I think so. Never reliable. Oh, just behind Xavi, trying to find a bit of an entry, but he's not super excitable for it. Bahawi, with only 30 seconds left, have, you know, pulled away. Still starving the info. There's the Molotov that's like, you ain't getting in B anytime soon. So really all the way down to the wire, man. And this crossfire, we've seen it a few times. Looks so effective. Well-timed smoke as well. Jocko just hiding away. Gravity is going to go down early. Jocko with kind of the bait move around the site pillar. But goodness me, he makes it look clean for 2. The bomb just goes down. And now a retake, or are we saving? I think 3D Max might actually give it.
These XCs can have a little look in, but it doesn't look like the other two are too tempted. Lucky. On XCs, may I say. Yeah, I mean, they're going to maybe be tempted here, but you don't want to lose an orb. You don't want to risk that. That's the big thing. Camion is in the backlines, though, so you might get actually a free kill here. I don't know if they'd expect him this late into the round on Kat. Maka going to get 1. Wait, hang on. They're not giving us a go this late, are they? They aren't. They're going to pop onto the site. They might be able to do so. The last man is so far away. They can stick this. I don't know if they've got the time for it, though. It's going to be so damn close, and they've just missed their window. They went for it, which is actually a wild call, but it nearly worked out. If they were, yeah, half a second to a second earlier, they win the round.
Yeah, kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. I think one of the key things, though, for, you know, this 3D Max side is just the fact that they need to lay down, you know, kind of the aggression and just stay in the heads of Bahawi. Really could be difficult here if played correctly, and you know that just allows them to immediately pick back up, you know, do the damage and just keep Bahawi on edge at all times.
Double stacking in through lower. Early kill going to be found there as well. Through the smokes. It's so unfortunate. Contact play out towards mid is crazy, and it works one. The bomb drops it, roll forward. Oh, and they line up for Gravity. The youngster, the new boy on the team, with an easy triple. And Xavi left thinking, what do I even do here?
Yes, a very fair question. Okay, that's a ridiculous shot from him, but ultimately, nothing going to happen. Yeah, and that's it, man. That's it. 3D Max, like I say, just staying in the right headspace, keeping themselves in the action cleanly. Nonetheless, timeout coming round. Bahawi have to, yeah, figure this one out quickly. It could get very one-sided if they are not careful. They're going to try and scrape together a buy. Certainly an interesting choice here. It's not the worst thing in the world, but I don't know. Maybe not the best. They're going for a spawn-based peek with this AWP as well, I think.
I reckon here, yeah.
Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah, well, you say that. Yeah, no, they are. Okay. Swing at me. 5-1 already is pretty damning, but at least the AWP might have the peek here on towards long. And it's just 3D Max happy actually giving the fight out towards long. Oh, but one crosses already. Now this changes things. Really want to stick around here. Smoke in your face. That's that. It'll come through as well. Decent little tag, and a second's come off the back of it as well.
Flash out long. Exorcist looking for a fight. Doesn't come, and he knows not to go any further into that danger zone. Again, smoke does not quite land. I think he's trying to get it up. You know, you get it in between the wall and that little pillar thing,
yeah.
Sticky out bit. You know what I mean? Like, you have to try and get it to land perfectly, and they're just not quite on there. Yeah, maybe.
It's called hinge smoke. That's why I'm saying.
Oh, no. I mean, like, up the top.
Ah,
there,
yeah,
like,
yeah. It's like a little notch, right?
The,
you line up with?
It's kind of like, it looks like a pillar, little obelisk, like on top of the door.
Yeah.
And then it expands downwards, and it covers like the entire door. So it's like an Xbox and a mid smoke all in one.
I get you. I feel you. We'll be feeling a couple of shots here. He's slow though. He can't risk a tag. Oh my god, Maka. He's still alive, and he just tucked his head. Lex Ecstasy to do the work at range. Yikes, dude. I mean, again, an absolute non-starter of, you know, a T-side here from Bahawi, which is already getting to a completely damning situation. 5 rounds in the hole. No bomb, he's no buy here. I mean, actually going to go with the double scouts, but it's you know, half by territory. They're still staying in and around that 2K mark, and a really kind of simple showing out from 3D Max, who, again, aren't really breaking a sweat.
Very, very true. Smoke down from 3D Max. Get that long area locked in. And Bahawi, I mean, not necessarily a throwaway round, but not one that you expect them to do well in here. Maka. Oh, nice. Tag up. Gravity does go a bit deep for that one. So, again, just got to watch themselves ever so slightly and not lose any more players from here. But the damage should be big enough, and you know, there's a lot of info traded out. Maka going to play nice and disciplined, get that org, make sure that there's nobody coming around to scoop it up.
Moving forward as a pack out towards long. And actually, a pretty good decision too, considering there's no one towards the A site itself. If they go now, they're going to get the site and actually maybe even a plant too. It's 2 out via short though. They've got to do all the work, and they're lining up. They're scared and tentative to cross, and the M4s is coming. Deal the damage. Bahawi had a time, and they have to go a little bit quick, and that's a commit to jumping across, but a jiggle peek in the corner. And that's what cost them. 7-1, 3D Max. Super simple stuff.
Yep. Again, with the kind of buy there, you wouldn't expect too much competition. So I think kind of fair enough from Bahawi to make them a little worried. But ultimately, this is kind of where we expect things to potentially turn around. Easier said than done for Bahawi, though. They've had many buys like this that have looked good and just, yeah, not able to really compete. Flash-in is a little off. No one coming out worse for wear on that. There's some information gained at B, but Bahawi pretty widespread. 3D Max, so you can see 7-1. They're just confident, aren't they, for these kinds of plays? Exorcist pushing in through the longhouse. Here's a lot of footsteps. Spots so there's no one there. They'll be ready for a short hit at the very least.
Make us deep. Do a decent chunk. Oh, it actually just clips the wall there. If we had him, might have done an extra 20, 30 points of damage. Does it really matter? Probably not. The bomb is still going towards B. And Lurk smoke out from the T side as well, and Molotov behind it. Not exactly going quiet about this, and Maka above the smoke finds an easy one towards Benito.
It's a good find. Of course, 3D Max again. Looking in control. Lucky. Oh, man, that's difficult for him. Maybe the flames getting the better of his vision. Jocko, for me, is the big blunder. Overzealous, not really respecting how deep into the A-bomb site they could be, and you see what happens. It spiraled. Control completely lost. Maka's probably calling for a save. Take that AWP into the next. The money is decent, not amazing, but Maka in particular is the money bags. So Bahawi move up to 2. Still not quite anything substantial, but at the very least, maybe giving themselves a platform to spring forward from.
Yeah, it's better than nothing. I guess also better than what they had on towards map number 1. They only got 1 T-side round. We shall see.
Terrorists win.
3D Max, I don't think they're really going to feel all too much pressure. I mean, to be fair, the buy actually might be a little weird out from 3D Max here. Maka going to have to drop over, I think, a couple, in all fairness. And even then, Utah might be a little slim. They can still reinvest, which is the main thing. Lucky buys for himself. Lucky takes a drop. And it's fine. How are we giving a bit of a lifeline here? A bit of a chance. If they can get 4 rounds, it's not bad on the C side. It's workable. We said that in that first time. You can get 5 rounds on that T side of the nuke. Or the CT side, may I say, off the back what was a poor start. It is workable. Nade is a chunky one.
Yeah, huge damage to kick off. Exorcist rolling round. Will dish out the damage. It's Gravity to finish off the kills. There you are, 3D Max. You know, as soon as Bahawi have a bit of life to them, 3D Max are able to just snuff it out. Bomb retrieved as well for the CT side. Benito could do some damage here. Somewhat weary, but he has, of course, left B open in the meantime. Trade there from Maka. A brave peek from Camion. And Fleeve left all alone here. 1 versus 3. Bomb to recover. I don't think he really sees this one happening. Might just hold his AWP into the next.
I probably think that's probably the right call. If he saves the AWP, he can actually kind of have a buy around him. Because of that little bit of lost players they got to work with. At least Meske, Xavi, and Benito will have enough funds to work with. And then Fleeve maybe can drop over like a Galil over towards Camion. We're talking about squeezing out a decent-ish buy there. But the only thing is if he can save. If he starts to have a little look around, he would be in trouble. Still, last 25 seconds, and it is another round of the ball for 3D Max. They're getting ever closer now to that grand final. And to, I guess in our instance as well, a bit of an extended break too. You know, this has been a really good showing of what 3D Max can bring to a game. They're individually a very solid side. And right now, showcasing exactly what they've got in that locker. Round done. That's 3D Max 8 already. That's pretty damn good. No two ways about it. On a CT side of Dust 2, not really having to dip too deep into the strapbook. Bahawi cannot really seem to find a way to compete in this one at all. So setting up for that 3D Max versus Sinners Grand Final, which is a bit of a banger. These are two sides who are at the upper echelon of Tier 2, which is that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it's always good to see. So I'm enjoying kind of the world in which we live, you know, and the way that the Counter-Strike's panning out, moving into a more open circuit, you know, could get very, very interesting. One more tournaments going on. A lot more opportunities to prove oneself. 3D Max. Speaking of proving, wanting to show that they can get the dubs here on Dust 2, particularly against those slightly lesser opponents. Benito. Slow encroachment in through the longhouse. It's more of a short approach, it would appear, from Bahawi. Try and contact out long. Exorcist, though. Tough angle to beat. Yeah, you got to have a clean flash here, or at the very least, a good idea that he's going to be here, and they don't. Yeah, they just walk straight out, not banking on it. And again, taking him down, second time of asking, you're the player with the bomb. It's just not going to happen, is it?
Flashbang. In. Oh, actually fully caught Benito there. He's lucky he was tucked away. Going back towards B. B is open for now. The smoke come down. Actually will come down late. But Jocko rips ahead. The M4 at range. Ah, it's so simple, isn't it? So easy. Benito, last man with the AK. I don't really know what he can do with 15 seconds. He might just be keeping hold of it because it might be the only real gun they have in towards the next round. Memeske will probably have one of his own, but bar that, the buy really thins out very, very quickly. 3D Max up to 9. And now in winning this round so cleanly, a very good chance at making it a 10-2 half.
Yeah, it's a rough look. I mean, even 9-3 is really going to be difficult for Bahawi. But indeed, this half is down the barrel of kind of a you know, winnable scoreline. before the second even gets underway. And yeah, Bahawi have not given us too much to write home about. Couple rounds, doesn't look great. It's also the nature in which they come, right? I think that they maybe have had like one nice round for me. But 3D Max have always shut them down. They are back with a vengeance here, though, and Memska comes around for quick, clean double kill. Maybe we can make this a third for the T side.
All right. Potentially. That'd be nice. I mean, it'd be better than nothing. Still, 3D Max in a position where you kind of still back them to a degree. Gravity, he might get one. 4-3 here. Does he clear close left? It looks like, yes, he will. That's a gun barrel. He's playing Trigger Discipline too. Oh, this, oh my God. Petito does just look right for a second, I'm sure. Jump scare. Hovering back towards A as well. Perfect nade. Oh my God, perfect nade and perfect tap through the smoke.
Xavi will find one back, though, so maybe we are still on the cards. The double up retake here. Tech 9 out, flying around, trying to get something done from elevator. Xavi left incredibly low. There you go. Oh, and Fleeve just misses out on the shots. What a finish. But it somehow works. 10-2, 3D Max looking like they are solidifying their spot in the grand final. A few more rounds to find in that second half.
Making magic when they need it most.
Sometimes I like the way you try, even though you know you will fail. Sometimes I give you hope before I take it all away from you. Just know I'll never let you win a shot. I feel you caving in. Just know I'll never let you win a shot. I feel you caving in. I never get tired taking down your empire. I feel alive in the middle of the crowd. I hear your steps and every move you make. I'm always one step ahead. I smell your fear, your tired sighs are music to my ears. Just know I'll never let you win a shot. I feel you caving in. Just know I'll never let you win a shot. I feel you caving in. I never get tired taking down your empire. I feel alive in the middle of the crossfire. I am the wall you'll never penetrate. I am the living will to dominate. I am the wall you'll never penetrate. I am the living will to dominate. I am the wall you'll never penetrate. I am the living will to dominate.
Making magic when they need it most.
Alrighty, folks, here we go. Bahawi, can they hold on a entire second half to get through, and then an entire third map if they are to find themselves a spot in the grand final? 3D Max want to end it here and now, and they are not wasting any time. Straight into short. Nice and quick from them. Trying to get that first
Oh
kill.
my.
It's eluding them, but there goes Gravity eventually. You know, keep banging your head against the wall and you'll find it. Pistol goes their way. And that might just be all she wrote.
Yeah, I mean, I probably got one of the hardest jobs in the world right now is just trying to break down anything. They just fly in towards shore and they back themselves in terms of fights. Simple as that. We look at this and just say, it's a complete mismatch of competition, right? It's two sides who are, you know, into a situation where how are they even here to a degree is kind of the question mark, because 3D Max, this is the easiest semi-final they've probably had in a long, long time. They're loving life right now. And Jocko showing why. Make that 4, give him the ace. Camion is so far away, but my God, that basically sums up the differential between 3D Max and Bahawi. Jocko, an animalistic 4K swinging out from long there.
Plank comes in, that secures the round. Camion. Oh. Oh. Imagine. Imagine. Lucky still finds
I love it.
but
I love that he gives it a go. That
Why not?
shows how
Why not,
3D
mate?
Max feel. Oh man, that is actually just hilarious. That is so funny. You know, a game has to be as dominant as this for people to be giving that a go. But if that hit, headphones coming off, I'm leaving. Not to be, but it's a 10-round buffer for 3D Max. And yeah, you know, I said this in the pre-show, I said it in the pre-map, but no matter what officials they had under their belt prior to this, they were never going to compete in this map. Even 3D Max's losses, they offer up more than, you know, the Harwee's wins, right? Just in the sense of the caliber of teams they've come against. Showing Gravity gets tunnel vision in towards lower and on sight. I mean, Mesca gets a freebie of a kill.
yeah, pretty nice. Made in. Damage. Taking a leap out of the 3D Max book with this buy, I'll tell you what. But they don't quite know how to make it work. Ecstasy spotting out a couple. It might lean B, actually. Rough fight there for Lucky. Doesn't have the support for the trade, so we are being a little lackadaisical here. Yeah, scout tag. MP9 on the other side as well. This could get a bit weird. Camion comes round for the triple, and he will keep the dreams alive.
They'll take it. They will take it. And an AK and Galil picked up. You're not going to say no to, but a reinvestment right back in for 3D Max. And I don't think they're really feeling too worried. They're very loose as how they're playing it at the moment. And, again, don't really blame them, to be perfectly honest. They can't afford to do so. They're right back at it. Of where we see this side try and deliver. Swing corner, Lucky in the flames. Spots one. Shot doesn't connect. The damage pulls away.
Go. Out in towards mid here, trying to find any kind of an opportunity that will come his way. They're going to clear out the lower tunnels. Nobody around. So, you know, what is the game plan for them here? Are we in long? Are we just barreling short? Keep it simple. Short's also an area that, you know, you really, really look for fights in that short area. Fleeve will find the bomb, actually, through the smoke, though.
Above it. Jocko has a little look in. I don't think he spots anything, but already down to 4 3D Max, at least for the first time in a little while. I have to actually think about these rounds to a degree. Cross smoke over towards CT. One out actually as well as a lurk smoke out of mid as well. Normally you're either going to do one or the other. What is that spread on towards Lucky? What is that? Spreads all the way through the door. He gets pretty unlucky there in all fairness. The wood had spotted. Lucky dead.
Javi catches XC's looking the wrong way. So just Jocko and gravity here. Oh my, okay. Jocko with the double spray down. That opens up the site. Just about enough time to get that bomb down in a somewhat safe place. They are obviously really just looking to find the heads, find the kills. Flash from long makes sense, but they are looking short. They want to take this area, you know, secure one of the two avenues. Camion playing patiently. Jocko going to catch Xavi. Oh, and it's Camion with the perfect timing to make sure there is no heartbreak here. Once again, they will buy themselves more and more time on the Bahawi side, but we are as yet to believe in the comeback.
For sure. I mean, there's a lot more that needs. A bomb plant won't really mean too much in terms of buys here. I've got a pistol is basically all they got to work with. Unless Jocko wants the hero AK, potentially go for it. Not really Utah, but he's also going to opt for a deagle as well. I don't know. I think they might just have enough. If they can get, especially if they can get a bomb plant for Jocko to wield an AWP or drop an AWP over towards Maka. Also, not always the most, you know, the biggest kind of necessity on T side of Dust 2. ASK can do the bulk of the work. Speaking of AK, 4-2 is flat. Make that even 3. Could line them all up here. Will finally get traded, but I think job's already done here.
Yes, indeed. Certainly looks that way. Both spotted out now as well. Double nades. Leave Jocko easy in the end. Xavi will get it done. So, here we go. This is where, again, a bit more difficulty for Bahawi, it is safe to say. The buy comes back round from the Frenchman. And, yeah, it is just a case of continuing to try and knock down that door. Eventually, they got to get it right.
Here we go. Back into the buy. Maka's only got a kill. But I'll say only. It's one in which I'm sure he can wield adequately in this sort of instance. I mean, for Bahawi, clinging on, but from Don, hopping through. Meske going to be avoiding the flash, but he spots the bomb. He spams on towards Cap, but he can't deny it getting up there.
Oof. Little nade on to Maka. Fleeve. Ito. This is a make or break kind of moment, isn't it? Fleeve goes down, but Ito gives up the spot. So at least they didn't lose both, but it's still not the best look there on the defense. Not really committing, you know what I mean? They stepped into the location, then they were like, actually, maybe we want to back away here. And, you know, they're just getting caught in between two mines. Great flash into mid. Oh my goodness. Memska's so blind, but they are very quick behind it. 5v3 now. Camion. Damn. Lucky creeps through and is able to catch him. That's got to be that. Yeah, they're smoked off. There's bodies on the other side of that smoke as well. Just no chance here. Ito and Xavi, they know how this is going to go down, but they have to, of course, give it their best shot.
Anything would be good. Yeah, Maka gets 1 for 1 there, and that should. Oh, Ito. Yeah, no chance. Stuck in a rock and a hard place, and that'll be 13-5. 3D Max. What a display, right? What a display out from them. They really are a seriously good side. Never broke a sweat all series. We're always going to come into a matchup like that and make it look very, very simple, and they did, right? And that's all we wanted to see. I think the only thing that could have been a real negative we take away from this is if 3D Max, if that game was made a little bit harder than it should have been, maybe arguably, like with how the Sinners game went, you know, going to double OT, going to a third map, those kind of things where, you know, that game was made harder than on paper it should have been. But at the same time, I think that Guild side, you know, in terms of raw mechanics, better than Bahawi. So I can maybe give a little bit of a caveat to that sort of point here. But yeah, you know, fair play to Bahawi giving this one a go. It was never going to get going. But 3D Max are a seriously solid side. They play very good Counter-Strike. They can really step up and play at top level against tier 1 teams as well. it was never really going to happen here. It's good for the officials. It's good kind of for the name value of some of these guys like Fliev or Badito, who have been around a little bit, who have maybe had opportunities to play potentially even internationally. So maybe getting their name kind of back in the hat. But hey, let's be honest, it was never going to happen. Let's take a little bracket as we set up for our final game here of the day. Of course, not before we have a pretty extended break, but it's going to be a grand final of Sinners versus 3D Max, which is, how it should be, let's say.
Yeah, I think just sort of to touch on your point as well, 3D Max, it gives us a barometer, doesn't it, going into the grand final? I think that most people expect them to get past Bahawi, but it's a case of, do they breeze past? Is there a close map in there? And if it were like the grand final tomorrow or whatever, it'd be like maybe they could move past some of the issues. But if they had issues here today, then it'd be something that, Sinners especially would be able to spot out and potentially abuse ultimately. So we'll see. 3D Max look good. Sinners a little more hard work for them. Also looking pretty good at the moment. A lot of Counter-Strike played this month. They really want this one as well, as we touched on a few times. Few opportunities for them to qualify that didn't quite work out. So they will really, really be playing their best Counter-Strike here. And I think it's going to be a great final, honestly. 3D Max want to get back to Pro League, where, as you say, they contended against some of the higher level teams. They're at this sort of interim spot where it's like, we want to be competing and proving that we can play off against tier 1, or maybe indeed, the lower levels of like the tier 1, as it were, and compete with like a Fnatic of the world or whatever is obviously a name that comes to mind. VP, they gave a good run. So, they want to be competing there, but they still have to play in these tier 2 qualifiers. So, keeping their heads in the right spot and remaining present, very, very important. But they've got a bit of time to do that, I suppose. So, it's an interesting kind of prospect, and again, should be a bit of a banger final here. We'll see, how that veto goes down. I think it does get a little curious between those two teams. All the same, folks, we got a little bit of a schedule to take a look at here. This is, of course, just sort of highlighting how things have gone down. And we touched on, we saw in the bracket, but the big thing there, as Neo sort of mentioned, 8 o'clock kickoff for that final, which is in a couple of hours, just shy of. We'll maybe be back on camera like an hour and a half, something like that. So it's a bit of a break for sure, guys.
Yeah, exactly. We've got a bit of a chunky one. We'll come on cams about 10 minutes before that game gets started. So at about 7:50 Central European time, 6:50 if you're here in the UK. If you're elsewhere in the world, I don't know, mate. Google it. You know what I mean? Look on HTV. You'll be fine. You'll figure it out. But it's going to be a game you don't want to miss, man. This is for a Pro League spot. And for Sinners, their second opportunity to get a Pro League spot too. I keep mentioning it. They narrowly lost against Sangao, and it was heartbreaking how they wish they did it, because they low-key threw a good amount of those rounds, which they probably should have taken. So they want to really just lock it in place. They want to get that spot for a side who, maybe have deserved it in the way they've played. However, they've got a much harder opponent. 3D Max compared to Sangao, I'd always kind of bank on 3D Max, especially at the moment. So we're going to have to see. It's going to be a big final. At least Sinners have had a bit of time to watch 3D Max in that semi-final, but also prepare for that grand final too. So let's take a look and see. But for now, we're going to throw this one to a break. Legends, we'll be back in a good hour 40 or so. So go get something to eat, go and have your dinner, lunch, wherever you are in the world. Get prepped. You don't want to miss this one. We'll see you soon.
it up. Won't give it up. Won't give it up. It's in our blood. It flows in the soul. Won't give it up. Won't give it up. This is our fate. We'll light the stage. Won't give it up. subdivide. I'll show you how it's done. There's no sight, we go inside. The man, he is the one. You build your walls, faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your mission. We are many of one. We're coming home with a mission to tear you down from your undeserved throne. We can take your conviction. We are many of one. You may call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt. Yeah! It's so high from here. You can see the world. Aren't we all insistent to be smooth? Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, go seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go pack your bag now, keep your feet on the road and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give what you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give what you got and show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give what you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give what you got and show them how to make a miracle. got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Stand up, got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out. Keep holding on, show him how to make a miracle. Stand up, got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out. Keep holding on, show him how to make a miracle.
I'ma rush a man, what I do, take the beat, let me know what I do, clap, 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 clap. I'ma rush a man, what I do, take the beat, let me know what I do, clap, 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 clap,
part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. there's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming is to win. You either got it or you don't. You either bought it or you won't. You either wanna give it everything or you wanna cry about a soul. I'ma say it from the jump. Mama ain't raised a chump. My mama raised me to persevere if I'm ever here in a slum. Cause nobody starts at the top. You do your part and you better buy. Working hard each and every day, even though some days it get hard to watch. But you gotta trust the process. Grind hard, don't you ever quit. It's a must, you see the progress. Gotta ball till you get a hit. They can never do what I could do, cause they on the same stuff. If you doubt me, then I'm coming to show them what I'm made of. Yeah, always showing your integrity. Yeah, if you want it, I'ma let them see. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming is to win. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming is to win.
Wake up, put the work in, that's the only way it's gonna work out. Hard work and dedication, no time for procrastination. Takes a lot of time, a lot of patience, a lot of heart mixed with motivation. On the days that you feeling down, look in the mirror for your inspiration. Like, woo, just notice, never stop, never quit. People wanna see you doing good, but never better than them. Gotta push yourself to the limits. You cannot lose if you are not in it. You gotta lose sometimes just to win it. Don't get discouraged, it's just the beginning. Yeah, turn up. Don't end up a Timmy Turner. Don't get caught up in the streets. Don't get caught up with a burner. Don't be a slow learner. Oh no, you only get one shot, one chance. Talking March Madness at the big dance. Talking big man on campus. Like
no guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming is to win. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming is to win.
can see the aren't we all insistent to be small? Subdivide. I'll show you how it's done. There's no sight we go inside. The many is the one. You build your walls with faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be borne. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your mission. We are many of one. We're coming home with a mission to tear you down from your undeserved throne. We can take your conviction. We are many of one. You may call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt. Your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together and staying off track forever. Child of the nation, go seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be a day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come. You're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go pack your bag now. Keep your feet on the road and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They're waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, Gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, getting it up now. Go wake the moon, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, go what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, go what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle.
part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. You either got it or you don't. You either bought it or you won't. You either wanna give it everything or you wanna cry about a soul. I'ma say it from the jump. Mama ain't raised a chump. My mama raised me to persevere if I'm ever here in a slum. Cause nobody starts at the top. You do your part and you better buy. Working hard each and every day, even though some days it get hard to watch. But you gotta trust the process. Grind hard, don't you ever quit. It's a must, you see the progress. Got a ball till you get it hit. They can never do what I could do, cause they own the same stuff. If you doubt me, then I'm coming to show them what I'm made of. Yeah, always showing your integrity. Yeah, if you want it, I'ma let them see. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win.
Wake up, put the work in, that's the only way it's gonna work out. Hard work and dedication, no time for procrastination. Takes a lot of time, a lot of patience, a lot of heart mixed with motivation. On the days that you feeling down, look in the mirror for your inspiration. Like, woo, just notice, never stop, never quit. People wanna see you doing good, but never better than them. Gotta push yourself to the limits. You cannot lose if you are not in it. You gotta lose, sometimes it's to win it. Don't get discouraged, it's just the beginning. Yeah, turn up. Don't end up a Timmy Turner. Don't get caught up in the streets. Don't get caught up with a burner, don't be a slow learner. Oh no, you only get one shot, one chance. Talking March Madness at the big dance. Talking big man on campus. Like
no guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win.
see the world. Aren't we all insistent to be small? Subdivide. I'll show you how it's done. There's no sight we go inside. The man is the one. You build your walls with faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your mission. We are many of one. We're coming home with a mission to tear you down from your underground. We can take your conviction. We are many of one. You may call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt. Go! It's so high from here. You can see the world. Aren't we all insistent to be small?
Making magic when they need it most.
Welcome in one and all. We are here to decide who is going to make it through to ESL Pro League Season 20, continuing into the grand final of this European qualifier. Very excited to get into it, of course. We do have the two teams that came up through the trenches playing those BO1s in day one and day two. It is, of course, Sinners 3D Max. We've got Sinners, the informed team coming into this tournament. 3D Max, potentially the favorites with the most experience ahead of this qualifier. Really, really excited to get into this grand final. And it is, of course, myself and Naokai to bring you the action. If you've been with us all day, thanks very much. And indeed, we're going to keep up with our third BO3 of the day. Do bear in mind. But we've had a nice little break to get into it as of the players. So we're in for some banging Counter-Strike.
Yeah, you know, not even sponsored by this, but I got a little monster. So obviously it's a Pro League sponsor, and it's keeping me going to a degree. But yeah, man, I'm looking forward to this one a lot. I mean, this is a really cool matchup. These two sides do play each other a fairly decent amount. Generally speaking, I look towards 3D Max as being like this better side. They got a little bit more of a deeper map pool for me. They've got a little bit more where they can dip into. But Sinners, you already mentioned it, they're in form. They're really looking good at the moment. I think for me, this series should be able to open up to a degree for them. They played once in those best of ones. It was an Inferno, and it was a 13-5 towards Sinners. They made that one look very, very comfortable. But 3D Max had actually quite fluctuating results. Yes, they got the most wins, but they never really looked completely comfortable in those best of ones. So it was always a little bit here and there. Let's take a look at the bracket to see how we got here. For those who maybe didn't join us for the semi-final, we can bring that up for you, and you can see kind of our story, our route to this. Bad News Eagles, for them, of course, played against the Sinners Esports. It's good to see B&E back in the fray, but it was Sinners who were able to take that one. There was OOT map number 1. There was a 24-rounder in map number 3, but all in all, Sinners see it across the line in a pretty close game, and a game that wasn't very close. 3D Max versus Bahawi, that was a slaughter. I mean, 3D Max, they literally never even got out of second gear.
Yeah, for sure. Few rounds that maybe tested them a little bit, bits of luck here or there for Bahawi, but we weren't really worried. Neither were they, I think, and they were really getting away with murder on Dust 2 of all places, which is not a fantastic map for them at the moment. So, it's fair, and it's an interesting kind of way of looking at things. Are they warm enough? Is it going to put them in a sort of overconfident kind of mindset? Right, they have had a bit of a break in between, but has it been caught? You know what I mean? Like you sort of pick yourself up where you left off sometimes, and you have to make sure that I suppose you've left off in the right spot. Meanwhile, Sinners have not played for 6 hours or so. Maybe not quite that long, to be fair, but all the same, it's been a while. So
Sure.
An interesting kind of conversation with the way that this works from home. I think when you're at LAN, it's a little bit easier, right? You can get caught up in it. The energy's there, the atmosphere's there. Maybe catch a few of the games and, just step back into that arena and it all comes back, or, back onto your setup kind of thing. But when you're at home, I don't know. It's easy to kind of, sit back and not quite be able to reapply yourself for sort of the grand final and indeed for this kind of matchup. So curious on that front. I think we're still going to get an absolute banger out from both of these teams. So much on it.
Yeah.
3D Max as well, it has to be said. A lot of momentum for this team. Past couple of days, they've been playing some really good Counter-Strike, both here in this qualifier, and I think they've had a little match as well against the Eyeballers in between. So, they're feeling good about themselves for sure. I don't know. Is there a way initially, that you're leaning here now, or?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, 3D Max is probably the way I'm going to go about this. However, I really do like the way Sinners are playing Counter-Strike at the moment. I've been a big fan of them. I just think the results at the moment for 3D Max are, for my eyes, considerably better. They're on a 5-map winning streak, first of all. Granted, 3 of which are best of ones, but at the same time, it's still fairly decent. Before that as well, it's a little bit mix and matchy, but both of these sides have kind of spotty history of the last maybe like 20 to 30 games, but there's a little bit more red over towards Sinners. And for me, that's where I maybe look at this and say 3D Max, aside with arguably better caliber players, arguably a higher peak, and I think currently are regarding it in that fact. I mean, even if you look at kind of just the raw basics of it, right? You got 3D Max ranked on number 27th in the world, Sinners ranked number 63rd. So, in that instance, they're kind of seen in slightly different lights. So I'm looking at this and I'm very much back in 3D Max. I think they're a very decent side, but I think there might be a world in which this is needed to go 3. And last time they played in a best of 3 as well, it was actually Sinners who took it in 3, and that third map being an absolute slaughter on Ancient, 13-2. So who knows, right? I'm not going to completely count them out just yet. Sinners, I've been a really big fan of what they've been doing recently. I've watched quite a few of their games. I think they're playing very good Counter-Strike. I think the 2 new additions are brilliant too. That are Magiki and Marisko have actually really elevated the side massively. But these are still all little caveats to how we're comparing them to 3D Max, because we see them as the better side. And this is the big thing for me.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you really do tap into it there. The way that this team has been looking over the past few months, I think something to consider as well is, Sinners are on that kind of tier 2 grind and just, one game to the next, which can be good. It's not necessarily a bad thing, right? And, you can pick up a lot of steam, a lot of form and a lot of reps ultimately. But 3D Max, it feels like they've sort of been zooming out a little more, not quite as hardcore. They got their Challenger League games. They've got Pro League that they played obviously just over a month ago now, and then it feels like everything else in between has just sort of been these bigger games, a few sort of qualifier type moments, a little bit of CCT, but not quite as hardcore, whereas Sinners have just been absolutely slamming the games out. A lot of tournaments for them. They were in the Hellcase Cup, obviously ECL they made quite a deep run as well, so CCT is they've maybe in a way, been playing a little bit too much. And it's like you have to find that balance, I suppose, as a team. Sometimes it is the extenuating circumstances that doesn't allow you. I'm not saying that, they're doing it consciously, but you have to be in that mode of like practice into officials, into practice, into officials. And sometimes teams just get caught up in that all blend. Official, maybe one day of practice, if it's been a particularly bad week or something like that, but they don't have as much time to sit back and get fully fledged practice in, fully fledged tape watching in. We do have the veto here, though. That's kind of what we were stalling out for ultimately, while it was just coming through from the players. Definitely curious to see where this ends up. The permaban of Vertigo for Sinners is a pretty solid shout, because 3D Max, I think they like it as a sneaky pick. They're actually going to lean towards Anubis here, which is kind of curious, considering that Nuke is a map that they've already played once today. I think the Inferno out from Sinners kind of makes sense. It's a bit of a tough one to lean into, right? 3D Max play it to a decent sort of level, but that's sort of what happens when you have Inferno as your pick, and then Dust2 as the remaining map. So how do you feel about that?
I mean, on paper, I think this kind of makes sense for me. I mean, Sinners at the moment, yeah, especially the last month, their go-to map they've been picking into is actually Dust2, but the fact that it's floated, I think, is quite positive for them. Anubis doesn't surprise me. I mean, it is 3D Max's first pick. It's their perma pick. So I think this, for me, is like a really good map for them, where they've actually been playing so many reps under their belt. It's their most played map by quite some margin. They've been picking into it over a third of the time. It's open in vetoes. So that's a map in which they back themselves on a lot. I think for 3D Max, that's one in which they're very confident on. I think they should be absolutely fine on that. For me, the way this looks, I think it's kind of got two stories to it. I think it's either one of those where it's a 2-0 towards 3D Max, just in terms of when I look at these maps, or it goes 3, but then even still, if it goes 3 towards that Dust2, yes, Sinners play it a hell of a lot. 18 times now they played this. Will be the 19th time they've played it in the last month, basically. I still actually think 3D Max are pretty good on it. I think they look very solid. Granted, the game earlier doesn't really tell a too big of a story, because Bahawi were kind of, no offense, so bad on it. But I do actually think 3D Max play a pretty decent Dust2. So if it does get towards that third and final decider, I think Sinners have got a really good chance there. But I'm not 100% sold just yet, because I'm always going to come back individual level. I think for now, though, we are waiting for everybody to get in towards the server. So rather than us waffle endlessly, we're going to throw this one to a little break, ladies and gents. Sit tight. We'll see you soon.
Making magic when they need it most.
Shot one chance, talking March Madness at the big dance, talking big man on campus. Like
No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. That's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming is to win. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. That's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming is to win.
Hello, gamers. Welcome in. Thank you for your patience on that one. Just getting everyone sorted and in on the server. I think a little late sort of starting the process of vetoes and whatnot. But we are ready to go. And we are back on Inferno. Whew. Goodness, a bar to start off here, the grand final.
I'm excited,
Is it
man.
illegal? Can I say my own? Can I call out my own bars? I think that's against the rules.
Half, mate. Do me a favour.
Yeah.
Sharp. Welcome everyone to the grand final. As you can see, this is our third map, so our third game even. So as it progresses, we get more delirious. But we're very excited. We've been here the whole season, so honestly, you know, shout out ESL for like letting us see off the season on a high note. We love this product. We love being part of it. And the 3D Max, Gravity and Lucky, and they kickstart things well with one apiece. And so there's now kind of don't really know what to do. Are they gonna pop through the smoke?
I mean, I guess so. Feels like to them, maybe their only option. That flash is not doing much, is it? Trying to call for a response, I guess. It's not a bad idea. They'll go through the second time of asking, though. A little bit smart the way that they have worked this through on the Sinners side of things, you know, baiting out ammunition and whatnot, but it's a set of Julies on the other side of that smoke, and yeah, you're just not going to beat that, really, if you're not ready for it. The triple Julie setup goes pretty hard from 3D Max, and it's mainly Lucky that is required. Really, really clean pistol to open.
Yeah, no, it is. It is. We're excited. It's a pretty, it's a decent veto, actually, in all fairness, in the sense that it actually gives this grand final a bit of time to breathe. I mean, it has the opportunity and the real possibility of going 3 maps here. Inferno, a map in which Sinners like a lot. Anubis, the kind of go-to pick for 3D Max whenever it's open, or for the most time when it's open, they pick into it. It's always been a bit of a comfort one for them. So, gives opportunities here, and of course that does too. If we do get there, Sinners have probably played some of the most officials on it of most of the teams that we know in the upper echelons of the scene, and 3D Max aren't too far behind. So they've both been really kind of trying to integrate this map in towards their pool, and you know, I think a little bit of a different amount of success. I think a little bit more success over towards Sinners, but then of course the slightly lower caliber of teams, you can say, that they play against. All of these arguments do come through. You have a tech pause to kickstart things, though. I'm telling you, man, it's always 3D Max. I don't know what it is. They have something going on with whether it's PCs or internet or electricity. It's it. Yeah. Apparently it's an internet issue, though. And it's not even just for 3D Max. It's for everybody. So, hopefully we can get back on the way in just a second. But so far, so good. 3D Max, got to start. Should get a buy here. It's a good little spot they can put themselves in.
Yeah, I think they can certainly open up confidently, and you know they come in as the favorites, as the overdogs, so they want to act like that. They want to be able to display that on the server, and it really can make a difference. You know, your opponent's map pick and everything, having Sinners fight an uphill battle all series long. And again, this is where it comes in. You know, that sort of experience, that ability to stay present in the big games. Will it get to you? Will Sinners, you know, just look at it as another game against 3D Max? It's very hard. I think you have to find what works for you, maybe even on a personal level. We can't all be, you know, Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant working through food poisoning and stuff like that. I think some
flu
people
game, classic.
Exactly, man. They need to be comfortable. And, yeah, I mean, if you've got something a little sideways into a series like this, it can all stack.
Yeah, and I feel you. Thankfully, we're back on the way. Welcome. So you're about to get on the way here. And of course, no real buy for Sinners. They just didn't really get anything into that previous round. Simple as. No kills. No bomb one. You can't facilitate a buy. Fambas just tapping away through the smoke. Seeing if anybody's trying to boost above it. Might try and burst onto him, though, to see if they can pick up a frag. Gravity's dipping away. Perfectly timed. And he'll get 2.
Lovely, lovely stuff coming in from him. Maka as well, holding on the other side here. Done enough damage to end the round. It's the MP9 to come in, clean up, get the cash. Really nice stuff there for 3D Max. I think, you know, that one goes pretty perfect for them, doesn't it? They don't make their way out very far at all on the Sinners end. And yeah, some money made for the MP9. And it's a beautiful little setup, right? We got 3 rifles over 2 MP9s. Not too many SMGs. So I'm liking what I'm seeing from 3D Max. They are not pulling any punches on map number 1.
by, though. 4 Sinners, AK's out. Good thing that I do get AKs. The only thing that I'm just going to keep my eye on, they don't have a hell of a lot of Utah already. Oh my god, they're swinging through that smoke. Maka was so tempted there. Locked against it. Oscar going to tip away as well. Just taking that flame a little bit. Jocko taking a lot of damage there. To the nade, to the spam. Thankfully, though, he will be given the luxury of getting out.
Yeah, a decent look, I suppose, in the early stage. Bit of banana control, you could argue, right, for the trade-off of this HP. But either way, nothing quite laying down just yet. 1:05 left on the clock. Sinners rolling through the motions, but we got Shock here. A bit of a solo play. Heck of a shot to open up. It's not fully softened up the A bomb site, but it has trimmed the numbers.
Majki, good find. Maka's in, falling, and now maybe, just maybe, a chance. Numbers very good for Sinners. Looks like they want to gamble B here for the most part. 3D Max is actually Gravity's going to try and join them. I don't know whether he's going to get out. He actually does. Timing going to be more perfect. They're going to gamble through B. I think gamble is also the code word for save here, in all fairness, because they know it's going A. That's where the presence is. That's where they're all sitting up. And Gravity's got a pop flash for barbecue here, but it's going to be completely worthless. Bomb will go down, and Sinners are going to get their first round on the board. Not only the first round, on the first gun round, but on top of that too, they do it flawlessly. That's huge. That's the exact way you'd want to go about it.
Yeah, really well played there. Are they looking for those exit kills? Possible. Located Gravity here, but yeah, they're not fully sending it themselves. I think they want to grab the flawless round and just be happy with that. So, fair enough from Sinners. Pretty clean. It does come off of, you know, some very favorable timing plays. And then they're able to just, you know, get some catches on A, keep it simple. 3D Max, as you said, half gamble, half save. But not the wildest read or play from Sinners necessarily. I think we are just coming back to us for a second. We got a couple server issues. I think that might actually be across the board again. So
Yeah.
maybe a quick reconnect for everybody involved. Hopefully not going to miss any of the action.
Yeah. Exactly that. Exactly that. I think hopefully we should be okay. But all in all, so far, so good. I think this is a decent little game that we've had thus far, in the sense that Sinners have at least made something out of this. And we don't miss anything, which is good. Smoking towards top mid. They're going to come behind it, funnily enough. Majki, yeah, I think that was about to spread onto his feet, so he will fall back.
Bit of a spam through the smoke. Nothing off the back of it. A very quiet start once again, as, you know, may well be expected here. Both on Inferno and again with where the stakes are at. Gravity, though, the first one to take a scrap. Catches Majki in the apartments. Pretty nice find. He can drop back. Kind of interesting here as well. You know, we got a lot of contest towards mid. Smoke's going down there, right? Usually the brackets area is sort of left a bit open, or you just kind of have eyeballs on it, but 3D Max really letting their presence be known over there.
Shock through the smoke, finds Maka. That's a big one to start things off as well, as Sinners trying to settle the tone here in their map pick. Oscar keeping a bit of presence towards top mid, but nothing offering up for him, at least at the moment. He doesn't want to overextend either. Pretty good temperament from the very, very experienced player, Oscar. In this 4v4, though, Bomb wants to finish towards B. A 2-2 split as well for 3D Max, but realistically, Lucky's not going to have too much of an input here. Flash will come over. Will catch Marisco, swinging through. He's going to get one. Swing is good, but only getting two. Could have had the third as he's jumping in his face. Somehow, B-Stick doesn't fall.
I did not like the look of that play, but he really made it work. Yeah, wild that he doesn't get three, actually. You know, ooh, survives out. Marisco, cheeky move through the smoke. Not able to find the kill there, so not even a trade out, and it's going to be B-Stick incredibly low, trying to get the timing here as he creeps round in behind, you know, knife out for a second. Just those extra little bits of speed. However, they've got to be ready for him here at CT, and they are. CT or Church into Coffin, not much that he could really do. He couldn't get the timing in, you know, he wanted to catch them before they'd fully cleared the site. Not the case, so 3D Max back with a retake.
Yeah. All right. Decent as well. I mean, honestly, that was quite a scrappy one, in all fairness. Jumping through the smoke of into his pool is kind of wild, but actually getting 2 out of it is not bad. Could have got a third too, as B-Stick was right up on his face, but the panic of the situation led to nothing. D-Max with 3. As soon as they're reinvesting, no issues. They, of course, bomb plant, keeping them alive. Oscar got an AWP to work with as well this time. Maybe, just maybe, not for them. Molotov to try and stop anybody jumping into his bow. As soon as the last round, Magically just going to respect it. This time, not even going up, so it doesn't have to make any noise. Double stack, early banana hit, and a smoke to slow them down.
Orisco on the edge. But not going crazy this time. He was a fan of the smoke push in the previous round, but not here. Again, another slow-moving round from Sinners. Bit more presence in Banana from 3D Max, but still not full sending it in. Jock looking for the cheeky play out in the apartments, and he's going to get it, man. He's been a demon over here. Gravity, of course, rocking a hard place for him. That'll be 3D Max on the save. But yeah, the apps plays from Sinners really take over a round when they go well.
Flash towards Library to stop anybody even tempted by the idea. Won't make a difference in the end. This round's done. Sinners making it a second on the board, and then again, doing it flawlessly is a pretty decent spot to be putting yourself in. This game, very back and forth in the early parts, and of course, there's a lot of respect between these two sides. They know how scary they can be. They've played before. They played in kind of the Challenger League regular season itself, and a pretty decent game, it has to be said. Sinners were able to win that one out. That was a couple of months ago, though, in all fairness, but that was 2-1, and back then that was back in Overpass, in all fairness, so rest in peace to go. But we had Nuke and Ancient, so a completely different pool from that time in towards this time. As you can see how things have changed. One of the saves gets caught on the way out, but still 2 remaining alive for 3D Max. They probably can buy here. I mean, Jocko maybe drops over like an MP9. They could be tempted just to half buy around this, though. Reset the econ. Maybe Gravity picks up something, doesn't overinvest, stays around 2k. Not even. He's going to have enough money for the AWP towards the next round. Can drop it over to Maka if he wants, but just a double M4. If you have 3 save, there's a guarantee that you can buy back in. 2, it's questionable. And this time they're going to say no.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough, right? You don't want to be taking any risks in the early stage. Whoa, big nade damage. Gonna look to take a fight here. Lucky just goes dry swinging in, instantly dealt with. There's more presence. Oh, Oscar follows the noise, the chip away of the wood there. Not even proper traces. Maka will recover the M4 back, but they're not even giving it a go here. Either way, A bomb site seems to be where they're going to end. Exorcist inside the smoke. I see you.
So cheeky. Oh my god, he's going to get a drive-by.
You're joking.
And he gets away. I mean, it goes straight into his Mikey, but even still, it's absolutely ridiculous. But even gets a kill out of that. I think if you're Gravity and Maka here, just save. There's no point giving this a go. Tuck your heads. Looking towards spawn, and do you know what? In that sort of a round, they came in with 2 rifles and then didn't buy around it, had only pistols, and they walk away with 2 kills and they still keep both the rifles. I don't think that's even that bad, in all fairness. Yes, Sinners tie the game up, but in a round which kind of felt like a non-starter from when we were getting into it, it's not a bad way to go about it.
It's true. It's very true. Yeah, every single round, every single moment counts. I think, you know, especially Sinners will fully understand that. They made it into the playoff berth by pure luck, it has to be said, right? Like, obviously, they've played well to be in contention, but in the very end, it was just down to the fact that they'd secured a few more rounds overall. The difference was exactly the same as Rush B, but because they had, what was it, like 4 more rounds in total?
Yeah. 3, yeah. It was 83 to 80 over Rush B.
Right, yeah. So, you know, absolutely mental that it really comes down to that close of an affair. So they will understand the importance of each and every moment. Saving weapons makes a big difference, man. Maka on the full berth. And, of course, he's the AWPer. He's got a bit of cash in the bank for said AWP. Jocko, however, he's the entry man. He will indeed find the first.
Like, he's going to play up close, but Forcing is already down to 4 with, what, less than 10 seconds played is not exactly a dream start. It's quite off the back of it, so just trying to figure out where these gaps start to approach. See, swing. Going 1-for-1 with Mikey's not terrible, but the numbers still remain in favor of 3D Max. As soon as they've got to find a kill, untraded if they want to chance it.
Looking for the banana play here on the Sinners end. Oh, man, it's going to be tough. It's got to be a perfect flash if they are fully committing to this. 2 stacked up. It's very scary. Very, very scary indeed. And they're going dry. Yeah, that's never going to work, is it really? They might be able to get a bit of a trade out here. There's some utility still available for the Frenchman. Oscar all alone. Oscar for the save. And 3D Max, another important round picked up. That is a narrow miss.
He's going to get hunted.
Nonetheless.
20 seconds?
Yeah,
I don't think he's
surely,
surviving, dude.
Maybe even after time if they play it right. There's nowhere else that you could be at the moment. Exorcise clears out. Got to confirm that he's in T-spawn now.
Exorcise waiting for time as well. He's waiting. Oscar. Oh, 2, 1. Sweet. Now you get the kill. Honestly, perfect. Absolutely perfect, Exorcise. He actually spots him just as Oscar looks left as well. Makes his life all the more harder. So, and yeah, for Sinners, that is a brutal one for them. You know, they can buy back in, yeah, it's fine, but don't have an AWP this time. And the other thing is it just deletes so much of that long-term econ that they've kind of spent building up, and now they've got to dip quite heavily in towards the pockets. Meaning, real long-term funds to work with, the likes of Shark, Mikey, Marisco. They don't have that on deck. And all stuff. 4 to 3. Really max. Good leads for them to take now, and if they can build upon it, in a strong position.
Nice pickup from Gravity. Crossing the apartments, though, could be dangerous here. Still sticking around, but I think they're aware. You know, perhaps is a pretty common spot at the moment for the Sinners. A dangerous swing. 3D Max definitely feeling themselves. We've got some really confident moves in this round.
Waiting, though, off the back of it. As Oscar falls, they will make this T-side round once again really difficult here for Sinners. And it feels like a bit of a constant factor, at least at the moment, where it's been very early in towards these rounds, Sinners losing that man advantage and then playing catch-up. And now this is where they're struggling. This is where 3D Max, very good in terms of their temperament, just not giving the fights, not giving those opportunities.
Smoke goes down, and it's B-Stick to get the drop. Maka not giving a full swing here, not giving a full peek. Playing it safe. Oh my goodness. I am not sure how that one missed, but it did. Damn. There's been a few shots here or there that have been very, very close indeed. 4v2 now as, yeah, the A-bomb side just getting kind of rolled over. Nothing too advanced. Walking in. Catching players off. So, save will come in from the final 2. Sinners will bring it back to even once again.
Ah, well. This game back and forth, but I think it's more important that Sinners make sure it doesn't escape them. 3D Max, this game being tied up, it is whatever. But this is a map, and it kind of feels like they have to take. Anubis, at least in my mind, feels very, very good over towards 3D Max. I see that as not a guarantee, but as close as you can get without being too overzealous, right? And I think for Sinners, they would probably know that as well in terms of his veto. Multi square. And on T side as well, actually, if Sinners can get minimum 5 rounds, I'm actually pretty happy. There's a good chance to do so as well. The money, little feeble still over towards 3D Max. They can chain a couple more in a row for Sinners. They can get, I mean, even just getting one more here puts a lot of financial pressure on that 3D Max side. And that's where maybe they can give themselves a lot to work with. Maybe even superseding that of that 5 that I ask of them. 3D Max can let it run out. We'll buy back in, but they fail this one. They could be under a bit of pressure, and that's when we might see attack pause come through. Push on the mic and all the rest. Deep lane towards Banana. Briscoe going to get out in front of it. Ticks in the molly a little bit. A second will force him back.
Flash in. Might be a scrap over there in just a second. Marisco looking for the peak. He wants that fight. But never presented 3D Max. It's early or it's nothing, right? They ain't sticking around for keen fights. Mikey, as we are told, finding the kill onto Maka. Pretty big scalp, actually. Orp goes down, and again, deep apartments control. It continues to be a problem area for 3D Max. I tell you what, 2 players up top here. Probably not going to be expected, but, you know, as the numbers continue to thin, there's no rush from Sinners.
Yuto through. I'll flash over. Swing! Fine. Marisco, nice shot. This round's done, but anything in the tail end would be nice. But I said find this sort of around, and for Sinners, look at the pressure they're going to put on 3D Max now. Gravity will get his. There actually is an AWP to collect there onto his Balk, which would be huge too. Yeah, XSC's going to grab it. You take that. The question is, do Sinners look around for any more fights? They'll get a bomb down. The round will basically be guaranteed, but they'll leave maybe at least one to stick around and look for those fights, and that might be the case. Shock at the right idea. Just pulls off the angle. Will his gun barrel get in the way? His gun barrel did get in the way. Oh, and it cost him his life. That's the issue. Gun barrel blocks it, and that'll be that. The AWP, though, of Oscar finds XSC. That's the AWP dropped as well, too. Molotov comes down. Gravity. Yeah, he's been hunted. Probably a dead man. Might be caught in transition. He tries to tap away to spare his life. Over from Big Pit. Molly comes down. Smoke coming down towards short as well. And he has to isolate now over towards long, and he spots him. He get a good little run off this, but he's tagged down low. Can he tuck his head in time? I do not know if he will survive. They're looking around for him, but they're going to give him the space. So an AK saved is all they have to work with. But it is Sinners who take a lead, and they might even be able to guarantee at the bare minimum a tied game at halftime, which honestly isn't bad in terms of how well they've recovered.
It's true. It is true. I think, you know, there was a moment there, wasn't there? A couple rounds where 3D Max looked not super dominant, but pretty comfortable, pretty in control. Despite, I think, one of them, they lost an opener, you know, and they were still able to recover it. But yeah, man, I don't know what the crack is, but that apartments for Sinners is just a real pressure point that they're able to convert rounds off the back of, you know, cheeky lurk kills and whatnot. 3D Max just not giving them a lot of respect there. And then in the previous, they sent the AWP in fact, you know, the opposite sort of end of the spectrum. And very, very quickly just absolutely flew in. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying stuff if Sinners can keep it up.
Let's see. I think for now, though, I look at this and I'm getting a little bit concerned that 3D Max opportunities are very rapidly falling away. And that's not a good start, is it? Gravity's dead. Lucky gets one. Risco. Hello, turn around. Thankfully, he will. No one casualty. AK doesn't really do anything. 6-4. Sinners. 2-round lead, but of course, guaranteeing that tied game at the turn of the half on T-side, by all metrics, isn't bad. I think, honestly, most teams would be pretty happy that on an Inferno T-side, which sometimes is very difficult to get going, this is a decent little spot. And they win this next round as well. They have the opportunity to even go for an 8-4 half, which is kind of wild.
Utility raining in from both sides. Quite deep from 3D Max. It gives an idea of them looking to take some control. Forward facing in the apartments, not necessarily down mid. They're going to keep on going. Shock. Too many angles for him to check, but a really good response from 3D Max. They know what's up. They know where the problems lie. That timing from Lucky. He's not spotted them. They've not spotted him, but it's Gravity who holds on the other side of the smoke. Easy does it, and he is happy about that.
Okay. Okay. One round in it, and it's kept 3D Max alive. And, you know, you were talking about it as well. It felt like a bit of a weakness towards 3D Max at Apartment's position where they kind of continuously got caught off guard. It looked like a real kind of opening, and Sinners were trying to expose it. That time, they get super aggro coming through. Utilize what feels like a weakness for them and actually kind of stack it a little bit. In the corner, nade on towards half wall as well. It's a little bit of chip damage, but primarily the T-side are taking the brunt of it. They're getting a lot of mileage here, though. I mean, my God, Marisco is flying into the fights.
Yeah, I mean, super confident. Nothing really comes of it, but we get to see how Sinners are feeling, I suppose, on our side of the server. Minute and 10 left on the clock. Sinners rotating back around towards A. There is a pull away from Maka. That AWP in particular, you know, a pretty dangerous part of the 3D Max defense is gone. But it looks like Sinners will indeed keep shaping up here. Gravity up on the boost. Been looking fantastic. They deal with him quickly. Ollie comes down, forces them towards long where... Oh, there's not a lot of presence. Flash doesn't quite make it over from Maka. Thankfully, no one needed it. He was just kind of there to slow them down. Break of the smoke. Nothing comes of it. No scope is silent, but all the same, he's going to keep trying to find those kills. Exorcise in on the site. Only good for one. Maka's fallen. It's all down to Jocko. 3 to find in total. Onto the AK now, and we'll see if he can pull this off.
Flash is good. Blinds back sights, but doesn't matter. Shock will see it off. Jocko will fall at the half 7 to 5 for Sinners. Small Lee will see if they can continue it after the break.
Making magic when they need it most.
part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go again. I don't comprehend it, I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. You either got it or you don't. You either bought it or you won't. You either wanna give it everything or you wanna cry out a soul. I'ma say it from the jump. Mama ain't raised a chump. My mama raised me to persevere if I'm ever here in a slum. Cause nobody starts at the top. You do your part and you better buy. Working hard each and every day, even though some days it get hard to watch. But you gotta trust the process. Grind hard, don't you ever quit. It's a must, you see the progress. Got a ball till you get a hit. They can never do what I could do, cause they on the same stuff. If you doubt me, then I'm coming to show them what I'm made of. Yeah, always showing your integrity. Yeah, if you want it, I'ma let them see. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go again. I don't comprehend it, I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go again. I don't comprehend it, I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win.
Wake up, put the work in, that's the only way it's gonna work out. Hard work and dedication, no time for procrastination. Takes a lot of time, a lot of patience, a lot of heart mixed with motivation. On the days that you feeling down, look in the mirror for your inspiration. Like, woo, just notice, never stop, never quit. People wanna see you doing good, but never better than them. Gotta push yourself to the limits. You cannot lose if you are not in it. You gotta lose sometimes just to win it. Don't get discouraged, it's just the beginning. Yeah, turn up. Don't end up a Timmy Turner. Don't get caught up in the streets. Don't get caught up with a burner. Don't be a slow learner. Oh no, you only get one shot, one chance. Talking March Madness at the big dance. Talking big man on campus. Like
no guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go again. I don't comprehend it, I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go again. I don't comprehend it, I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win.
Welcome back in. Thank you very much for your patience on that one. A few server changes to make sure everybody's happy at the half there. I think, you know, we were also a little bit slow getting in for the same kind of reason. 3D Max. Yeah, a few internet issues, I suppose. Either way, we're gaming, and we pick up where we left off. Sinners out here in the lead with a fair breadth to work with. If they pick up the pistol, this looks like a very, very scary prospect into the second half, of course, but a dangerous peek from Shock goes south, and now they've been unleashed. Mikey with a nice find. Oscar takes a heady, though. He will manage to find one before going down, but it's all on V-Stick, who was kind of that late-round nade player. He's like, actually, I'll just save the nades, thanks.
Yeah, bless him. Just keep hold of it. It's actually not the worst thing in the world to save. I'd actually prefer he saves the util than if he was, like, saving armor, for example. You're not going to buy into the next round, but at least with, like, a smoke, a flash, a nade, you can kind of cook up something in towards the next round. Little gimmick play or something of the sort. But either way, it will be 3D Max starting off their T side really, really well. Putting a 6 on the board, now starting to really at least open the door to responding in kind to the pretty strong T side that Sinners put up. I think for Sinners, for me, they've given themselves the decent foundations to work with, but Max, know they're capable of exactly the same. Cannot give this 3D Max side any sort of space. They will punish. This one could be an example of it. One round in it. Are they gonna force it? They are. Oh, you know how I feel about forces on the CT side when you lose the pistol. So far across this tournament. Is it 1 for 8 or 2 for 8? I can't actually remember off the top of my head. I think it was 2 for 8. 2 for 8 so far. Not great. I guess numbers-wise, I feel like it isn't really worthwhile. Lose this as well. Or not even just lose the lead, but they actually might gift it over towards 3D Max because your econ will be broken. It's very risky.
Stick to open things up here. Ooh, a little interesting. Very early kill, free kill as well, and now you can see Sinners trying to experiment a little bit. Fully stacking A. I mean, it could work, right? 3D Max, there's plenty of time for them to go bouncing between these bomb sites, but it would seem they fancy B. I'm not too sure. I don't think the rotations would have been heard. It's just an unfortunate case of coincidence, really, for Sinners. And I think, yeah, with these flashes and smokes coming over the top, they'll just be like, all right, well, unfortunate. Maybe give it a go in the next round. Moving quite fast here, though, now. They're down middle, so maybe they will actually give this a go.
Yeah, it looks like they're at least tempted for it. But now Smoke meets some Deep Banana. I think they might just call it there. Give it a go in towards the next. Yeah, they're not... I mean, they're looking for exits, which I actually don't hate. The only thing is you can actually save here in towards Banana. Especially where they're planted over towards Coffins, too. So, the save's an okay idea. I don't actually know if they'll be able to get it, is the only thing I'm looking at. But they're actually going to go out towards CT when there is probably a little bit more of a fight that has to be had. Ball Flash going to come over. Close. Looking for the fights, and Maxson will get that first. With that Mac 10, Marisco, they heard a 5-7, so they know he's around here somewhere. He will not get anything for it, just a dink. 2 for 9. CT side, 4 spies. The unsuccess rate has been pretty high, as it always is. This will mean 3D Max are going to tie up this game. And of course, in doing so towards Sinners, they save, you know, a Mac 10, a double MP9, which is okay, but can't really properly buy around it. So we're looking at this and saying this is a really decent opportunity for 3D Max to take a lead. Kind of gifted to them for free as well because of that force buy. Just seeing in the corner. You're not going to respect and not take too much of an aggro stance here, but they're leaving B relatively on demand. They want to stack via A.
Yeah, I mean, again, really liking their A stacks, I suppose. 3D Max might change it up, but I think they're more of a prod and poke kind of team than a full-on execute. We'll get some decent utility out on A, though. So maybe they're going to end up here. I mean, unfortunately, for Sinners, everybody is smoked off right now. There's not really much of a presence. But again, as it goes later and later, 3D Max might walk into the lines then. Maybe.
Testing top mid, and yeah, I think this This is the only thing. I mean, bombs are committed, yes, but I mean, they are going deep in here towards A. Feels like they really want to commit. The only thing that would probably push them away is maybe that frag. Just because the Eagle gets a kill, but they still look tempted to go. My God, yeah. Dicey. Shot gets aggro, does damage. Might even scare them a little bit.
Maka. Lovely find. 4 versus 4. Mikey looking to be a bit cheeky here. Could get very good timing, and he does indeed swing the advantage back. And now look at the setup. Oh, it's that kill onto Shock, I think, that's going to make the difference here, though, now. Inside the smoke. Mikey looking to be cheeky. And Maka is one step ahead. B-Stick might as well give it a go. He'll look for an upgrade over this MP9 in the next round, but not expecting too much from him. Maybe some money to be made. But it is a difficult weapon, and of course he's just, you know, so far away with that lack of info.
B-Stick. I get a chance here on the tail end for at least a kill in towards the pit player. Hang on. Oh, I spotted by Lucky at the end there. B-Stick had a decent idea of maybe trying to make it expensive at the end because they have a buy-in towards this round anyway, but yeah, it doesn't come to all too much. Good work from 3D Max. Actually, I really need a round from them. No two ways about it. I think when we look at that sort of round, if they hadn't converted that, it gives us a prime opportunity to once again just step up, start to roll with the punches, start to make it look pretty decent on that CT side. The way the majority of the T side went as well. Now, at the very least, it puts pressure on here for Sinners, saying they have to convert this CT side round. They don't. 3D Max could put up a 9th, which is getting them ever closer, and maybe even a 10th too if they get enough kills. They can deny enough Sinners to kind of save and reinvest around. They will really put a lot of pressure on this CT side.
Quiet start once again, though. 3D Max looking to take a leaf out of the Sinner's book. Get in those apartments. And try their best to, you know, just prod. Find an early frag. Sinners seem to be much better set up for it, though, you know, like player in pit, player on the balcony, I think. Yeah, he is indeed. So, you know, they're very, very ready for some kind of an apt play. 3D Max not really dedicating to it just yet. It's big brackets control from the Frenchman. Nobody around to really contest.
Oh, yeah. Mikey. Double stack with Shock. Shock's in holding the other side of that smoke. Speaking of, smoke comes out towards A short, but they are looking towards B. 2 players here to meet them. Risco and B-Stick. We've had fairly decent games. One time to try and prove what they can. They break that smoke. The pop flash is a beauty of B-Stick now left alone towards the backside. Smoke fire confidence is going to make this so difficult. And hoping that they can swing out to find one. Risco does, but he gets traded. He knows he's in new box. Then he knows he's dead man walking. 15 seconds. Bomb goes down. And a really difficult retake. And one which Sinners, I doubt, are even going to give a go.
Yeah, you wouldn't think so, right? Exorcist, though, he's on the lurk. He's looking to deny saves. Pre-fire on Shock is easy. Just sort of baiting Oscar out a little. Doesn't quite know where he's at. Oscar, you know, feels paramount that he saves the AWP, but now maybe it doesn't matter as much. He'll try and get some damage in the next round with it, of course, but yeah, not all that important. And Exorcist even takes him down, recovers the AWP as well. Plenty of options available here for 3D Max. Pretty big round to be taking. Comes at a perfect time. Sinners really, really struggling here in the second half.
Yeah, honestly, Sinners are starting to look a little quiet. My liking, and this is, at least to a degree, a little bit concerning right now. I mean, we're getting already to quite a damaging point where 3D Max 2-round up lead. They're going to half buy in here, Sinners, which, you know, I don't hate. They have enough money to buy in towards the next. MP9, Mag 7 could actually get cheeky and maybe we can still take a kill or two. Especially Marisco playing over towards half wall / sandbags. Anywhere in that region where he can do a lot of damage. Nade goes over. Marisco taking a bit of damage, but eventually could stop a lot of that B play. Exorcist. Spam's decent. Shock tagged, and Mikey now going to be smoked in towards his little cubby. I'm sure he was heard stepping there, though.
Yeah, you might be right. I seem a little, yeah. on edge. Okay, nice find. Exactly the opener that they needed. Mikey, elbow, hello. Yep, Exorcist does see it eventually. A good, solid look here. Just the CZ of Oscar that really can do anything, and yeah, he's just completely overwhelmed by sound, flashes, all that good stuff. So 3D Max really looking great here at the tail end, and it is set to continue, it would seem.
It's true. This is really good from the French side. You know, kind of came into seeing them as the, you know, the slightly better team in the sense of the individuals being very good for them. They've really had, you know, some fairly strong events under their belt. They want to see off the season on a positive note. I think for Sinners, this is their third attempt to qualify towards Pro League. At the upper bracket game against Koi, they lost both maps 13-4. At the lower bracket final against Sangar, lost that in a 3-mapper overtime galore. And now this is their third attempt. Might be a similar thing where they fall flat at the final hurdle, which would be heartbreaking for them. Max Evans looking at the tail end. Nothing there for him. I'm assuming Mariska's going to upgrade regardless. He might be tempted to try and facilitate this Mag 7 just for the kill bonus as well. But a long-term econ, try and play up close towards Banana and all the rest. But it's dropped. Yeah, he will go in towards the M4. I think it's probably the smarter decision. 10-7. 3D Max. 3 rounds ahead. 3 rounds away from stealing Inferno. Just Sinner's pick. And the big thing for me, I mentioned it a little bit earlier, Anubis coming up next. 3D Max's usual go-to pick is very strong for them.
No, it's true, man. It's true. They're a very scary-looking team, I think, when it comes to a solid pick, right? They have a map that feels unplayable against them, especially if you are solidly in Tier 2. Maybe if you're, you know, a level above 3D Max or right on that precipice like they are, sort of in the top 30. But for a team like Sinners, it's going to be really, really challenging. You know, that extra level that they can bring is hard to contest. Gravity going to open us up here. Smoke goes down, looking for a flank in behind on the Sinners side, but unless something crazy pops off for them, yeah, I don't see it happening. And Exorcist, he was so ready for that. The little bait and switch, but, you know, one's not enough, is it? 11 for 3D Max, definitely locked in now.
This game not got a lot of life left in it. Sinners, I think, are feeling that pressure now. Shock, gonna keep hold of the AWP, hopefully at least. And he has B-Stick as a bit of a protect the bodyguard type of vibe. 3D Max, though, inching ever closer and closer. And Sinners have not given us anything. They're yet to get around on the CT side. Too many gaps, too many opportunities. And 3D Max, I think the other side as well. Credit to them. I mean, they've obviously done a hell of a lot of research into how Sinners like to play their Inferno, how they like to go about it. And so far, 3D Max are exposing them. A lot of that credit has to be given towards kind of the coaching analyst team and all the rest. This 3D Max team are really making this look pretty simple. 2 rounds away now. And actually a big question about how you want to go about this. I mean, I'm assuming, yeah, it's going to be that force buy coming in. They have enough money to get... You know, Beastie can drop over an M4. Shock can pick one up and all the rest. They might even take attack, though. We'll have a conversation about it. The Sinners have been very loose with attacks. They're not, you know, going into them all that much. You know, calling attack, their first one when this next gun round is make or break in this map, for me feels a little late. I'd love to have seen one like 2-3 rounds ago. Maybe a little bit earlier, right? You know, maybe it's coming in towards their first or second gun round. But throughout this entire tournament, we don't really see Sinners call a lot of attack pauses. Where on the other side, 3D Max are very happy to go into attack pauses early, get them out the way, have big conversations because they know how important it is in some of these rounds. So yeah,
for sure, man. We earlier cast them against BNE. That first map, you know, goes to double overtime and everything, and they actually ended up losing it. And we were like, where are the timeouts? Where are the timeouts? You know, it's super close here. You probably want to take a moment to just breathe. You know, it doesn't even have to be talking about a deeper round or whatever. Just give us a second. But they don't really like leaning on him, I suppose. Go with the flow. Yeah, that is just a thing to, just take a moment and be like, yo, relax, comms are a little cluttered, let's just work on that. It doesn't have to be, okay, we're going to, do the Cincinnati Sidewinder or whatever kind of play they're going for. Gravity will open up, but quickly traded out. Not a bad look for the Sinners. A double pump here from 3D Max to try and get proper control of Banana. B-Stick, he wants to fight.
How he hasn't tagged anybody, by the way. That spam was nearly perfectly on, but just missing. Yeah, Oscar isn't, though. We'll get his through the wall as well. Oscar, hello. Maka gets caught. Bit of fortune favors Oscar, and Sinners, my God, that they need it. And they immediately look like they're about to win a round off the back of their first hack pause. It's like we called it.
Even just, again, that sort of mindset to be like, okay, let's step it up in this round can really make a big difference. But yeah, crazy. Absolutely crazy. B-Stick. Love the angle from him. Oh, nearly finishing it all by himself. Exercise, bit of a job at hand, and Oscar sees him on the edge of the smoke. Not quite as sound a smoke as maybe Exercise was expecting. So here we are. Sinners do stop them before they hit the 12. But not going to be easy. A long road ahead here.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Going to be tough, but it's better than nothing. Finally getting some success. Off the back of that, now we can once again open the door to a conversation about Sinners. Only 3 rounds behind, but I say only. Sinners 3D Max, who are 2 away from seeing this one off. Any hiccups, any mistakes, can have some pretty big ramifications towards Sinners, who just do not have stability in terms of recon still. Oscar's got an okay amount of money, and everybody else, it tapers off rapidly into the triple digits for the most part. Once again, early big triple nade stack, B-Stick dead. And it might be the same for Morisco. Runs out of ammo, pistol pulled out as the Flames force him into a fight. And that is B open. But they still need to go. They've slowed things down, and they need to get the bomb as well.
Yeah, Sinners might be looking at like a sort of soft save here. But 3D Max, man, yeah, it's very
They're so tentative, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, man. It's literally the word for it. And I think the thing is as well, all I can think is that it's like, oh, they've got these guys playing kind of aggressive. Maybe there's another one behind them, you know, that's prepped flashes or on the quick rotation, something like that. But no, it is curious. So they've kind of allowed Sinners to grab a reset, grab a game plan. I still think the bomb is going to end B. But no one's got it right now. 35 seconds. Somebody got to recover that bomb, boys.
Come on,
Certainly
fellas.
strange here.
Let's make a move, shall we? 25 seconds, boys. Like, come on now.
Are we going?
Oh.
They are getting the bomb on B, I suppose. There's not a lot of time.
Oh my God, yeah.
Thankfully,
Planting
there's no one around.
10 seconds. They're so nervous about B. I'm not too sure why. I don't know. This must be something they've seen in the demos, right? It has to be. Because they were so nervous about going towards B after killing
maybe,
2. You know what I mean? You just trade your way
Yeah.
in. Even if there's a third there, you can just play the numbers game.
That's true. But also, you know, maybe a bit of false info or something like that. That someone is adamant on the fact that they heard a third or something. And it was just enough for them to slow down and then start to worry about rotations and etc, etc, etc. Kind of strange, but they still get away with the round. Take a few casualties in the end. Maybe even one more here. I don't think Mac is quite going to be far enough away. So, little oversight, but they've got plenty of money. It doesn't really matter too much. And in their minds, they'll be winning this 13th round and nicking away the Inferno.
All right. I mean, honestly, has to be said that it's probably going to be the case. 4 map points to do it, to take Sinners map away. And actually, it's going to blow open this series in quite a drastic way. I mean, for Sinners, this map was the one they had to win to really give them a chance at that third and final. And I do worry about Anubis quite a lot. It's a really good map, 3D Max. I really like the way they play it. Molotov into a stop car. He's going to go out in front of this, but they surely hear that. He spammed, he might have a chance there. But Honor taking so aggro by Sinners. I actually love this.
Yeah, pretty big fan. They've got to be able to do something with it, though. And, of course, their A-bomb site is a little looser at the moment. Mikey round the corner, off angle for him. Is it going to be effective? Nope. Down he goes. Oh, and the presence at long just completely not even watched for. My goodness, 3D Max. Pick after pick after pick. And it's Oscar, the poster boy of Sinners. Against all 5 of the Frenchmen. I don't see him getting this done. And indeed, he will get bested. Looking the wrong way. 13-8. Sinners not matching up at all there on Inferno. Very one-sided affair. That second half in particular, you know, just not a lot to write home about for Sinners.
It's true.
And yeah, I think one round picked up. That's all they got on the CT side. So, and 3D Max immediately answered back. Kind of wild.
Yeah, I mean, what, 7-5 at the half in favor of Sinners, ends 13-8. That will tell you the only story you need to know. Only one round out from Sinners where, you know, 3D Max get A. I mean, it's an absolutely ridiculous run. And I think we have to give a lot of credit to 3D Max. Very, very well approaching their T side. They just knew how to kind of flex the tempos a little bit, dynamic, on the move, good mid to late round calls as well, bar that one round where they were very tentative about B. But obviously that's easy for us to say with the benefit of hindsight and radar and, you know, X-ray, the mini-map, etc., etc. We look at this and now this series is in a pretty damning state for Sinners. They've got to try now reverse sweep. Now, we saw earlier against B&E, they were able to do that. And I've caught a few Sinners games recently. They do that a lot. They lose map 1 and they do reverse sweep. So it is kind of part and parcel. However, the big thing is it's 3D Max. It's not, you know, a tier 2 or a tier 3 team. This is one of the best teams that we've got, you know, kind of tier 1.5 state. A lot of great experience. Best French team in the world right now. I mean, you cannot really give them these sort of lifelines, these sort of advantages. And they got into Anubis, a very good map for them. This is a worrying position where 2-0 is a possibility and most definitely on the card. Sinners, this 10-minute talk has got to be something drastic. I don't know if they've got it in the locker. We'll have to see. For now, ladies and gents, we're going to go on to a break. When we are back, we're heading into map number 2. It's 3D Max's pick. It's Anubis up next.
Making magic when they need it most.
see the world. Aren't we all insistent to be small? Subdivide. I'll show you how it's done. There's no sight, we go inside. The man, he is the one. You build your walls, faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your mission. We are many of one. We're coming home with a mission to tear you down from your undeserved throne. We can take your conviction. We are many of one. You may call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt. Go! Your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, go seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're playing for fortune to come. You're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go pack your bag now. Keep your feet on the road and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster. our corner. It's fight or flight now, get up now. Go make the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, let's go, and it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got, show him how to make a miracle. Stand up, let's go, and it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got, show him how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out. Stand up, let's go, and it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out. Give all you got, show him how to make a miracle. Stand up, let's go, and it takes to fight back.
Making magic when they need it most.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back in. We are continuing forwards, of course. 3D Max, a really solid showing there on Inferno. Certainly not what I was expecting. I thought, the Sinners Inferno, pretty sound, but it doesn't even come all that close, to be honest. Only the one round picked up in the second half from Sinners. And that's kind of the issue, I think, as well, and maybe something that will block them from breaking through their ceiling. Having Inferno as your pick is just very, very risky. It's been in the pool for God knows how long now, since it was, reworked in like 2018. So I think teams are very, very comfortable on that map. Having it as your sort of solid fallback pick, it's just a bit too risky, really. And, curious as to why maybe they didn't chance a Dust 2 or something like that. But, maybe thinking it was safe. Unfortunately, in the end, they are proved otherwise.
Yeah, and the other thing as well with the Inferno is that, so Anubis is the go-to first pick, right? And if you look at kind of statistically speaking, it's about a third of the time, or just shy of a third of the time, their second most picked into map for 3D Max is Inferno. So, the risk there was super inherent. On paper, 3D Max pick into Inferno more than Sinners do by actually quite some margin. So it was concerning. Yes, Sinners play a lot, but relatively inconsistent amount of wins coming through. And they have a 46% win rate. So it's not good. It feels janky. It was janky. And I think that's the big thing for us. And now we're going towards Anubis. It is 3D Max's best map. It's the one they love picking into. It's the one they really always feel very, very comfortable on. And for me, that's the big thing that I'm worried about. I feel like because Sinners offered so little in towards Inferno, this could spell the beginning of the end. We could be looking at that potential of the 2-0 because 3D Max, they have no weaknesses right now. I mean, even in that second half, Sinners only got one round on the CT side, whereas 3D Max got 8 to close it out, 13-8. Stunning showing, really delivered. And honestly, now pretty worried. It's looking very, very close to 3D Max booking that final spot in towards Pro League, and Sinners for the third time in the last, week, basically missing out on a Pro League spot.
Yeah, it's difficult. It's very, very difficult for them. Just, as I think we said, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. And that really is the case for this team at the moment. Maybe they can bounce back for us, as you spoke about. Seems to be sort of on trend for them, but it just does not feel at all possible. I think 3D Max playing great Counter-Strike today, and we spoke about being a bit warmer, being a bit more confident in their ability after a pretty one-sided series for their first game out. I think it's going to be an awful lot of fun here for 3D Max, but yeah, Sinners, it's a tough ride, and the Anubis is one that they've been saving a little bit. 3D Max actually not really playing it all that much. They played it against 9 Pandas, but it's not really been that common for them. Yeah, even their game yesterday against Eyeballers, they didn't play it there. So yeah, the Anubis they've maybe been saving for the big moment, and it's also the map that they turned a number of heads on over at Pro League last time around. So they beat G2 on it, they beat Fnatic on it, right? And I think everyone was a little bit like, oh, okay, maybe the Anubis is pretty decent here for 3D Max. So the fact that they've got that coming up as their pick, as we're both kind of reiterating here, is just a really scary prospect for the Sinners. and there's also not an awful lot of like recent tape to go off of or to lean on. Really going to be a challenge here, and Sinners have to just, some sort of a miracle for them, I think, honestly.
Yes, no two ways about it. I mean, at the moment, this Sinners side having given us a lot to fall back on. They've not offered up, a huge amount, even in terms of the numbers department as well. Just a little lackluster. I mean, that's the big thing for us. Right? We look at it, and they just won't have the individuals step up in kind of any sort of a way which is going to make us feel comfortable, and that's the big issue. I mean, they just don't have the valuable individuals. Where at the very least, over towards 3D Max, we had quite consistently a few different aspects of where they could find form, find a lot of those kills, and I think that's the really important thing. I mean, Oscar is always the one man we look towards, and fair play, he was actually pretty decent, and then it tails off quite rapidly. So I'm worried if that does happen. I think Sinners then once again kind of reignite the chance, and they do need a bit of a miracle to get there. But at the very least, it is one of those where I just don't know whether we've really got too much to work with here. For 3D Max, they're a side who recently have been in Pro League, look pretty decent at Pro League as well, and I think would want to go back and actually have a second crack at it, mainly as well because it's a good opportunity for them to go in towards a tournament like Pro League with the team fully fledged out. Gravity had already come in towards the roster, like, what, I think it was like just under a month is when he came in. It'd be like 28 days or something when they got to Pro League for that debut. I mean, he barely had any time to really settle himself in. It's a big step up for him playing with guys who are arguably his heroes, basically, right? He come from kind of Gen 1 and a few of the different teams like that, but this is the big leagues playing alongside the 3D Max roster, and now being in the roster for a couple of months. By this point, by Pro League point, it'll be about 5 to 6 months, right, really. So the good thing is he'll be truly integrated into his roles, and I think this 3D Max side have looked more and more solid the more and more they've played, as you would expect. So yeah, I think a Pro League would be a really interesting conversation. However, ladies and gents, we do have once again, I mean, shouldn't be a surprise, server issues coming towards this one, so we are going to throw this one to a little break, hopefully only a brief one, but we'll see you soon.
Making magic when they need it most.
To the limits, you cannot lose if you are not in it. You gotta lose sometimes just to win it. Don't get discouraged, it's just the beginning. Yeah, turn up. Don't end up a Timmy Turner. Don't get caught up in the streets. Don't get caught up with a burner. Don't be a slow learner. Oh no, you only get one shot, one chance. Talking March Madness at the big dance. Talking big man on campus. Like
No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. That's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go again. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. That's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go again. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win.
Okay, here we go. It would seem there are a few intrinsic issues when it comes to getting started in a game, getting that server sorted, getting everyone happy. But we do get there eventually, I suppose, is the silver lining. 3D Max, CT side here for them. Couple sets of Julies. They're big, big fans of the Julies. Trying to make them sing once again with an A main push here.
What do they got for us? Oh, there's a player of shock. Just looking up in towards carpets. There's extra seats going to get his. Maka won't be spotted there towards camera. I go overlooked. Drops a bomb. And Maka finding heads. Oh, hello. This round feels like it's already done as Maka has gone huge. But B-Stick has given them a chance. A 1v5. An ace clutch needed. And he's now going to do it with 6 points of HP. Surely not.
Surely not indeed. He might be able to get a little bit of a drop in for the bomb plant, though. Not really recognizing how open his path to B actually is, and he's moving back. This could be really weird on the timing, you know. Oh, my goodness. I don't believe it. He snuck in, and, you know, no one from A able to spot him. No one going round through that camera angle. Absolutely crazy. So he's going to get the bomb plant here, for sure. Lucky's a little savvy. He's a little bit like, if he was going B, he might have planted by now, but not the case. So he's on that A bomb site pretty quickly. A little difficult for him, but he will get the frag in the end. And there you have 3D Max picking up the pistol.
So it's actually a small, decent little silver lining. With the very least, individually, B-Stick might be tempted to go in for a force buy here. Maybe even like a hero. We've kind of seen a couple of like a hero Galils, that kind of vibe. But, you know, all in all, 3D Max take the pistol. They take it efficiently. They look at this and now, you know, they're kickstarting exactly the same way that they finished off in towards Inferno. 13-8 that was. I mean, it really was a brilliant showing over for them. Do you see B-Stick? He actually picks up the AK here with half armor. The half armor is the thing I worried about more than, you know, if you've gone Galil full armor, I'm like, okay, sure. The half armor is the bit of a weird one where it's like, even the MP9 at range is so scary. At this sort of a level, you know, it is the bigger risk. I mean, they've all got M4s, one got an MP9. I mean, B-Stick can be dead before he even knows it. So he's got to be so crisp, and his time to kill has got to be so quick as well if he wants to try and find some success in this one. And all kind of relying on him too, as it's pretty much a low to no buy around him.
Lucky. Hanging out here. Oh, got to be careful, man. I think he's heard that AK as well. So, yes, going to be weary. But a slow roll in towards the site itself. Lucky holding on the crack angle. Spots a player. Smoke goes down. And it's lovely, isn't it? Beautiful little protocol there just to stay safe. Sinners, however, the pack mentality could actually be very scary here. Oh, Gravity going to be spotted, dinked out quite early. And, you know, you're really unsure now. It's like, okay, is it just one guy coming at me? Is it the whole team? Is it multiple? You know, do we start pulling people away? And lots of questions come in. This whole area as well, really weird to communicate around. But they managed to drop that AK. You know, the one thing they have going for them is the fact that there's, like, nothing all that scary for the rest of the team. So, a little weird from Sinners ultimately, but no kills come in. And even an AK retrieved. Ooh, a little treat there for the 3D Max side.
Yeah. Not going to say no. Not going to say no for the AK-47 in the hands of Gravity. 2-0. Nice and simple, but a buy-in properly for Sinners. The hero AK of B-Stick is now being degraded to just a deal. Of course, he has no money left in those back pockets, but the rest of the team looking pretty comfy. B-Stick even might be using a bit of a human flashbang, or might bait and then pick up a gun of somebody who dies. However, 3D Max is a good start. In towards Anubis is probably the map which is that leans heaviest towards that T side, and honestly, if you can do a fairly solid CT, 5 to 6 rounds, you're sitting pretty comfortable, especially considering how good 3D Max's T side was on that Inferno too.
Oscar playing contact. It's brave. And he gets bested just by the fact that his crosshair's not in the right place. Nade onto B-Stick is also even better for 3D Max. Flash pretty good round the corner. And a perfectly executed push round from the Frenchman. Not a chance for Sinners. They will probably concede. Man alive. Yeah, if that's the way it's going to look for 3D Max, I'd be very worried here.
Wally goes down. Like, you're going to have to just tip away from it for now, but in this quite a few minutes. Double nade is pretty decent. He actually avoids a second. It goes a little deep. I don't know. 2v5. They're going to give this a go. Having a little look in. It's a double-edged sword. Do you save and try and use 2 AKs towards the next, or you try and give it a go here, swing in the corner? And actually, I can see why they're giving it a go now. 2v5, turn 2v3, and a bomb plant. An opportunity.
Yeah, might be able to make something of this. Oh, Shock nearly lining them up. Down to just Mikey here. Oh, my goodness. He gets it done on the double spray down. I thought he'd been traded out when the camera sort of swapped across, but no. He picks up a triple kill at the end, and they actually do manage to make that work. Ah, oh, that's crazy. That is so, so crazy. Sinners picking up the impossible round. I thought 3D Max had just kind of done enough in the initial exchange outside of B there, but no. Sinners giving them a game. Could be the start of a nice T-side here.
Also, it's a bad round to lose for 3D Max as well, right? We're looking at that. It's a 2v5. And it slip away, and they're just over fighting. Even the double swing where only one falls, but a lot of damage onto the second, even that is so braggadocious to go for. B-Stick. He gets dinked. Jumping at B9, and he gets the kill. Jocko, the second jumping shot, will also get his. The corner, swinging a fire for Oscar. Looking for a second, he just get tied, but Mako will fall away. There is a move in behind. Look at your mini-map. Look at Barisco. Doesn't see anyone, though, so it makes a grand difference of now.
Indeed. But,
it's a sick play if someone's there, but if they're not,
sure.
He's just getting cardio. He's running, he's doing laps, you know what I mean? He's just running around.
Yeah, yeah. It's Oscar that might see a bit more action here, actually, in the tail end. Unfortunately, the nasty end of the M4A4. Either way, 3D Max conceding this one. Only being the man down. They will actually take a couple on the way out and have to be a little bitter about it, I suppose. Sinners, pretty good spot for them, though. I like the way that they look in these past couple of rounds. We'll see whether they can keep it up. But, you know, as I said, in the way that that first rifle round went, felt like this would be a full roll, but not really the case, man. Sinners actually battling back quite nicely.
All tight square. And doing so, 3D Max. Bit of a weird decision for them. I think for me, I think Force here, personally. Lucky's got half armor, so I think they actually might go for it. But I think this is a position to Force. 3 rifles saved, in my opinion, more often than not. Unless your economy is just like completely depleted, I think you got to go for a Force. I don't hate it. I think they've actually squeezed out enough. Lucky's gone to the auto shotgun, my favorite gun.
It's kind of controversial. Your favorite gun completely?
Yeah, no, like genuinely. Well, I actually love that gun. It's, I mean, wow. It's so good they had to nerf it. Like not that long ago, they reduced the kill bonus because it's that good. The thing is, so
you
OP.
reckon?
Well, they did. They nerfed it.
I know they did that, but I don't know. Maybe just to give other shotguns a place.
No, it was because statistically it was used so much more than every other shotgun because of how good it was. So they had to reduce its kill bonus to make others like more fairly used because nobody was using Mag 7s or Novas really.
Yeah. Listen, you got me earlier, so I got to get you. Just said the same thing I said with more words. But I'm just saying.
Said
you
what?
told me to shut up earlier. I said to give shotguns a place, and then you just explained like other shotguns a place, so then you just explained that exact thing, but with more words. So
life of analyst, mate.
It's 1 for 1. But no, you are right. I suppose it was OP in its bracket.
Yeah.
So
I think it's pretty good.
Sense.
There was a time when it was early on in the CS2 beta where that was like getting picked over most SMGs, maybe bar the MP9. Yeah. It was just like so dumb. Like on Anubis especially, everyone will play it through double doors so often. In this instance, it's got absolutely no looking, so it doesn't really matter. But
melted.
Yeah, I remember in Pro League when we were doing a couple of those games, so many teams on Anubis, when their money was a little weird, they would go for that auto shotty indoors, and it would like always be good for like 1, which would kind of make his money back in the most part.
Also, obviously we kind of have just talked about, this has been a really weird round, actually, watching it unfold. We had like an early kill over sort of on the A side, and then obviously that shotgun goes down. I think that was in the mid doors, and then it looked like 3D Max were just kind of saving, but kept running into Sinners players, just not ready for fights at all. Really, because Sinners were like out on A, good A control, just getting that bomb over there. Really strange round. Really, really strange. And I think 3D Max are left questioning here. They really need to take a little moment, just grab that all-important reset.
Yeah, I think kind of 1 by 1, they were like over fighting, and before you know, we're now in a 1v4, and they're thinking, how have we even got here? There's 3 separate pushes on 3 different fronts, and all 3 of them fell apart. So yeah, I mean, Aka saves M4, but that is it. They don't really want to buy here either. I don't think it's really worthwhile, especially if Maka wants an AWP. I think he just probably has to wield a Hero M4, stay above 3k for Maka, and he should have enough for the AWP. Especially if he doesn't have to reinvest into his armor or anything of the sort. But it will be just a couple of upgraded pistols. As soon as, you know, a decent little position for them in terms of a lead, right? We're looking at this with probably now going to be a 4-2 scoreline. It's really not a bad spot they've kind of put themselves into. It's all Molotov in towards double doors. Go stick around. It's probably the best ways you can get the M4 and get it active. Potential of multi-frags and the rest, but I can't see this round really starting. It would have to be some big mistakes from Sinners to let this one slip away.
They're looking really good right now, man. I don't know, you know, if we can kind of keep reiterating that. But yeah, the T side has just really impressed me thus far. Not expecting too much out from this, as you say. Maybe if they go B, but it looks like they want to go A once again. And the Sinners playing a very slow T side here. Overall, unsure of what they're coming up against, whether it is a stack or whether they'll have to work a bit harder, getting those rotations and catching the execute as well here. 3D Max just, yeah, no real presence at all. So nothing for Sinners to worry about.
Yeah, I guess as well, Maka keeping on an M4. It's honestly not a bad thing to have really at all. Anything that gets picked up, nice. B-stick for 1. Just mowing them down here, B-stick. Kills. Oh, Maka, that's a bad one though. I mean, he was actually on a timer regardless. There's a player coming through mid, but he should have got that kill. B-stick will walk away with the ace, but he kind of gets gifted it towards the end there. Sinners though, 4th on the board is good. This is a decent spot. The most T-sided map in the pool statistically, but looking very decent. It has to be said, and you're actually playing some pretty good T-side protocols. They're really actually looking very, very solid. I think this is where 3D Max, actually if another one of these gun rounds doesn't work, I wouldn't mind them seeing a pause.
Just really not all that fight heavy from either of these teams. You know, I think 3D Max initially were pretty confident to go for them, but it's fallen flat in recent memory. Saying that, Gravity just goes in completely dry. Makes it work for 1. Nearly a second. Nade in. It's a little deep. Oh, goodness. Maka. He's got too many targets to deal with. Trying to just hide away behind this smoke. Position comes in. The one from down below could be dangerous. Maka took a bullet in the cranium. It's Exorcisto, like I say, that is this unknown quantity. Spam through the smoke, leaves Mariska low, and Beastick cannot stand strong. 3D Max somehow managed to mount that retake. Again, though, very, very chaotic.
Yeah. I mean, hey, the good thing is that 3D Max take it. They're keeping this game even, but much closer than they want. And still, for Sinner's advantage, very much still feels in their court, right? You know, that it's pretty expensive towards 3D Max. Sinners have plenty of money in the back pocket. And Risco had like just shy 9K coming into this. So, all in all, still feels in a very positive spot. Sinners have put themselves in, but at the very least, 3D Max up to 3, a 1-round game, keeping it close. Big thing for 3D Max on the CT side. Get 5 rounds by most metrics, you say is pretty decent. Get 6. We're starting to talk about too bad of a spot.
Gravity deepen again through B main, but this time Sinner's not even, you know, giving them a single chance at finding a kill. It will be another widespread default from Sinners. 3D Max starting to get their confidence back a little. Oh no, that's rough. Gravity with the team kill. Not really what 3D Max wanted there. He'd secured that frag. And somebody held their mouse 1 key a little too long. Either way, shouldn't have too much of an effect. It looks like they're moving towards the A-bomb site anyway, via middle. Maka has other ideas, some very difficult angles to get past here. Flash comes in, and he can't quite make it around the corner. Great timing there from Marisco. Finds himself another here as well. Lucky, traded instantly. It's not going to be good enough. A crumble there as Sinners find a really, really great turnaround.
Yeah, yikes, man. That was rough. It looked so good for 3D Max at one point. It's still not completely off the table. Gravity, though, gets held by Osco. Stays posted. Lakatara sees him off. Sinners will once again lock back in a 2-round lead. And 3D Max again back to the drawing board. Have a conversation here. And, you know, it's either this or the next round where we see 3D Max surely go for a pause. They're just not quite on that same level at the moment where they were in towards Inferno. It's taken them a while to get truly active in towards this game. Sinners, this is now them most likely locking in 6, guaranteed. Tight game at the bare minimum on, you know, that C side is pretty decent. Especially off the back of what was less than adequate kind of Inferno showing where we saw them really look uncomfortable. Granted, most of that wasn't their CT side, which is still yet to come, but either way, it was one of those where they needed to respond very well, and far so good. Can't complain.
Oh, lovely stuff. Marisco holding the spray down. Maka gets himself a little 5-7 there, I do believe, and will back off, but Sinners should be able to get this one in the bag. You know, the scary portion of the round with that push coming their way has been bested. All the same, Sinners continue, you know, moving a bit slowly. Just trying not to let 3D Max in at all, right? At this point, it's like, okay, we're moving A. Maybe I, as a solo player, make a mid play, or, you know, here a good example would be if Marisco and Beastick walk into a 5-7. They get a double kill. That's a bit of confidence, right? That's maybe an AK save. That's some kill bonus. And Sinners are just really trying to starve 3D Max of everything.
One will go down. Nice and easy. 3D Max, I mean, I don't hate the idea of at least Exorcist and Maka going to have a look in. Maybe Lucky keeps on his armor. Maybe that must be too soon. He won't get his kill. You take that. You take it all day. More for any more would be nice, because Risco is kind of in body shot territory. Maybe a world. He's still going to be tested on the end there. Eagle holding, posting. A 5-7 going to try and hunt up close as well. Damage dealt. They're trying to suffocate this rifle in. Body shot, though, is all they really get. Maka. That range is probably actually now dead. I don't know. He might get to the end, and he will be. And he goes. Only the one casualty. Really, not the worst thing in the world. 6-3, Sinners. This is a decent T side, honestly. They are actually looking good. They've been quite close rounds within the rounds themselves, but in the more macro sense of things, it's a very good spot that we're in at the moment. And that's where I do get very concerned. With not seeing enough out of 3D Max on a map, which makes it be very, very good for them.
Yeah, and it's still not a point for them, is it, where, you know, they're able to sort of save themselves. Probably want to see them hit 5 at the very least. Money has been an issue. Yeah, and they're always good for a bit of a round once they get the guns back up. Jocko knows what's up, man. Yeah. Absolutely ruined. Absolutely ruined. Perfect play from Jocko.
Maka on the boost. This is a relatively common boost in all fairness, but still a little bit of a difficult one to clear. A pot flash, though, should do the job. 3, 4 Sinners, but they've already won a 2v5, so to a degree, you can kind of back them at times. Little jiggle peek, very nearly gets caught by Oscar. Smoke will meet them in towards main, and that might force them to rotate away. The bomb is in the direction of A, but it's only one man there. It's only Shock, and he knows he can't really afford to fall, so has to just play it a little slower.
This is where it becomes a bit problematic for Sinners, though, isn't it? You know, they go down, and they don't really have much of a way back in. There's clearly not a super deep game plan here. I think 3D Max are just, you know, a bit caught off by the fact that you don't see Sinners for a while, and then all of a sudden they sort of burst into you. Or maybe you just go for a little bit of a peek, and there's like 3 of them. Nice finds from Lucky in the end, but it felt like that one was secure, was indeed over. Curious to see now what 3D Max have got cooking up to just try and close this gap as much as they possibly can. I mean, if they can find 6 in the end, you know, it's a great half, actually.
It is. I mean, honestly, 3D Max get at least 5 by my books. I'm happy. 6 is beautiful. Again, the other side, Sinners can still lock in 8 here, which would be really good for them. They remove him, a risk scope. Tempted to go through doors. Lucky on the other side. It comes over. There's a lot of damage, in fact. At range, I'm so surprised that doesn't hit.
Kind of crazy. We'll see, though. Is anything else going to land for them? Oh, Marisco. Big pickups. Little oversight from Gravity. He was not ready, and Marisco keeps on going. Yeah, Maka wildly taking that fight. Shock, of course, 5v2. Going to go for the risky move. It's less of a risk if you're so far up. Jocko bouncing around here. Back turns. Oh, my goodness, guys. Orpers are banned. Either way, round will be secured now that they know where he's at.
2 of those kills coming through there as well for Marisco. We're off the back of 2 people not even looking in his direction. He kind of gets them for free. I mean, it's one of those where kind of gifted in a way to Sinners, but for 3D Max, it's a kind of a bad one to blunder away. And Sinners now lock in the guaranteed lead at that halfway point. 7-5 is what we had in towards map number 1, though, and that ended 13-8 to 3D Max. So I'm still not, you know, completely all out for 3D Max. They buy back in here as well. They get a 5th. Like I said, I'm still relatively happy. Sinners, for me, this has still been a pretty decent T-side. One in which they can absolutely work with Oscar. Yeah, just the edge of that smoke. Will catch Gravity. Do they expect Jocko, however, up close?
The million-dollar question. It does not look like it. Oh, he goes a bit early. He might even have, you know, been able to steal a couple there if he went greedy for it. You know, it's kind of a wild move if you ask me. You don't play the trigger discipline on the one player there, but then you try and push through a smoke. It's like, are we making risky moves or not? He could have played that a little better in my mind, but benefit of hindsight, doesn't look like it's going to matter all that much. His teammates get folded anyway. Maka, oh, okay. V-stick just was like, I don't know if I want to go in this cave actually, and still gets bested anyway. But once again, similar situation to the previous round. They know where he's at, so it should be a securable round. Not much of a soft save though, of course. And Maka, oh my goodness, double spray down. Thank goodness for the Flames to drop him. That could have been something. Either way, 8-4 at the turn of the half here. We're going to take a break. Hopefully we won't be too long with this one.
Making magic when they need it most.
Subdivine. I'll show you how it's done. There's no sight to be go inside. The man he is the one. You build your walls with faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your omission. We are many of one. We're coming home with a mission to tear you down from your undeserved throne. We can take your conviction. We are many of one. You may call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt. see the world. Aren't we all insistent to be smooth? Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together and staying off track forever. Child of the nation, go seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go pack your bag now, keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle.
part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend it, I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. You either got it or you don't. You either bought it or you won't. You either wanna give it everything or you wanna cry about a soul. I'ma say it from the jump. Mama ain't raised a chump. My mama raised me to persevere if I'm ever here in a slum. Cause nobody starts at the top. You do your part and you better buy. Working hard each and every day, even though some days it get hard to watch. But you gotta trust the process. Grind hard, don't you ever quit. It's a must, you see the progress. Got a ball till you get a hit. They can never do what I can do, cause they on the same stuff. If you doubt me, then I'm coming to show them what I'm made of. Yeah, always showing your integrity. Yeah, if you want it, I'ma let them see. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend it, I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend it, I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win.
Wake up, put the work in, that's the only way it's gonna work out. Hard work and dedication, no time for procrastination. Takes a lot of time, a lot of patience, a lot of heart mixed with motivation. On the days that you're feeling down, look in the mirror for your inspiration. Like, woo, just notice, never stop, never quit. People wanna see you doing good, but never better than them. Gotta push yourself to the limits. You cannot lose if you are not in it. You gotta lose sometimes just to win it. Don't get discouraged, it's just the beginning. Yeah, turn up. Don't end up a Timmy Turner. Don't get caught up in the streets. Don't get caught up with a burner. Don't be a slow learner. Oh no, you only get one shot, one chance. Talk.
Making magic when they need it most.
Okay, we are back in, guys. Apologies again, sort of server issues, you know, just across the board a little bit. There's something going on with one or two players somewhere that, you know, they just cannot get it to marry up. Maka will open up proceedings. A solid find from him. 3D Max absolutely need this pistol if they are to start things well.
At the very least, Maka. Always good for one with this P250. Always raid bosses, and he seems to do very, very solidly. Happening towards map number 1 as well. That P250 got active early. They're barreling in here. They're going to get the sight. They're going to fight as well, and Shock as he falls. That probably spells the beginning of the end here. They're giving a lot of space towards B-Stick and allows them to get one, but yeah, this round probably done here already. Nice open plant. One in rotation spotted. And then a 2 versus 4. No, 3D Max lost a 2v5 earlier, but this one, surely not on the cards.
You would hope not. Maka locking it in with that one as well. Oscar's just nowhere near. It's not like he's going to be able to creep in with this USP and completely pop off. He kind of knows that. So he will save his armor, ultimately, and try and give it another go in the next round, as will the rest of Sinners. But yes, 3D Max, clean find from them. Very, very decisive indeed. This is where, you know, it could get a bit difficult. Really, really scary look for Sinners if they can't make themselves known with sort of that first rifle kind of thing. The gap is going to close real fast.
That is, you know, MR12, right? It very rapidly catches up to you. So, what are we seeing? Sinners, oh my god, they're going to go for the force buy again. Sinners are, from what we've seen today, they force every time. They're 0 for 3 on them, which is, you know, yeah, it makes you think, when are we going to learn, right? But they're going to go for it. This is part and parcel of their playstyle, but lose this, and 3D Max absolutely have such a good chance of catching up. Molotov comes over towards Dark as Jocko trying to make a bit of a move here. He's trying to catch him, but, oh my god, just deleted. No head armor, only going one way. Cease will get one of his own as well. We were 2-9 across this tournament, and 0 for 3 for Sinners, and it's about to be 2 for 10, and 0 for 4, unless they can pull this one back from a 2 versus 5. This one isn't being converted. Sinners, I don't know why they keep going for these force buys. They never work.
Yeah, it's a part of the DNA that's maybe got to go. Again, especially on, you know, map like Anubis. CT side, sorry, is not that strong anyway. So it's like, force buy is probably not going to work. Do you have a game plan for them? Not really. They're hoping for, you know, someone to pop off or get an early rifle or something. Then you got to eco. Then you've got like a rifle round that's not super strong. So it's like you're just stacking the deck against yourself. And it really is strange. But yeah, like I say, I think it is just part of the kind of DNA of some of these players and some of these teams.
It has to be a mental thing of where they think, oh, you know, we can beat them. And I've spoken to a couple of pros who have said the same thing, where it's like, it's just mental. You know, you think you're better. You think you can out-aim them even if you've only got pistols or MP9s or whatever. But, you know, we're at a time where, especially these two teams, in particular, I mean, 3D Max actually don't force as much, so I guess it would make more sense. But, you know, these are sides who want to be tier 1, and tier 1 teams, it's all about playing percentages, and the percentages are so stacked against Sinners when it comes towards these CT force buys when they lose the pistol, and they continue to try and push this agenda, and it just continues to come right back in their face. So 3D Max, this one's basically a given, you'd hope at the very least. And it's going to be a one-round game. Kind of crazy. Smoking a swing. Jocko actually might fall here.
Yeah, he does go down a little bit. But the rest of them are able to clean up house. You know, it doesn't get too crazy. So they're all good to lose a player, but yeah, beyond that, not an awful lot. Plank comes in, Shock backing away. Just being a bit of a nuisance, isn't he, really? Trying to sneak around and maybe find a kill. He's been spotted now, though. He's got to take this fight. Does not work for him. And 3D Max have brought it back.
Alrighty. The only thing that actually makes that kind of unfortunate, I guess you could say, when you look at that round specifically, it's just Jocko spots them throwing the flash. If he doesn't, that pop flash actually potentially works. It pops quite open. Could have caught the mid players. But it's just Jocko who, a little bit ahead of the pack, he sees the flash coming over and he calls and he says, turn. Tells everybody to turn, and they all turn. They all play anti. So he just turns back around and mows them down. So, honestly, that's the only thing that made that little round, sadly, fall apart. But, all in all, it was probably going to be non-starter regardless. One round in it. 3D Max have got a buy to kind of come up against, which they'll expect, but they can overcome it. This is really decent potential for them, and Oscar's AWP is going to be caught. And he's going to be blown away as well. Beasting tried to pick it up, spamming E, but the game said no.
Yeah, that's a rough one for him. Very, very unfortunate indeed, but what you can do about it. Of course, being a man down is sort of the major concern for Sinners. A lot of noise being made here by 3D Max, giving their game away, so to speak. A nice little angle for Marisco. Shock down below also looks good, but too many different angles for him to check. We'll see. Rotation's here. Oh my, and he keeps on going. Dink out with the USP as well. This is a mess. This is an absolute mess from 3D Max. The nade doesn't quite make it down onto the bomb site. Somehow, it's only B-Stick remaining for Sinners. It looks so good for just a second, but Shock's the only one that gets any kills.
Yeah, a real scrappy round of Counter-Strike there, but 3D Max, just because they had the site itself, make it work for them. 8-all. 3D Max are now, in the exact same way they're doing towards Inferno, they are barreling towards taking this map, just on the back of the way in which Sinners struggle on their CT side. They're just getting caught off guard. They're constantly either over-fighting or, actually to a degree, under-fighting sometimes as well, and just having no real look in. Oh my god. We're on for something here. Over by B6 MP9. Honestly, so close here. might potentially go overlooked. Especially as there's been no sound, no pop flash, nothing of the sort.
Spamming away. But yeah, nothing found. We'll see, man. We'll see. I like the idea of the late round move from that MP9, but I don't know that he's going to see so much action. Morisco melts ever so slightly, hoping for an early peek. Nothing coming. Oh, there it is. He gets quick click in the crosshair. 55 seconds left on the clock. There goes B-Stick, but he does a fair amount of damage. I mean, we'll see. There's some strong weaponry in here for Sinners. Got to be very, very careful. Jocko takes some damage, but thankfully it's not in the head. You know, it's very, very messy.
Off over. Ashki. He's still keeping this a conversation here. I can't lie. Allowing the Deagles to isolate fight in itself inherently is risky. Still popping away and still fighting. How have Sinners walked away with that round? They put a 9th on the board in a round that never even should have got going. And 3D Max, they're kind of their own worst enemy there. They're so tentative. So scared in so many of their fights when they could have just flown in, utilized the guns in their favor, and they opt not to. Man, that is a tough one. 3D Max going to call for their second tack timeout, and probably just to figure out what went wrong.
Yeah, that's wild. That is absolutely wild. And I mean, a bit of a game changer as well. Sinners, first round for them out in the second half comes like that. And, you know, the thing is, as we mentioned, turning over, they just did not have a lot of room, 3D Max. So every single round that sort of slips away, even that had been a rifle round, I think they take a timeout as well. So really have to be careful not to allow Sinners the momentum. They do not want to let this one continue on and, you know, another toss of the coin, so to speak. Really should be securing it here on Anubis. You know, you got that Dust 2 coming up next. And Sinners quite like that. So, yeah, you got to win it here and now if you're 3D Max.
It's true. Very true. Got to be very, very careful. Don't things could go south quite quickly. So, let's see. Hot flash going to come in. They're going to go quick. B-Stick, caught by the flash. Name can't be said for Mikey, though. And he's going to line them up. Oh, even getting 2 out of that for Mikey is not bad. But B-Stick gets caught through the smoke. That changes the narrative. Thankfully, Morisco finds one of his own. As that smoke breaks, this is carnage. But it's looking good for Sinners.
What is going on here? But yes, it does indeed look pretty good for Sinners. That bomb... Oh, not being planted just yet.
Right.
How's this going to play out? Lucky's going in. Shot ready, but Lucky gets the headshot. Oh my, and a trained angle here for Maka. Moves off at the last second. Not even last half a second. It will make the difference. They're going to bail on B and try and hit A instead. Meanwhile, Morisco is attempting to get ahead of them. He might just be able to do so here, I think.
He's going to beat them.
Yep. Oh, he does slow down. But surely, Lucky not expecting this. You got to clear all your angles. Yeah, Morisco is there. Ready to go. But then he backs off. And so Maka gets an easy plant if he wants.
Okay. Bomb goes down. 1v2. And I think at the moment, if you want anybody in this situation, it is Maka. Has been pretty damn good. He's looking to isolate fighter. He's looking to try and see where that guy who was just in heaven is. Maka going to reposition himself, though. If he can clear out via heaven, then he gives himself a lot of space. Now has to expect mid, surely.
Yep. Spray down lands. Not a lot of time here for Oscar. Maka's got the upper hand on this one. Here's him coming in. Tap onto the bomb. Not being held. Wide swing from Maka, and he will make it happen. 3D Max gives Sinners a taste of their own medicine with the upset round.
And he picks the ult back up too. It's just a cherry on top. So off the back of what was really good from Sinners to convert, you know, an eco half by round, it's really good in response out of 3D Max, a round in which they absolutely needed, or else potentially we would have been already looking at that third map. Attack ball taken by 3D Max. Their third and final in regulation. We do wonder now, is this going to be enough? Do they have the confidence after these last couple of rounds to see whether they can close it out? Sinners, they've been pretty lax with calling their attack pauses. They don't seem to do them all too often. Is their idea from halftime? Is it enough? We'll have to see. But for now, this game in anybody's hands. 9-0. Very difficult one to call off the back of this pause. Buyout both ways. The only issue is the economy a little bit worse for Wear over towards Sinners. If they lose this round, all of that could swing massively in favor of 3D Max, and right when it matters most.
Ooh, okay. Thank you with the wild sort of pushing. Actually makes it work. It was a bit risky that early, but yeah. Confidence for Sinners. We also had an aim push come in. Doesn't actually find anything, really, whether negative or positive, but all the same. Really keen stuff here, and Sinners looking good with the man advantage. 3D Max left guessing.
Moving together as a pack. Marisco, he gets 2 here. That's round done. Gonna pop this. No, they're going to contact that. It's kind of a crazy decision. It's such a common angle to play. So going 1 for 1, I mean, it's all right, but Marisco gets a freebie for that first, and that just still keeps the numbers in favor. Hot flash now comes through. As it breaks through the window, Jocko tentative to swing.
Slow walk up here on towards A. Might not be expected. Backer with the AWP as well. See, smoke lineup. Simple. But effective. Does make B-Stick's job a little harder. Bursts through the smoke. Can't see anything. The flames will scare him off as well. Shot surely falls here. Oh my. She manages to stay alive. 8 seconds to get the bomb plant down. It's a bit of a panicked one, but I think 3D Max just about have create the parameters to do it. What's happened there? Mikey goes down.
No.
Shock the next to fall. Maka getting another. And Oscar is left to do it all. He's been heard. He's been spotted. There's no chance. That is insane. Maka looked away, but Mikey came around the corner with a nade in hand. So he had to reset. And by that point, Maka had seen him and was ready for the fight. Unbelievable.
I mean, Oscar gets his, but I cannot believe. I mean, I guess how lucky that was for Maka, but then in all fairness, how well he does too.
True.
Oh, hey.
Gets another kill with it.
Oh my god, Maka just stays alive. Just about. But yeah, I mean, yeah, he gets another one afterwards, and then that's it. So, either way. 9-10. 3D Max first eye to crack into double digits. This is absolutely game on. Oh, a very positive position for 3D Max. Sinners, they can't really afford to force around that orb. In some instances, it's definitely the right idea, but I just don't think it is here. It's not worth the risk.
Yeah, I think it's kind of fair, but you know, it's really, really tough. They're in that damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of spot. Yeah. A lot of pressure moving forwards. I mean, there's been a lot of pressure for a while now. Seems 3D Max performing ever so slightly better under it. Digging deeper into the strat book. Won that Pro League spot, of course.
True.
But we'll see here. This, of course, was a realm in which Sinners found success last time. That looked like a leg to me, but Maka makes it work for the frag. Marisco has retrieved the AWP and gives it his best go. Shock, meanwhile, to work his way in behind. He gets taken down. This is not looking good for Sinners. Maybe just try and battle to save this AWP now.
I think you're right. On the corner. 9. A Beastic will get one and an upgrade, which she'll take. An AK AWP save, it's not bad. They can buy around it in towards the next, but your position that it might not save. That shot. Briscoe. Oh, in all fairness, made a little conversation. They might be tempted in the 1v2 here for Beastic because they have a buy next round regardless. So yeah, he's coming over to give this a look.
Why not? However, there's nobody around in the crosshair, so time of the essence for this guy. Doesn't have a kit. Yeah, really can't waste too much more time than this, to be honest. Molotov bounced off towards A main, get that bomb tapped, maybe cause one of them to panic peek, but not going to be the case. He crosses in, and down he will go to Maka. There was a conversation, like you say, buying anyway, but unfortunately, no real dice there. All right, let's see moving forwards what Sinners have got in store for us, or if 3D Max will pull off the heartbreaking 2-0 here.
It's true. Oh, this is the last hurrah, right? This is the all-in play. If this round is not converted for Sinners, map series, grand final, and Pro League spot going the way of 3D Max. It's as simple as that. They have to win round number 21. If they don't, Mikey could be in trouble. Oh my god, the pot flash from Gravity is a stunner. Mikey's idea is not bad, but that flash is an absolute perfect counter.
Lovely stuff. Ooh, Gravity through the smoke. Unfortunate for Sinners, that might just be the game-breaking moment. We'll see here. Oscar's still on the AWP. Always looks good to me. Need him to kind of pop off. Is he in the right place? That's the big question. I mean, the bomb not really dedicating to anything just yet, so 3D Max will have run-of-the-mill, plenty of options available to them. They're not moving.
Smoke. Over. Jocko. Drop a nade behind it as well, but Molotov will meet him now. E-stick. It's isolated here backside. It is all a ruse in all fairness. I mean, Jocko trying to keep attention drawn. E-stick getting aggro. Jocko holding an AWP at range of Maka. Gets a freebie. 2v5. I know they lost one earlier, but surely now not a possibility. If they just walk in towards B, they'll realize no one's there, and the bomb is coming over. Jock will find one. Molotov will be dropped as well, but they'll soon realize there's nobody towards this B site. That's going to be the round itself. Leaving it a little late, yes, but it doesn't matter. In the end, 3D Max, map, series, Pro League spot, now locked into place. I don't think they want to give this retake a go. Surely not with an AWP.
No, you wouldn't have thought so, man. It definitely sucks for them, but they just have to give it up. It's not contestable. Oscar is kind of sticking around maybe at the extremity, but... Okay. Still curious here. It's not a kit, so some sort of late round ninja I don't think will really work. It's kind of being annoying, to be fair. And it also irks me a little bit. It's like if you're saving, you got to save. But we talked about this a little bit before. Maybe a point that we've not raised for a while. Difficult map to save on this one at times. So maybe that's part of their logic here, is that they feel they have to fight in some kind of direction to just have a safe place to take these weapons into the next round. All the same, 3 in a row going to be required here from Sinners. They just about are able to cobble together a buy thanks to those savers. 3D Max, though. One more. That's all they need. And whoa, whoa.
Hang on.
What do you know? Sinners with the timeout. They do know where the button is.
They figured it out. Fair play. About time. Might be too little too late, though. They're so lax with these timeouts. It is one of those things where there's probably a reason behind it. You know, they have a coach, Tom Keish, who... I don't think that's actually been with this team for, you know, a fairly decent amount of time. Yeah, you know, been for them nearly 2 years now. But my assumption is because of the lack of timeouts, and this is only an assumption, that a lot of the ideas and the plans and all the rest around this team come off the back of the players in the server rather than the coach itself. Maybe he's there as more of a kind of an analyst type coach who does a lot of, you know, server work, a lot of anti-stratting and all the rest, but in the game itself maybe isn't kind of as impactful, or so to say. So that's my only assumption, because they really just do not call them very much at all. We'll see. 12-9. 3D Max just 1 round away now. Gravity gets super aggro in via mid. He'll be met with a nade. Maka, oh, he's posted. If he just stays here, he might get a chance, and he will. Oscar, the talisman of Sinners, caught and dropped.
Yeah, not good, man. It's a big name. It's a big weapon as well. Shock. Quiet game for him. Needed more than that. Down goes Morisco. And with him, potentially the hopes of Sinners staying alive here in the EPL qualifier. B-Stick all alone. Surely got to be all said and done here. Back turn. Lucky will take him down. And 3D Max do it in 2. 13-8, 13-9. Pretty clean, pretty decisive victories coming in from them. And of course, they will seal their spot in a second Pro League in a row. Season 20, we'll be seeing 3D Max there.
Deserved. 3D Max absolutely deserved. A very solid side. They were number 1 off the back of the groups. The only side to get 5 wins as well in the groups. As soon as, they only squeak by tiebreaker rules, all the way down that list to kind of the positive round integers and all of the rest. But 3D Max, they were the best team out of the groups, and they were the best team in the playoffs. Made light work of Bahawi earlier today, and of course coming in towards against Sinners. Arguably similar, at least on paper, it looked pretty similar. In the game, we know it was a little closer, and we know there was a little bit more of a conversation there, but 13-8, 13-9, by most metrics, people will see this from a basic and on pay-per-view or on HRTV or all the rest and think 3D Max took that comfortably, and to a degree, in ways they did. A really good showing there, 3D Max, showcasing just how good they are. Maka, what a performance out of this guy, right? Really, really solid. And it's not easy when you've got Oscar on the other end. He's an incredible AWPer, somebody who really can control and dictate these battles at range, but Maka just had him in his pocket that entire final. And I think that, for me, was the big telling point. I'm very impressed. 3D Max, they deserve to be a Pro League. I'm glad they're back at Pro League. But it is commiserations as heartbreak towards Sinners. That's their 3rd attempt now in the last week at a Pro League spot, and they failed him. They lost to Koi, 13-4 both maps, lost to Sangal in multiple overtimes in a 3-map affair, and then their final and 3rd attempt against 3D Max, and it's not that close of one. Script, let's take a look at the bracket, kind of see how things look after we are done here, and as 3D Max are champions.
Yeah, I think, I'm reiterating what you're saying. Totally agreeing. They look fantastic, great within the tier 2 at the moment. And again, being very, very selective with their tournaments. Few sort of stalwarts in the tier 2, like the CCTs and things like this, but not necessarily spamming things out as much. And indeed, it seemed like they were doing a decent amount of prep coming into this. And, we had a couple of teams, Aurora, I want to say maybe a Paravision that could have looked a little better moving into this qualifier, and Monty, maybe you could say, with some of the players that are on that team at the very least, maybe not the 5-man lineup in and of itself, but yeah, we had a few disappointing performers. So it's good to see that 3D Max as a representative of sort of the tier 2 space. They are worthy of it. They are a real testament to what we have, in that kind of tier 2 space, and focusing in on these qualifiers and yeah, putting your best foot forward. Not to take away from Sinners, I think they look great as well throughout the tournament. Again, coming into it, pretty good form, but there's just a little bit of an X factor missing from that team. I think maybe it's going to be a bit more time with the recent additions. Maybe, again, it is just the difficulty of sticking with a region that's a little shallow in terms of the talent. Not much in the way of AWPers, not much in the way of, decent IGLs and things like this. But all the same, you do have to feel for them. Yeah, it's been a bit of a hard end to the season for them, but I know that they'll stick with it. Again, another great team, another stalwart of the tier 2 space. And they've been grinding out there for a while. Hopefully, next time around, man, we'll see how things look into the newer circuit. But hopefully there'll be some nice spots available into season 21, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, Sinners are grinders. They always have been. I remember kind of, back in like 2020, 2021, this was a side who, were really, really just putting in so many reps. And, the expectations that we'll see exactly the same, man. I mean, this is a side for me who have really done well. I mean, they have played, I think they're like top 10 most maps played so far in this season. The last 6 months, well, actually probably more like the last 5 months, because the season kind of only starts end of January. Yeah. 162 maps. I mean, fair play to them. That is no no easy feat. It's a lot of work, a lot of officials. And I think, honestly, now kind of a well-deserved break they're about to go into because they've played so much Counter-Strike, right? I'm right in saying I don't think they have anything at the tail end of the season now that is them kind of done. And from what I can see on HTV, that is the case. So they have nothing left. And I think now is, now time to earn a bit of a break and, kickstart it back into the second half of the season with how things are. We've got the final, potentially final true RMR, or at least one with open quals and all the rest, or at least quals that he make it through. But if they're not quals, we're looking at, we're looking at ranking and stuff. And for Sinners, that's the big thing. Climbing up the rankings, getting invited to tournaments and all of the rest. That is what every tier 2 team are looking at. And I think Sinners are a good example of the mindset you need for it. But all in all, that'll basically conclude us here at the ESL Pro League Season 20 European Closed Qualifiers. We had a great run of things. Some teams stepped up, others didn't. 3D Max are your champions and have booked that one spot in towards Pro League, which is now starting to flesh itself out. Some very decent teams heading there for that tournament in September. But from us here on the A stream, we have enjoyed the last few days. It's been an absolute pleasure. Best of ones were wild. They were hectic. We loved it all the way down to the end of the best of threes today. A bit of a marathon today, but a good one all in all. But from myself and Scriv, thank you very much for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure. And until next time, take care.
Oh, no, man, they've done it! Absolutely rocked! Bulldog steal! See